Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host, the College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours. It's an interesting conversation and stimulating debate and discussion. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's going on, Dark Migo? My number one soldier of all times. You know, we gotta take it to these buses, man. I give a Dark Migo full reign to clip up, man. Ride on these buses, Dark Migo, man. Ride on buses. Find these niggas, bust them upside the head. Let's take the fight to them. I'm sick of them. You can't deal with the white man till we do a race traitor ass niggas. So you got my full permission to do what the fuck you gotta do to anybody. I am done being nice. I really am. I'm fucking fed up with being nice. As the old saying, no more Mr. Nice Guy. That's me. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Now we got a good show tonight. That a discussion that needs to be talked about. That I'm seeing circulating more and more is the defaming of Black America, unfair defaming of Black America. For example, I'm seeing that one bitch that was on the Phil Scott's Advice channel, whatever the fuck he calls it. That chick that was doing the fucking articles from Africa. The African diaspora, whatever the fuck it's called. Somebody circulated something, rumor that that the Black Americans going to Burkina Faso are CIA. Look, there's nothing worse than you trying to be an honest, legitimate Pan-Africanist, an honest, legitimate attempt to build something and believe in something, to be accused of something that serious. And then there was always this, they're going around saying, oh, the white man's always sent Black people to Africa from America as agents. White people do not send Black people to Africa from America unless it's on a clear mission to promote America. It's always transparent to promote. There's never been a case where the United States has done any covert operations in Africa using Black America. But yet you got people out here, enemies of Black America, right? And the enemies of Black America are mainly Nigerians, some Ghanaians, and some other ones that go around. I don't know if it's for shock value or just basically just running them out because they're ignorant. I think a lot of Africans are silly. I think they're foolish. I think they're childish. I think they're ignorant. And they don't understand the danger that all the entire Black race is in. When Black people in America decide that they like Chahore, they really believe this young man, his message, and they really want to back somebody up. Now it seems like the government of Burkina Faso is backing away from Black America, saying that, oh, it thought it was going to get all these professionals. First of all, it wasn't a clear invite from the government. There was never anything tangible or specific talked about. It was a bunch of emotions. And like I said, our Pan-Africans can be emotions and enthusiasts. And so maybe they have exaggerated the opportunities in Burkina Faso a little bit. Because that's what you feel. You feel this sense of wanting to belong to something. And to my people in Black America, don't let them make you feel bad about yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to belong to something, that you believe in. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that now people are using that to abuse us, to slander us, and take isolated incidents in America and make it seem like we're against Africans and we're against that. They'll take the FBA movement. Well, look at FBA. And even a lot of people now saying, you know, the FBA don't really speak for Black America. We said that from day one. It's a fringe group. They don't speak for Black America. However, they do have a right to defend themselves. So this is what we're talking about tonight, right? The slander of Black America. It's like one lie after another. And it seems like a lot of Africans are joining in on the lies about our community. That we're violent, that we're lazy, we're doing all this stuff like this, you know? And then when we retaliate, you know, they get all upset. Oh, how y'all upset? Well, we hear what y'all saying. One thing we never do is we never join conversations with white people online about Africa. You attack Africa, you're attacking us. But too many Africans, when you attack Black America, that's them. Oh, I'm not a nigga. I'm not them. I'm not from the ghetto, the hood. I'm educated. I went to Cambridge. I went to this institution and everything like that. All this is tearing the fabric of the Black race apart. And it's my job tonight to talk about this before it gets out of hand, it gets too late. Before it's too late. Because I think we're reaching that critical time period where it's almost going to be too late, you know? And what that's going to mean, it means that Black people in America are going to be cut off from any allyship and completely isolated in a white country, in a white world with hostile races of Asians, Latinos, everything. And we don't have that psychological place of refuge that we always did, the motherland, you know? They're so dirty to even take that from us. The psychological comfort that Africa always provided, you know? And I'm gonna tell you right now, with the African Project, we're saying you're not gonna take that from us because we're gonna take it back from you. It ain't a contingent upon what Africans think. We're gonna take the African by force. So this is why I am the way I am. That's why I'm uncompromising, you know? Because I know human nature. But yeah, so I didn't mean to come out swinging like that, but some things need to be said, you know? And we're really living in dangerous times right now, you know? I never thought in a million years we'd be having this conversation. You know, Black people hating Black people, you know, and loving the white man and hating your fellow Black man. I just don't understand that, you know? I don't understand it and I don't accept it. I don't understand the love of America so much, right? You're willing to fucking forgive everything America did, but you won't give Africa a fucking chance. That I don't understand. Sorry about these beach things. We're one more night in the hospital, folks, and I'll be home tomorrow night. You know, I can broadcast with peace and comfort, but let's get through it tonight. But like I said, I can never understand how Black people in America are so forgiving and give so much grace to white America. They're about to go out there and celebrate 250 years of lies, of enslavement, of hypocrisy, broken promises, oppression. I'm okay. I was supposed to have a procedure done, but they couldn't do it, you know. So I was here for a few days, you know. The main operation they couldn't get done. So I had to come back in another month to get it done. I'll do anything to stay alive, so I got to go home another month, come back. It's all good. Is that man Hustle the Smart in the chat? What's up, Hustle the Smart? Now I got this cramp in my arm. Guys, nothing wrong with having a fucking Charlie horse in your arm, man. It's like, God dang. Let me sit up. Oh, God, I can't even sit up. You sit up and do the show. Oh. Heavy to your shirt. Yeah, I ain't planning to die anytime soon. If I was ready to check out, I wouldn't be here in the hospital. I just let nature take its course, take me. But I have every intention of fulfilling this mission before I die. So death's gonna have to wait. But in the 12 minutes I've been on, I hope you know where I'm coming from with this. Should have stayed in your homeland, Liberia. This lady, Bebe Rodriguez, is crazy, you know. Don't worry, we're gonna get Bebe Rodriguez on a treadmill. She's gonna be looking fine one day and whatnot. And what you call it? We're gonna get her some Ghanaian dude to go wife her up or whatever. You know, it should be all right. You know. We're gonna make you presentable, baby, and we're gonna hand you off to one of our Ghanaian brothers. That's what a lot of these African dudes. That's what they really want. They want themselves some big black girl from America, and that's where you come in, baby Rodriguez. Come on, yeah. Take one for the team, baby Rodriguez. Man, they can roll you over, slap you up. You know. Okay, yeah, 168 is kind of big, you know. The friggin' the Afghanistan requirements, women can't be over 140. So you got 28 pounds to lose. Right now, we have to give you to our African brothers, you know. Your man must be Nigerian. So I could always, when I'm arguing with a woman online, I don't even have to see her looks, right? And I could tell how she looks, her weight, and everything like that. I could tell all that shit like that, you know. You know, he be a lying to you. That dude's a Nigerian. I'm a freedman. I'm a freedman. I think it's a whole ass Nigerian. But yeah, so what's going on in South Africa And that's really angers me that people could stop talking about, yeah, right. People could stop their, full their mouth to say Black America is xenophobic. Have we walk into shops and everything, you know, are we looting people's goods and groceries and everything like that? Are we beating foreigners up? We asking them for this? No. For the most part, majority of black people are not threatened by fucking immigrants in America whatsoever. We're well established here, We don't have to worry about immigrants taking anything. This is how it usually works. Catch you all you fucking immigrants talking nonsense. You never see immigrants, black, white, brown immigrants, doing unionized jobs. You want to know where America's at? Go to any major city in the Northeast or the North, wherever like that, and look at the union rolls, look at the trade union rolls, and whatnot, and that gives you a glance of America. It's usually going to be white men. Now you got mostly Irish, German, Italian, whatever like that, right? And old school black American men. I had the guy Jamal that was on here. He said, "Look, he's an electrician union in Philadelphia, Philly." He said they trained one African guy. All the years he's been there, 20-something years, you only see one African guy. I don't think he worked out. But Africans and Caribbeans, they tend to do jobs that are non-unionized, right? Bottom feeders. That's not basically building America. That's not basically like this, So this is an idea that immigrants are coming here cleaning black America's class. Not true. Come down here to Virginia, the shipyards, all the skilled trades, the union trade. We don't really have unions in Virginia, but we do still have some unions here. Some unions they just can't get rid of. The state of Virginia can't get rid of, and they got to honor them. Even though unions do not have the blessing of the state of Virginia. Still, the majority of the workforce here are black African Americans. They're not friggin' immigrants. So since nobody ever sees immigrants taking their jobs or replacing them, how the fuck do we got to be xenophobic? The problem in South Africa is the black South African majority, even though there's some unionized people, skilled labor people, I get that, right? That was a minority. Majority have always been outside the economic zone. They've always been bottom feeders and menial workers, So therefore, if you have a situation where people's work, the job skill level did not advance over the years, of course those people feel threatened by a Zimbabwean, or a Ghanaian, or a Nigerian and stuff like that. Black America is way different. We had things like Tuskegee. We had a whole revival of skilled labor throughout the country, nationwide. We were basically, people don't understand something. Black America at one time in 1860 made up 60% of all skilled work was done by black hands, free and enslaved. That's why they had to bring Europeans over here to compete with us because they didn't want to have a country where they would have to divide the country up between black and white. So they brought the Irish, Italians, and all these other people here to replace black America. Nevertheless, black America still retained a lot of its skilled trades and stuff like that, particularly here in the South, in the Eastern Seaboard of America. So as we know, we play a vital role in this society. It used to be a time where we worked in factories. One factory job could basically one income at one time in the 70s, up into the 70s, one income could take care of family. You didn't have to work 2 jobs, so entry-level factory job, working 40 hours a week like my father did, right? Raised the family, paid a mortgage, went on family vacation, had 2 cars, a house. Mama, whatever, Mama Boom Shakalaka says, Kyle, you always defend other people against West Africans, but you are obese. I mean, I guess you mean obsessed with West Africans. I'm not obsessed with West Africans. Where do you get that from? I don't defend other people against West Africans. I'm saying it's a nice conversation for the most part. What's going on down there in South Africa with the Ghanaians? I seen a Ghanaian lady, right? Ghana took the time to set the plane to evacuate his people. So he was able to pick up 300 people on a plane, right? This lady gets off the plane. Y'all see the picture? She crying. I mean, how could be returning from your country be that bad? She's like, oh my God. She said, then again, people spent all those years in South Africa. I guess she made some money, had a business, and then she asked to leave. So she lost everything, So I guess that could be it, I hope that's it, Charlie Gabon says there's not enough jobs for the South Africans in South Africa, and the people coming and leaving similar condition, if not worse. Hopefully, we can fix our countries, including America doesn't need fixing, bro. America don't fixing. America doesn't need no fixing, bro. I don't know what you call Barudi's talking about. I don't know. To ID as Black American rob us. What? Rudy, I would love Rudy to come up here one time and explain himself. What fucking power are you talking about? What fucking power does Africa have to give us? Rudy, power is never given. Real power is taken by force. Nobody can give you power how you fucking what you think. Well, I think I'm an African. I'm going to identify, so I'm going to get power. That's a foolish thing to do. All a fool thinks like that. Now, Donald Trump's all right, Well, I'm not taking anything by force because Africa doesn't have anything for me to take by force. What does Africa have? What does Africa actually have? Anytime we get involved with Africa, we always take the chance of losing. Africa really does not have anything to offer Black America. But 1,000 times more problems than we're going through right now. No, I'm just saying. He's talking about even you want. What do we want? Why the fuck would I want that burden of whatever you take, man? You got all these fucking people with mouths to feed, with their fucking bowl out with some. Please put some food in my bowl with some little milk and cereal and whatnot. And you got people lined up around the block to get a piece of chicken and whatnot. Who wants that fucking headache? Africa, man. The colonial said, man, bump that, man. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Y'all niggas on your own, man. Get the fuck out of here. Why do you think all the African leaders always spend most of their time in Dubai? They're trying to get the fuck off the continent, man. All motherfuckers be trying to get off the continent, going all over the place, man, trying to avoid their responsibilities, yeah. Africa said will never happen. Well, you can say that all you want, and it's up to you, All we need is one country cooperating with us. And that's all we need. We don't need the rest of the continent, you know. We don't need your dusty country, you know. Oh Lord. I'm not at war. The United States Navy and military is at war. America's not at war. We didn't declare war on nobody. That's a joint military opportunity. Donald Trump, the Situation Room, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they're having a war. That's Trump's little private war. It ain't the fuck us. Yeah, that's all we need is one fucking African country. And I think I got it mapped out. I think I already got it, you know? I think we got that. That's all we need. We don't need the rest of these fucking broke ass dusty countries. This mama do but boom shakalaka about kiss our musty feet. I ain't kissing your dirty ass feet. Those Africans want you to kiss their rotten, crusty feet and whatnot. Man, get the hell out of here. They want to conquer a great people, Black America. That is not gonna happen. You know, that is not gonna happen. My people, we don't bow to nobody. It doesn't matter what you don't have, you know. Nobody have what you don't have. So the bottom line is this: you guys are fucking stupid. So whatever we do, we're gonna do it with a particular host country, two host countries, you know, and we'll start small. Main thing is we're building and buying land, building land on the continent, you know, and expanding, you know, becoming part of the continent again. I know a lot of people don't like that because there's something about seeing Black Americans with ourselves. People get jealous because they're not included in our success, you know. Y'all can't do that. Y'all can't do that. Africans are the most negative people on the fucking planet. That broke my heart the other day. I seen the fucking girls from the Gambia, a bunch of Gambian women on a fucking inner tube raft sailing to Europe. That's sad, man. The African man, you are pathetic. You guys are fucking pathetic. So well, these guys practice xenophobia against us. Look, this guy goes, you guys also half European. We're not building Europe. So you guys are half European. You guys always on our websites, our, our, our social networks, trolling us, can't obsessed with us. And you heard some stupid nonsense like we're half Europeans. Tonight, I defend Black America. And a lie about xenophobia in Black America. Yo, Baby Rodriguez, you're no different than Lizzo. How about that? So this topic right here is the lie about xenophobia in Black America. I'm going to dispel this topic Smith tonight. Am I a topical Black American? What the hell's that? I think you mean typical. Shut up. Tariq and the Undergo Evolution. Tariq represents the dumbest part of Black America, the FBA. That's why every time you put a comment about Tariq on my post, 717, I delete him. Oh, nobody fucking is mentioning Tariq on my fucking post. Yeah, if you got a high IQ, how the hell you wouldn't be believing in 1776? Because part of IQ is recognizing the superior way of recognizing pattern recognition and problem solving. If you still believe America is what you think it is and whatnot, that means you freaking either stupid or you just ignored history altogether. That's not high IQ. Rico, what's going on, brother? My FBA brother. FBA all day. FBA all day. Cut the check. Cut the check. FBA all day. Speaking of, where is Bantu Mandinka? Bantu Mandinka's on the run. So what do you mean he's on the run, Kala? He's hiding out. Bantu Mandinka, I know you're out there. Sooner or later, you got to surface and show your face. You got to come take this L. FBA all day has been taking L's, man. You got to explain this to you, Bantu Mandinka. What the fuck I want to do an FBA for? FBA for what? They have no damn end game. End game is sit here and fucking, you got the trap in the middle. You got white supremacists on one side. You got a chaotic fucking ghetto ass black community on the other side. What the fuck is the FBA? There ain't no peace in that shit. What the fuck I want to do with the fucking FBA? There's no FBA real meetups or institutions or anything like that. You don't see them. They don't exist. And then when they do get together on chat rooms, all they do is talk about Africans and how they're different from Africans and all this kind of stupid shit like that. And I notice all the FBAs who say that, they always look phenotypically very African. All the FBAs that claim they're not African. DK in the place. I got all my usual suspects here tonight. DK. I got my Rico Miller brother. I got Baby Rodriguez. How is Pan-Africanism to scam Africa? Look, somebody please tell me what the fuck does Africa have to scam? Maybe somebody come up here and tell me what the hell does Africans have to gain? Anybody has to gain by scamming Africans. It looks to me like we give more to the continent than we get back. But yet we're scamming. Are you all friggin' on drugs? What land? What land? What fucking land are you talking about? You mean like the land the Europeans own? Now you got Arabs owning land in Kenya. You got fucking them kicking people off their land in Kenya and selling them to people. You got people kicking people off their land in Ethiopia, sell them to royal Saudi people and Dubai people who are basically colonizing Africa as we speak. The Chinese, the Indians, everybody else. Yet you're so concerned about black people in America, what they're doing, So the bottom line is this. So you guys talk all that nonsense and everything. That's why your countries are poor. That's why mama boom shakalaka, you're poor. You come from depressed, embarrassing countries. They're doing business. They look, the bottom line, Africans, white people and other people don't come to African business. They come to loot. And they pay you off to loot. That's why I said this nonsense, this bullshit about Pan-Africanism, I am so fucking done with it. And then when you try to make an honest effort, like I don't like, everybody knows I'm on record, I don't like Dr. Arcana, I don't like the ADA, whatever, but I don't think those people are scamming. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you don't have a country, neither do I. If you had a country, would you be living there? I guarantee you one thing you want to do is come up here and turn your camera on and say, "Hey, Colin, this is my country. Isn't it beautiful?" You'll never do that. I could say, yeah, I do love what I'm living at right now in America. It's actually good. But you can't come up here and say, "Oh man, look at my beautiful country," because you know your country is a fucking shithole. You got open defecations, running sewers in the streets. Now, Gambia is not a country. Yeah, your expectations are so fucking high. Your country don't have to be beautiful. Your fucking women don't have to be beautiful. You don't have to have money. You have nothing. You can have nothing to be proud of, but you just love it. The fuck out of here. I'm not depressed. I'm not depressed at all. What are you talking about? I'm glad that whatever it has to be, that whatever happened 400 years ago, it happened. And I'm not there with you fucking motherfuckers. If I talk about coming to Africa, I'll talk about trying to build it, make it better. Not joining you fools in your fucking and your fucking chimp out fucking nonsense or not acting like fools or not. I'm not angry at West Africa, so we need to shut the fuck up. Yeah, Gambia should throw in the towel. Yeah, I know. I would like somebody to come up here, explain out of nowhere how suddenly we got a new fucking Ebola crisis. That's what I would like to know. In fact, the reason why I'm staying in the hospital so long is because I traveled to Africa 2 months ago, and they had to keep me here for fucking observation before they do the procedure. So it is what it is. So I'm like this. You guys need to do something with your land, man. Do something with that dusty ass land. That tired fucking land, tired undeveloped land. Yeah, they can't put you on a bush meat, but they always online siding with white supremacists talking about us. So you ain't doing shit with the land. I can't tell you what you're gonna do with it. I know what you are gonna do with it. Nothing. Nada. You're gonna do nothing. So what will do with our land? You ain't gonna do shit with that land, nothing. Yeah, Africa's on the rise. We can go to the Africa and just I go to Africa just to laugh at you fuckers. It's nothing but a sport, bro. Yeah, we trying to fucking stay in no fucking Africa. You fucking on drugs. There's people going to Africa, baby. Nobody trying to stay in fucking Africa. You know. What gets me is with all this, these motherfuckers want to consider themselves our equals. I mean, like, could treat Black Americans treat us like equals. Don't treat us like we're inferior. We're not, okay. Yeah, that's show me anywhere in the real world where people act inferior. They appear inferior, you know, and yet people treat them inferior. That's usually how it goes. So we're having a good time tonight in this monologue. Oh yeah, check out Southern Africa, Angola. That's Southern Africa. It's the only place in Southern Africa that doesn't have a white population. Really, I love about it. Everything else I could deal with. Angola, no way to make it. I only know about the country. I've been studying Angola and just as long as I've been studying Liberia, and I have just as many connections over there. So I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Angola's very rich. So and the bottom line is, they don't like you West Africans. They don't want you guys over there. Truth is, everybody wants Black Americans to come. I shall speed big tour in Africa showed you everything you need to know. Black Americans can draw a crowd in Africa. That's all you need to know. They don't know what is it about us, our story, whatever, because we're so distant from Africa, right? The idea of Black Americans going to the country in Africa is front page news. Government officials like, I shall speed, come here, come here, come here. Showcase our country or not. So all you Minnie Mouse online, y'all can sit there and talk all the shit you want. We know who has the power. We know who's the power, where the power dynamic lies. You guys sit here with your silly ass pride. We don't need y'all. Yeah, right. I should have said that when I Show Speed was there. Motherfuckers are all up his ass. Oh, you thought we forgot about that? He's not a damn Ghanaian. You can't just change it to a Ghanaian. I still see is Black from America. That's all you need to know. They want to claim him. Oh, he's a Ghanaian now. He's this. Shut up. This man travels the world. Why would he fucking just settle for Ghana? Yep, folks. Coming up on an hour. Right at the hour. 10 minutes to open up the lines. Tonight's topic is to lie about xenophobia in Black America. Who is behind this division? And I want to know who is spreading this rumor that Black people in the Pan African world are CIA agents. That to me is unforgivable. Spreading a bullface lie. And sometimes I think, like online, I think it'd be a bunch of white people who study these groups and they see the growing number of Black Americans going back and forth to Africa as a geopolitical threat. So they use things, well, they can't do that with us, but they know Africans are low IQ and stupid, and dumb. They play on them. Hey, remember Liberia? They'll be saying things like Liberia 2.0, Liberia 2.0. These black Americans are going to colonize you or not while they're raping the continent. So you got people thinking about, you know, there is a black CIA. Where at? Mama Boom Shakalaka, you got 5 minutes to post your evidence or I'm blocking you. Or I'm going to fucking block you. What was his name? And what was it? I'm not saying they wanted black people to work for the CIA. But a black person work for the CIA is a black person work for the CIA. Now I'm not checking shit out. You do it. Yeah, I think you are mostly low IQ, African. I'm sorry to say this. Yeah, I mean, I have conversations with different races all over the fucking world and whatnot, and I've never seen anything like this in my life. The average African has no reading comprehension, no anything, no comprehensive skills or anything, no analytical skills, anything. They just shoot shit out of their mouth. Let me put it to you like this. What the fuck is a black CIA agent, which the CIA recruits everybody to do bidding, have to do with Dr. Arikana, the people she put together, and the people like Dr. Cambone and all those people, those hardworking black nationalists that's in the continent trying to fucking make a difference? White CIA all over the damn place. This is what I'm talking about, DK. I'm sick of these people. I really am. It's starting to become like fucking hatred. They use every case. They always defending the white man every second of the day. Oh, the white man's good. The white man's this. Black man, he's trying to go okay. So what does that got to do with all the Pan Africanists and black nationals go to the continent and build educational schools, build businesses and stuff like that? What the fuck has that got to do with? What does he have to do with everybody else? You guys so fucking stupid, man. The African is not capable of governing himself. I'm seeing that. The average African man, maybe not the women, the average African man gets about 12 years old and he stays 12 years old until he gets old. Yeah, but the thing is, though, African guys, right? These people in Africa end up in power. Our stupid people in America end up in the gutters. The stupid people in Africa end up running states, running whole countries. That's the difference over here, where we got a merit-based system. He was a black CIA agent. Oh, okay, how is he undermining you? How? There's CIA agents all over the country. Tell me everything. You're so weak. What about the fact that CIA tried to 27 attempts on for Fidel Castro's life, and he outlived 7 administrations in America? What about the fact that the CIA approached Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore? Couldn't do nothing. Why is it that the CIA is always so successful in Africa? You guys always want to come here and blame all your fucking problems on us. Take one black man as a CIA agent. Suddenly, black America sitting there conspiring against you guys. Your pathetic lives and whatnot, you know? I mean, and ain't nobody saying I'm a saint. But you're not going to say and slander me or slander my fucking people. And I'm going to sit here and defend my people, my brothers over on the continent that's doing work, Dr. Cambone, my brother Bomani, all these people that I know that's living on the continent right now. My brother Mark Blanton of South Africa. All these people, are they all CIA agents undermining Africa? This guy Mama Dore is a fucking troll, fucking stupid Negropean. And he's about to get blocked. Good. If that's the case, African goddess, don't blame us for the fucking problems in Africa. But we basically, our people that go into the continent generally love the continent. They see that as their mother continent and they want to make a difference. You ain't got the facts, bro. Telling you, yeah, one single, yeah. Yeah, one say, yeah, of course there's gonna be CIA, everywhere. But goddamn, your fellow African on the post, Mama Daor, that's who I'm responding to. Can you see his comments? I'm sick and tired of you guys acting like you don't see shit. I'm starting to call you guys on your bullshit. That's a serious fucking charge because you're putting people who I know personally lives in danger by spreading rumors that black people in America are there working for the CIA to undermine Africans and whatnot. It don't take much for that to turn into a fucking really bloody scene. Because people spreading stupid rumors. Oh, black America is this. Black America is, and Africa just got their fucking mouth open all the goddamn time, running their fucking mouth. They're the stupidest people on the fucking planet. They never know when to shut the fuck up. That is a serious fucking charge. A serious one. Saying that, putting it in people's mind that black people, we went there on our tour. So I had 20 people on my tour to Liberia. So I guess if they believe, some of you people, we were there to spy for the United States government. No, forget the fact that we donated money to schools and children for books and stuff like that. And we even paid for education for a couple of the girls, sent their way to college. Oh, no, that don't matter. When black Americans do that, oh, that don't matter. They're all CIA. We can just call them CIA agents when we fucking want to. It's like when it comes to black America, say anything. Say anything, There's always these after the fact motherfuckers. Oh, the civil rights movement was this, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up, People always got conspiracy theories. COINTELPRO is the reason why we failed and whatnot. You ever see these old, dusty, crusty Negroes from the 60s and whatnot? Damn, why do you fuck up your life, man? You spent 40 years as an activist. You ain't got nothing to show for it. You're at the end of your life. You're broke. You're dusty. You're living in a homeless shelter. Man, it was that, man, COINTELPRO, man. They did a number on us and whatnot. No, COINTELPRO is an easy escape route for you because you were stupid to begin with. And so now it's easy just to blame COINTELPRO. Martin Luther King did not come from a wealthy family. Martin Luther King came from a poor working family. Who told you that he came from a wealthy family? Martin Luther King did not own land. Martin Luther King come from a poor family. He was a church preacher, junior preacher in his church. He was not wealthy. He was better off than a lot of black people in the area, but in the time, but there was no such thing as no wealthy black people during that time period. You know, Martin Luther King was a good man. Those skinheads in Virginia Beach fucked him. You know, but this was a wake up call in Virginia Beach. You know, and these black people here are the most asleep black people in the world, and I said sooner or later. I said, I felt it. I said, I know these people are out there. I know they're out there. You know, I know they're out there, you know, with this white nationalist shit. I knew they were there. You can't fool me. And when this happened, people acting shocked. I said, I'm not shocked. This can happen anywhere in the United States. These guys are all over the country, every city, town, state, and everything. The question is, are we going to be ready if something pops off? You got people like, oh, well, they're just marching. They didn't do nothing. They ain't do nothing now. What happens when they get bold enough and they start showing out there with weapons and guns? And you got to get out there and defend yourself. What are you going to do? How many of them if you got, could still carry? But, yeah, as soon as I get out of here, yeah, I'm going to start, start talking to. The thing is, these guys, these skinheads, these are young guys. These guys in their 30s. A lot of them have money to live with their parents and whatnot, So they got time on their hands to fuck up. Problem is, the black community is we don't have time to organize like that. Because our time is spent working and doing shit. Look, that myth that we're better off before integration is a fucking lie. David Bann is a fucking idiot. They use these people and whatnot to put this lie that black people are better off before integration. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. Before integration, my parents couldn't get the house they want to live in. Not only that, before integration, black areas in the city were might as well be in another country because you couldn't access loans, mortgages, and stuff like that, and give your kid a good quality education from the tax base. It was more to segregation. You were completely cut off from everything, the resource, everything. They barely wanted to give you electricity and hook you up to the power grid or the sewer grid and the water grid. What the fuck are you talking about? You still had people in segregation who had streets that in the modern days, up into the 70s, was still using outhouses. So what the fuck is 1776 talking about? That dude Bantu Diaries is a fucking clown. I think he's a fucking a bot. He's probably a racist bot. Sounds like a white guy too. He's probably a white racist bot using a blackface and put his racist message out there. What did I say about 1776? He's always gravitating towards the most negative shit. I can tell 1776 watches a lot of porn. He watches a lot of porn and weird shit online. Who has time to be following all this shit? Yeah, African guys. Yeah, there's a global emergence of white supremacy all over the world. These groups are growing all over the world. And you got young African men in Ireland and places like that. They go into Norway, they go and show up in Europe, and they're on the streets talking to these white girls and whatnot. And I'm saying they completely call it, well, Black Americans will survive because we know these people, you know? Anyway, links in the chat room, folks. You want to call in, add to this conversation. Why is Black America? Look, that had nothing to do with fucking integration. You know, something had to give. You know, we had strong black families because we had to survive like that. Integration would have been better if they integrated us with jobs. Our families would have stayed together. But you integrated Black America and said to the black man, if you want a job, you got to work 30, 50 miles away from where you live at because we're not going to build jobs where you're at. So therefore, that broke up the home right there. So link is in the chat room, folks. You want to call in, discuss the topic. You can, you know. Where this lie about Black America, one, being xenophobic, two, talking about first I thought it was gonna be a Dama. Oh, look who I summoned. You know, I summoned the spirit of Bantu Mandinka. FBA all day. FBA all day.
Yo, what's up? My favorite NBA channel. Can you hear me? That's good.
FBA all day. I summoned
Salute, salute.
I said, Bantu's hiding out.
Hey, I've been listening, but I haven't been connecting. I was gonna call in, but
Yeah,
I
said, I know you out there, Bantu Mandinka.
yeah, you've been having some good shows, but I haven't been calling in. But tonight should be a good one.
Yeah, so it's good. My point I'm talking tonight is they lie about black xenophobia in America, and I fucking fight that. We're not fucking xenophobic, right?
Yeah,
Structurally, anything, we're not fucking xenophobic. It's bullshit.
and it's serious because that's dangerous. Like you said, people spreading rumors and shit could wind up,
Oh,
going
and I
bad.
know, Africa. And I know Africa. It's not like here we brush. Oh yeah, we argue back and forth, blah blah blah. It may end up in a fisticuff. People hate you in Africa. You can end up dead. You know.
Man, it's crazy. They over there kidnapping and killing babies and shit. So Yeah, I feel all that vitriol. Let's bash these Africans.
Nah, I ain't gonna bash the Africans. I'm gonna bash the
I
lies,
mean, you
right?
still got love. I still got love for a but
Like
niggas
I
like,
said, what I don't like is them lying on us, right? And then joining together with white folks to lie on us.
yeah, that's crazy.
I hate that shit, you know. Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Carla? What's up, Bento?
Uh,
How's your health, Carla? How's it coming?
It's all right.
Mm.
I'm doing all right.
yeah, I thought you about to die, man. So let me come here and
Yeah, right. I know. I had a procedure I was supposed to get done, but they found something else, so they got to delay it for another
Wow.
month. So,
Wow.
so
Oh, you gotta take care of yourself, man. Shit. All of
I
these
am.
late night
That's what I'm
shows.
here for. I'm here for it. If I had not gone to the hospital right here, I'd be dead.
You need to take another break, man.
And so the bottom line is, the bottom line is, main thing is to know your health, know what's going on. Something not feeling right, you know. Don't be afraid to go to the doctor. Don't be afraid to go to the emergency room. And then you get over that fear of going to the doctor in the emergency room. You know, you're good. You know, but the topic is to lie about xenophobia in Black America, and there's people spreading rumors now about Black America's intentions in Burkina Faso. I don't know if you heard that, Elvis.
Nah, I didn't hear that.
All right, yeah, well, that girl that does the Advice Channel, I don't know if she's still with Advice Channel,
Zengwa Walema, whatever her name
whatever the
is.
fuck her name is, right?
Mhm.
She was like, yeah, you got Black Americans coming over there, blah, blah, blah. And they got a history of working for us there. Then you got this guy in the chat room, Mama, whatever, it's about some Black guy in the 60s worked for the CIA. What the hell has that got to do with all the Black people in America that go to Africa and build, do what the hell they got to do, and come home? It's pretty broad brush. One Black man worked for the CIA. Suddenly, they say white people, Black people, and then not to be outdone, they'll say you'll have a Liberian in there saying, "Yep, that's how it started with Liberia. They sent them over here and whatnot, and we're all screwed up to this day." So it's all this piling on of Black America.
Carla,
Do
let's
you
be
think?
honest.
Hold up. No, Elvis, I'm serious.
So even say something, you telling me to hold up. Okay. Go ahead. I thought you wanted us to engage you in the conversation. Unless you
Go
just
ahead,
kind
say what you got to say.
of okay. I mean, when you say piling up, it's like saying there's 1,000 kids at school and two people can bully them. You know, you guys are 40 million. We're less than maybe 3 million people. We can't pile up on you.
I
You're the
am not.
dominant.
I am
You're
not
the
saying.
dominant group.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying what they're doing is tainting our reputation. And when you join in with that, that's piling up on somebody's reputation.
That's not true. Let me say this right.
It
So
oh,
is
there's
go
true.
this.
ahead, go
That
ahead.
is
Oh,
true.
okay, Carla. Let me speak up. I want to. Don't try to raise your blood pressure tonight. Have a calm show.
But
Let's all get along.
I don't need the sycophant stuff. Just go ahead, say what's on your mind.
Okay. I don't know what that means. Tickle fit. I can't be nice to you. You think I should be mean to you all the time?
No,
Well,
no,
let
no,
me say
I
this.
don't care about that. I just want to. This is a show.
Hold on. Let me say it, Carla.
This is a show. You could be whatever you want to be.
So yeah. So when African Americans are quote unquote FBAs, but some African Americans have that sentiment that Africans they actively, especially here in the United States, work against African Americans, especially with the white people, or they do things to undermine African Americans. Most of that is just conjecture. Most of that is just people assuming, you know. So when other Africans do the same thing and think that certain African Americans who might be going in Africa might have nefarious, intentions and might be working undercover for the U.S. government to spy because, of course, they have the right skin color and the right phenotype. Those are conjecture. Those are, just fear mongering. It happens on both sides. So when you pinpoint that, I'm just telling you to look on the other side. If
Yeah,
somebody tell you that at the job I'm conspiring against the black American with the white man because that's who we are. We connive against African Americans with
It's like
white
not
people.
even.
It's
It's not
not
even
true.
so much as that. It's the fact of the matter is, right? Africans, whatever, have been watching us go to the continent, damn, for decades now. You know, we were there with the rumble in the jungle. We were there when Mandela took the oath of office. We were there with Kenya's independence. We was there in Ghana's independence. You know, we was there in Festac. You know, we were there all over the continent celebrating African liberation. Right? We have a long history of leaders, everything like that has been doing that for years. Right? So what I'm saying is, who's leading the charge around this as white people? Because white people fear, like I said, there's a video out right now. It's really embarrassing about Liberia. Really embarrassing. Some white guy is in Maryland. The title of the video is "The African Country Who Thinks It's American." And everything I've studied about Liberia, been there when there's nothing American about Liberia.
Oh, Carla, when you stop it, man.
I mean, I'm dead serious. But look, I know America. I know Liberia, right? Only thing I get from America and Liberia is I feel like in parts of Liberia, I feel like I'm in the rural South.
When you say African American culture was transplanted to Liberia,
Yeah, but
does
that's
that
not American culture.
okay? African Americans are not Americans.
I mean,
Okay,
African American culture is not American culture. No,
they are Americans.
no, we're not Americans. You know,
Okay,
we're American nationals, right? And we combine our history and our story. You can call us African Americans, right? But you cannot just call me an American.
America is the only American culture. Period.
No, I don't believe in that. The bottom line is this: since our culture is so dominant, right? It looks like it's American because everybody adopts it, but we're not American, you know.
But don't
Um,
get it twisted. FBA ain't never forgot what America done to our ancestors. Don't get it twisted.
so my point I'm trying to make is this: so when somebody make a comment like this is what, and they kept showing the American flag and all stuff like that, and I'm like, all right, that's what these white people want to put out there, that this is America and Africa and all this kind of stupid shit. But the history of Liberia is much different. America had no real presence there. Germany and the Netherlands had a better presence in Liberia.
have you ever been to Maryland County, Colin?
Yeah, I haven't been to Maryland, but I'm saying the bottom line is this: there's a myth being pushed in Liberia or the world that America had this relationship. Like I would say, the relationship they try to make it seem like the relationship between Liberia and America was the same as the relationship between the UK and Jamaica or the UK and Barbados. It simply was not the
Well,
case.
it's only that, and again, it's not their fault, but they transplanted the culture that they knew here in America.
I know, but hold on. You could transport the culture. Like, let me give you an example. This community of Samana and Dominican Republic, right? Are they Americans too?
I mean, they went to another country, and it depends on
It's
how
the
they.
same freaking
Hold
thing.
on, Colin. Let me answer the question, right? It depends on them. If they went there and they decided to leave America's behind and leave their culture behind and adapt a new culture, but that's not what happened in Liberia, and you know that. They brought their culture, they transplanted it, and they try to dominate the native with their culture that they took from America.
I don't think so. I just think bottom line is this.
You said it on your platform that
Hold on, hold on,
Liberia
hold on,
culture is like
hold
American culture, it's like African American culture.
on.
You said it here.
It is. But the
Okay,
thing
then. So how do you think it became like that?
is, African American culture. African American culture is still a subordinate, a subjective, subjugated people.
Trying
That's
to
the
say
difference.
it's like they trying to say it's like white America. There's a
Yeah.
difference between white America and black America.
Well, certain things are white American. Bantu, for
No,
example.
everything is white America because
Hold
they're
on,
the ones who built this country coast to coast.
hold on. Let me say it right.
Let me say it like that.
The African Americans invent their own style of building. They got it from the South, right? Those are Victorian era, style homes
Oh yeah,
that they built down south. That's what they
hold
took
on,
to Liberia.
hold on. We built our own style. They imitate our style. That's nothing to do with it. You could do all that, But I'm saying
No, so that's what I'm
fundamentally,
saying. If somebody comes from the South and it goes to Maryland County, if you've ever been to college, the homes there, the
I
way
know
things are
all about.
structured,
I know
it
all of that. I know
resembles like a place in Georgia.
right.
That's what people
Look,
see, and they recognize that pattern.
hold up, we all know that, right? But
Okay,
you
then. So why?
hold up. Let me say this. This is going to kill the argument right here. When the Maryland County and Liberia was built, there wasn't a sense of Americanness yet in America. The America you know right now didn't happen until after World War One, where people started calling themselves Americans. Before that time, people did call themselves Marylanders, Texans, Virginians, or Pennsylvanians, New Yorkers. You know, people didn't go by their America. America was just a concept nobody adhered to until I think many people still were deeply religious. They hold on to their religious identity
Booming, you know.
and stuff like that. So when you say they're putting in America, right? At the time, America didn't really exist. America didn't really exist until Henry Ford started this thing called Americanism, which he basically created the Pledge of Allegiance and all stuff like that, you know.
There you
Before
go,
that,
Kyla. Pledge allegiance to the FBA of
please.
America.
The bottom line is this idea that this is America. Well, when Maryland County was being developed, right? You could say Maryland in Africa, right? Because that's what Maryland County is in Liberia. Maryland in Africa.
They name the capital city Harper after a white, you know, congressman or was a senator.
It
You
doesn't
know,
really.
they
It doesn't
name
matter.
Harper after that white man, Colin.
It doesn't matter. The
It
bottom line.
does. That's why people say the influence. It does matter because
Yeah,
those
look,
places that you
I know,
name after people, their
but they
influence is over those
overemphasize.
places.
They overemphasize and over exuberate whiteness because had the white America now, Maryland was different than Monrovia, right? Because the Maryland society, I studied that really intensely, right? I got a book on African shores about Maryland and Africa. They actually took more time to build a solid relationship between the colony of Maryland and the Maryland back in America. And they were more hands on.
Yeah, and Maryland was well
Monrovia,
planned out. It was a well planned city.
Monrovia was just like they just dump people off and that was it.
So the influence of America is well pronounced in Maryland
The
County.
influence of Maryland, right?
What
It's
I
like you
mean,
got
where is Maryland, Colin? Is it in Spain or
yeah, I
is it
know,
in the
but
United States
hold
of
on. But at the
America?
time, do you understand we had a civil war? We had this is pre-Civil War. Before the Civil War, people didn't see themselves as Americans.
Listen to what I'm saying, Colin. You just made a point that the white guy went to Maryland County and said that these people think they're American. That's because as an American, if you leave here and you go into a place and you
You
start looking at the
know,
buildings, you start looking at
hold
the
on.
street names,
I
and
know
it
that.
resembles that what you know in the South or
I know that.
in Maryland County, you think this is an
Here's
imitation of the United States.
Elvis, here's the kicker. The people never said that. He said that. And a
No,
lot of
Carlo, Liberians say that all the time. They say it. There's
I
this
never
saying.
heard. Look, I've been
Listen,
to Liberia.
let me say if you never heard it. America say Liberians say that we are America's stepchild because we've had
I
this
never heard.
relationship with
Look, I
America,
hear that.
or they've never treated
Look,
us
I hear
well.
that online, but in Liberia, I
Yeah,
never
you
hear.
hear online, but who you hearing it from? Liberians.
When I meet Liberians in Liberia, they curse America. They fuck America. You
Oh
know.
no, we said it. We when I was in Liberia, people used to say that all the time.
Yeah. Well, when was this?
About Bruce Leroy. Bruce Leroy comment says
When
What is it?
you know.
Susan Rice killed African President Obama killed Gaddafi. Africans shouldn't trust African Americans.
Yeah, the Susan Rice. You know, Susan Rice was involved. Well, she wasn't really involved, but
Well,
she was around Abacha when Abacha died. She was a U.S. envoy to Nigeria. She was in Nigeria with
Obama
another guy.
wasn't really an African American though. He was.
Who? Obama?
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah. So I mean, these people,
He
they're
wasn't
well
African.
connected. All of the diplomats in Africa, even some business people,
My
like
point.
how you saw with Jeffrey Epstein, he
Oh,
was working for Mossad, working for CIA. A lot of these people do work for the CIA.
that's all good, but what the fuck does that got to do with a good brother like my good brother, Dr. Campbell?
I'm not talking about him. I'm just saying it's not far fetched
That's
that
what
some people
I'm
could
hearing is
work for the
fucked up.
CIA.
I'm here to basically let people know that this black nationalist Pan African movement, spearheaded by Black America in Africa, is real and it ain't going nowhere. So they could try all they want. They can put all the conspiracy theories they want. I call it bullshit. So other people just basically just lay down. Oh man, that's what people are saying about us. No, you got people who got put their lives on the line. It's my job to sit there and back them up. I don't even like Dr. Khan. I'm on record saying that. But I am not going to let people sit here and make it seem like that woman brought 700 black people.
Oh, that's a losing battle because I wouldn't stand here and tell you that when FBA say the Africans are working against us, they're working against our interests, which is 99% of the time not true.
First of all, when you talk about FBAs, right? And I always like to say, and I always ask you, please, one thing. Always use me as a reference, right?
You're the number one FBA.
I'm not an FBA, I don't believe that nonsense, right? I do believe the fact that Africans come over here, they're trying to make a life for themselves. And me and my brother, he was an FBA dude, right? Online, man. He used to be called FBA Detroit. His brother, for like last year, was going in on Africans, right? But now he has a change of heart. He said, now he's like anti-FBA. He's like saying, he goes, why is it that, because we know it's now with the tick of white supremacists that nobody black people is saying shit, He said, man, when this was fucking an African lady who abused this woman and y'all already up in arms with that. But we post about white people, you can't get anybody to comment, So we say like this, and also we said, why is it that, what are you mad about Africans for? Because they came here and whatever nickels and dimes that America has to offer, they're satisfied with those nickels and dimes. They'll work those shit jobs you don't want to work. And they next thing you know, they pull a life for themselves here and whatnot. And you sitting there online, fucking like he was just went in with your fucking EBT card, talking about what Africans are doing to you and whatnot, He goes, I'm sick of you dudes. I said the same thing. I said, bro, I'm serious. All they do is sit around talking about Africans and Caribbean. See, we have a way of checking our people. We know our people are full of shit. We check our people. Now, are there legitimate things the FBA talk about? Yes. Right? And I take those legitimate things and say, okay, this is where we should handle that. This is what we should do to defend ourselves. Whatever. But that FBA shit has never been legitimate. And you're sitting there taking Elvis, acting like it's a legitimate movement that you got to bounce back and forth off. That's bullshit. So that's what I'm saying. The FBA movement is not a legitimate movement. Do they got some legitimate talking points? Yeah, it does. About the culture, erasure, yeah. They got some things, we talk about. Should a foreigner be able to speak on our behalf? No, I don't think so. That's what I'm against.
Did you comment on the Juneteenth shit? Did you comment on that?
Oh, about look, this is where I see it, right? I see it. I love Afrobeats, man. I love Afrobeats. But the thing is, I don't look, and to be honest with you,
defend that, Colin. Try to defend that.
But to be honest with you, I hate to say this, man, but I like Afrobeats more than like Juneteenth. I mean,
that's all fine and dandy, but what do you think about them trying to take over Juneteenth?
First of all, I won't take any Juneteenth slander. Juneteenth is my birthday, actually. So shout out to Juneteenth.
My birthday is June 18th.
Oh shit! All right, that's cool. Mine's on June 19th.
So Bantu,
it's
right?
Gemini season.
Hold up.
Hell yeah!
Are they trying to take it over, or you got to remember something, Bantu, right?
Bro, stop this! You can't even talk. Listen,
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Give me a fucking second, man. Let me finish what I'm saying. And I know, except for I remember back in 2006, right? You got the Emoji Festival still big in America, Black America, right? You got the African American Day Parade in Black America, right? and you up until 2006, which is coming back now. You had the Afram Fest, right? Now those were all African American festivals, big, you know, the biggest festivals on the East Coast of America. You know, I mean, cities were shut down, right? But other than that, right? Other than that, you got people doing Juneteenth and whatnot, but I don't see the enthusiasm for Juneteenth as I did with Afram.
That
You know,
shit crazy, man. I seen a flyer, bro. They had goosey soup on the front with pounded
so
yam,
what
fufu.
they're saying is African Americans don't want to be part of it.
Bruh.
Why not just take it over? You know,
Shit.
is it the Africans' fault that Black Americans don't give two shits about Juneteenth?
Hey, bro, that shit crazy. You know it is.
Everybody's talking about
Look,
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth is, it extends to Africans too, because obviously, if black people were freed, you know, and we as
Yeah,
Africans were here, and that's
okay.
because of that
I mean, listen,
Emancipation Proclamation
nobody was
that
eating
allows us to be
goosey
free
soup back
also.
then. I mean, come on.
No, I
Uh,
mean, Africans are celebrating the idea that African American were free at last, free finally. So they're celebrating it in, solidarity with you guys by sharing their culture, eating their foods.
I actually, to be honest with
who-
you, I don't see, look, in these days and times, I don't see a big deal about that. You know, I just don't, you know. And so, but what happens is this: you'll have the most bougie black people who don't fucking fuck with black people at all. They're all up in arms. Oh, they're taking our holiday with our holiday. Shut the fuck up, you know. You know, because a lot of us thought the whole thing with Joe Biden and Juneteenth was stupid to begin with. You
No, we
know,
just I think personally, Juneteenth is a day to just celebrate blackness, celebrate African American blackness, celebrate African blackness in America
I
here.
don't think I don't think it's that important.
It's just a day to celebrate
Now
your
my
blackness.
whole thing is now.
you
I,
know the cold
I'm more
thing,
different than
Carla.
black people. What?
A lot of them Negroes didn't even know Juneteenth. They didn't even know they was free.
Well, to this day, majority of black people don't even know what it means.
Yeah.
Ben, do you know when the best
So,
Juneteenth was? 2016. You know, if you
well,
know,
wait,
you
so
know.
what? No, what happened?
Yeah, well, I guess it's not your birthday really, but it was Father's Day.
Oh
Obviously, it
yeah,
was
it
my
all landed
birthday,
on the same day. Yeah,
and then the
yeah.
Cavs came back and beat the Warriors from 3-1 down. So that was just the best birthday, Juneteenth, all mixed, Father's Day,
Man,
all mixed.
fuck that. The
That was a
Warriors,
historic, yeah, that
the
was a historic
Cali.
day, man.
I know you trying to shoot at Cali.
Cavs
If,
in seven, man.
if you got large numbers of Africans that live in the United States, right? Just like the Essence Festival, they're going to be attracted to anything black. And
Listen, even African goddess got sense. Look at that.
yeah, I know it's not rooting it, but the bottom line is this: you got Black Americans who go to Caribbean Day parades and stuff like that and
Yeah,
celebrate.
but so the Africans were celebrating
I'm
Juneteenth
surprised
here
as
in
hell.
America, not in Africa, right?
But do the African Americans go put on flyers and say, "Look, we got yams and collard greens and all this
They're
shit."
trying
Come
to make
on,
a
man.
buck, man. You
They're
know,
celebrating their blackness, man. But Juneteenth should be like an all-encompassing day for black people in this country. Because, like I said, without Juneteenth, without that happening, we too won't be in this country.
Listen,
We're
I'm
black
the
as
good
well, besides not
FBA.
being African
The
Americans.
rest of these FBAs like Kyle gonna rip y'all head off, man.
For
I'm
what?
not. I don't care about
For
that.
the disrespect.
That goes
Look,
What
Miss
disrespect?
Smith, Miss Smith
my point
said
is my
no
point is,
respect.
and that goes to my point what I'm talking about, right? If we were so xenophobic, right? How is it that we let people take over Essence Festival in the first place? You got more African people on black magazines now than ever was, playing black American roles, all stuff like that, right? But they want to label us. Somebody did an article the other day saying black Americans and black South Africans are the same thing. First of all, what angers me is this: Black America basically at one time was a main source of labor in this country, skilled labor, right? We had a head start for almost 100 years of entrenching ourselves. Certain states in the South could not run without black labor. especially in Virginia. The shipbuilding, everything. So we're not really. We're part of the industrialized economy of America, right? Black South Africans, for the most part, were except for a few of them, the majority of them were basically people who lived on the fringes. A lot of people complaining are people who were newly arrived 30 years ago in 94 from their homelands seeking work and modern opportunity. And they never got it because South Africa's economy shrunk. So therefore, yeah, they're in competition with immigrants. We're not in competition with immigrants in America. We're not.
Well, Kyla, usually I'm respectful to African Americans when it comes to their culture and their history. But I too, and I grew up in this country as a kid, went to elementary school here. But my point here is that I take Juneteenth as a holiday that I celebrate too, because for me it's bigger than just you know African Americans, because
Well,
it was for
maybe
Black
you,
people.
for righteous could go to do take this year and have a
Yeah,
celebration.
plus Juneteenth is my birthday, so it means even more to me. So I
So
celebrate Juneteenth.
for righteous, man. Yeah, Elvis is saying you could go celebrate Juneteenth with him. Would you go for it? For righteous?
I mean, Kyla, you just want to instigate that
Go
woman. Leave
ahead,
that woman
righteous.
alone, man.
Go with your Elvis
Yeah.
brother. Go
Yeah,
with your
Juneteenth. We
brother.
we have we have barbecues on Juneteenth.
Y'all can have a goosey soup
Yeah,
and
we
my
we we
pussy.
celebrate it actually.
Like I said, my thing is, hey, look, all that stuff is small fry. The main thing,
Yeah, it really is because most Negroes even know about that shit.
our image being tarnished, right? For some reason, there is a concerted effort, but I don't know who's behind this, right? I think people, all this talk about us going to Africa, like you got this one white guy who basically came out with a TikTok talk about Wakanda was created by a white man. He starts eating, laughing or whatnot. Like, dude, man, we're so past Wakanda right now. And they got this idea that, oh, you black people in America, you might as well stay here because you ain't gonna quit Wakanda. I said, if you guys don't like us so much, what the hell you care about what we do if we leave? You know? And so anyway, and so this guy put up a video talking about why we don't like black people because they're so violent, blah 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 blah. Completely ignoring history.
Somebody said that I'm white aligned. That's news to me. I don't know what that means. That I'm white aligned.
Who's white line?
He. They talking
I'm
about Elvis.
I'm white aligned.
Miss Smith talking about Elvis.
Smith's crazy.
That's crazy.
Anyway, my whole thing is, so this guy said this with a mask on, coward ass white guy, and then you had an African dude talk about, yes, yes, my white brother, my white brethren. He said, my white brethren. Yeah, these people over here in America just don't know and that blah blah
Kyle,
blah.
I don't believe that, Kyle. You gotta show the video. I don't believe that. That might just be another
Yeah, show
slander.
that video. Show that video,
Yes, my
man.
white brother.
Well,
I
and it
want
was
to.
in the comment section.
Oh,
Okay.
it's in the
All
comment
right.
section.
And so he was like, basically,
So
basically saying,
how do you know his accent, Colin, if you wrote it in the comment section?
because I know how to speak. And it
Yes,
was
my
like it's
white brother.
a funde, whatever, whatever. I'm like, I said to myself, and I keep hearing, seeing more and more African guys when there's a racial, white racist, like we got this one white racist is a clown. He goes, man, about the black people had a low IQ, right? I said, I can't believe this guy's saying this, right? And then I wrote, this is how I kill them. I always kill these motherfuckers. Yeah, I would. I look, like I said, I'm gonna start letting white people on the show, so I can show you how to handle these motherfuckers, right? Because they're really incredibly stupid. I said, okay, if we all low IQ, David Stewart worth $20 billion. How many of you are worth $20 billion? How many of you got a bank account? If he's so stupid,
Kyla, let me ask you a question, right? Because this is getting to me. Usually, I ignore the comment section, right? But as a black man, do you celebrate the independence of Liberia? Especially somebody who knows about the history as a
like
black person.
I've been to a Liberian. And I've been to the embassy in Washington. Yeah, I celebrate. You know,
Yeah, I mean, it means something for black people, worldwide. So to say that as a
well,
black person, I can't celebrate Juneteenth.
it means something to me because I know the history of the country. So
Celebrated, but they saying they trying to hijack.
Nah, look for it's
They
a
trying to put
monumentous
somebody.
day.
I think it's a dude from Ghana, right? They try to put somebody from Ghana in the front.
It's the
uh,
end of slavery, man. That's
back
the
then,
worst thing that happened to black people in this country.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking shit about that fucking reparation bullshit that Ghana trying to pull with fucking
oh
bitch
yeah,
ass Macron.
I
I
want
couldn't
you to know,
call in.
like,
I
that was an 8 hour show, man.
couldn't call in, motherfucker.
That was tailor made for you, man.
I like that. I wanted to call in.
That's what I'm saying. It's time for you to throw in the
That's
towel.
all right. We will circle back around to it. That's all right.
It's time for you to throw in the towel, man.
Man, I don't know what Ghana got cooked up with France and Macron.
But the bottom line
But
is,
listen,
Benson Bentica, if you want your reparations check,
listen. Here.
yo,
Ghana gonna wind up getting fucked.
you want that check or what?
Relax,
Ghana gonna
Benson.
wind up getting fucked. Listen to that LG laughing. He already know.
Yo, do you want that check or what?
They gonna say, yeah, we gonna give y'all your artifacts back, and y'all gonna pay us with all the. I'm telling you, some dumbass motherfuckers, like you said before.
Yeah, but the bottom line is the part about compensation for slave descendants. Ghana's gonna be handling that. So if you want your reparations check, man, you better get
God
over.
ain't gonna do shit like Kidola, dumbass. He came up there and bust your bubble. God
Yeah, but hold on.
ain't gonna do
No,
shit.
Dola is just angry with Ghana.
God ain't gonna do
He's
shit.
angry with Ghana. Now, if For Righteous wants her welfare, if she wants her reparations check, she'll have to go to Ghana.
What the fuck they? What the fuck they?
I don't know.
Are
I
they
don't know
cozying up with
why the
fucking
ladies are
Macron?
so angry at black people celebrating Juneteenth, man.
For Righteous,
It's a momentous day for black people in this country, man, for both African Americans and other black people alike.
I tell
So
you
we
something.
celebrate the day.
What you call it? For
Yeah,
Righteous, For Righteous basically reported me to Donald Trump.
you reported you to Donald Trump. What the fuck?
Miss Smith said, "Shut up, Elvis."
I don't know what I said. What you said fuck me for? What did I do?
They
I ain't
say
doing
you
nothing.
trying to hijack Juneteenth, nigga. Shut up.
Me, I'm gonna have a little barbecue on my patio.
For Righteous.
It's my birthday. People's gonna come over.
Yo,
It's gonna be a nice day for me.
Ghana handling the reparations is the right thing to
It'll be
do.
a great day for me. Shit. Juneteenth or not.
Because I look at it like this: if Ghana starts getting payout, man, there's a lot of roads.
Ghana ain't finna get shit, man. What are you
Hold
talking?
on. Yo, back to Medika. You ain't look at the bigger picture.
All right. Paint the
You want
picture.
a payout, right? But Ghana needs roads, it needs bridges, it needs infrastructure. So what would you think is more important?
Motherfuck Ghana, all right? How the fuck you the main fucking sellers of slaves and you trying to double back 500 years later? She talking about you owe some money. What the fuck, man? You better go talk to Macron so y'all can get y'all artifacts back. But as far as getting paid for FBA, it's not happening.
Yeah, but like I said, bottom line is they're gonna be the ones when they start dealing out compensation for victims. It's gonna be in Ghanaian court system.
How the fuck are they the victim, man? You said they the victim. How?
No, you got to be a play. You got to sign an affidavit.
How the fuck is Ghana the victim when they was the ones selling?
I'm not saying that.
They stole our Ashanti brothers from the coast, man, from the Gold Coast. Benson.
Ashanti stole the Ashantis. Sold them.
Also, check this out. Let me say this, right? Before you get your panties in a bunch. Ghana's doing this on behalf of all the slave trade all along the coast.
Ghana is full of shit, man.
And so
Telling you right now.
That's the best chance y'all got to get in y'all check.
Well, let's see how it will be back in like a couple of weeks. And you said, damn, they signed some deal with France. They ain't getting shit.
What you call Elvis? You need to get pimp slapped. Ooh. For Righteous, actually in rare form tonight.
Oh shit. You
I
got
don't know why she's mad at me. I've never said anything to her, so I don't know why she's mad about.
That's pretty
So
funny.
it's all love, for Righteous. Be
Afro
safe.
Theory said Ghana's not trying to get reparations for Black America.
It's getting reparations for victims of the transatlantic slave trade. If you happen to
Who's
be
the
Black
victim? That all they giving
American,
back is some
you gotta go there.
artifacts, man.
You got to go there and fill out an affidavit. And also, what do you think about IC3? He's going to go and get the.
Yeah, he got to sell that. He got to sell that contraption
I'm
to the
having
Ghanaians still.
I'm having hope for you guys. If IT3 gets his computer thing up and running, and whatnot, by Ghana, man, you could be able to file a complaint. Say I'm bad to and file a complaint because under stress of slavery, $1 million, right? Whatever you
Hey,
think.
but this is really interesting though what Ghana is doing. But at the end of the day, we know what's going to happen.
Nada.
Exactly. Is Ghana going to?
Maybe Rico. Maybe they are. You might have to go to Ghana to get your check at the castle,
Is
man.
Ghana going to hand out reparation checks at the slave?
You gotta go. You gotta go wait for them there, Rico. They give you a check. They give you two. They give you a bonus check. Guess what? Going to Africa to get it. I mean, Ghana ain't asking for no checks. Ghana just talking about getting their shit back from Britain.
Yeah, that's what
People
I'm saying. What
acknowledging
they
that
gonna
slavery
get?
was a
It's
crime against humanity.
Some fucking
That's it.
artifacts.
spearheaded by a lot of black people that live in Ghana, and they're saying all the stuff, the atrocities that happened in Africa. One was a transatlantic slave trade, others were stolen artifacts, and they put it
Yeah.
into this big thing where France is looking at the whole thing like, and we can heal the relationships. Yeah, and part of it's gonna be compensation. So you might be able to get some Bantu Mandinka,
Man, please. I doubt it.
Four Right says should be a class action. Look, you are not a hold up.
We're gonna be at Elmina Castle.
Yeah, look
Give us our
what
check.
she says. Ghana is a nation state. She goes Democrats, Congressional Black Caucus, NAACP. Is that supposed to be a joke? Poor righteous, you're powerless. You're absolutely powerless. You're stateless. You're powerless. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. That's what I tell you. I said we need an Afghanistan. No, we don't need no damn Afghanistan. We're not. Okay. Now, look, whatever it is, they want to give you reparations. They can give each other reparations. They could give your reparations money to the United States government. And United States, man, something. We suffered the loss of slavery. When slavery ended, we got bankrupt. We want to be compensated.
Snake ass motherfucker Macron only said he's gonna meet them and talk. So it ain't like they gonna meet them and talk in the back room and say,
Yeah,
okay.
but the thing is that all the years of the Congressional Black Caucus and Cobra,
Oh yeah, we know that's a
ALOS,
joke. They don't.
FBA,
Yeah.
they couldn't get no talk with a high level, powerful person like that.
Yeah, well, who? Macron?
Yeah.
Who the fuck want to talk to Macron, man?
Well, he's with a stroke of his pen, he could put $1 billion in your bank account overnight.
And yeah, let him sit. Get him in a room with me if you can. If you got use contact, get him in a room.
Capability of giving out easily.
What you gonna do to him, Bantu?
I ain't gonna do nothing. We're just gonna talk,
FBA all day, FBA all day.
Fuck how you want to talk to this bastard?
Wish you got against Elvis. Elvis is emotionally vacant, empty, wandering around Minnesota, kissing the feet of whites, pretending to be us, backstabbing us when we look away. Pure devil in the flesh. Wow, that's deep.
I don't know what I did to these women to get them so bad at me.
Hey, bro, you trying to steal a holiday, man? They don't
Nah,
like
man,
that.
Juneteenth. I, you know me. I stay out of Black Americans issue, man. But I claim Juneteenth. I celebrate it. I have barbecue on that day. It's my
Yeah, he
birthday.
think it's special because it's on his
Yeah,
birthday. He
Me,
think it's
Juneteenth.
special.
I don't,
yeah. Plus,
I don't
it's
do
black
anything on,
people's freedom, man. I'm a black man in this country too.
look, I don't do anything on Juneteenth because I do everything with my family. We don't do nothing on Juneteenth, so I don't do anything.
Especially if it falls on the Father's Day. It's
It's
like a big.
always, yeah, my
No,
birthday,
it's always
Father's
closer
Day,
around. I don't think it falls.
Juneteenth.
I think this year is it's on a Friday. So in a couple
Yeah,
of years it'll be on a Sunday on a
my
Father's
daughter's
Day.
birthday is on the 24th of June. So my sister, there's
Sister,
a lot of June baby.
my sister birthday is on the 1st. My niece's is on the 15th.
My niece is
I have
in
a close
June,
friend
my
that's on the
sister,
16th.
my auntie. So a lot of June baby.
What is Kyla's birthday? Kyla's birthday is in what? Like January, right? Or some shit like that.
Yours is December.
December. Okay, it's close to that. January.
Yes, yes.
Man,
Yeah. So these lies about xenophobia, that's a lie, but it's gonna become. It might be start becoming a reality because you know, hey,
We be reality.
the hate.
Enrico Miller said, if Ghana steal that money, then we'll be worse than South Africa. Everyone works flip flops getting put.
You said it's a lie
Rico,
now, but I'm
Rico
saying
Miller making a preemptive threat, man. He said, if Ghana
it
steal
could
that money, that
become.
reparation money, they're going to beat our ass, all the
If
Africans in
Ghana
America.
steal that money, then
They're
we'll
going
be worse than South Africa.
they gonna start pimp slapping all the Africans for wearing flip
If
flops.
Ghana gets the money, whatnot, it has a lot of infrastructure. You got at least that flooding in Accra. Like Ghana got some
Yeah,
major
got
Well, I
infrastructure.
washed
mean, why do
away.
people even think this is a possibility that money's that's supposed to come to African Americans would be diverted to Ghana? I mean, come on, guys, be
No,
smart.
but Ghana is the one facilitating it.
That's
No,
that's
but it's not going to go to
That's
them.
Colin, man. That's Colin with this bullshit. He's spreading
The
lies.
people that even think that that's a possibility are not using their brains properly. That's not how it works. In international court, you have to be an injured party. So Ghana has to show that the slaves, those
America,
African Americans in America, were their citizens, and Ghana didn't even exist during the
That's
days of
why
slavery.
Colin gonna get fucked, man.
Ghana can only intercede. An international court, you have to be represented by a
You
particular.
think that devil don't know they was selling slaves? He's gonna be like, wait a minute, wasn't y'all the main motherfucker? Come here.
The bottom line is this: the modern Republic of Ghana is the one bringing the suit. So that's further that that's further than anybody in the past has gotten. You know, they got the UN to vote on a resolution. I'm like, damn. So that's
Hey
pretty.
man, they gonna get him to cut the checks. That's all I'm
Well, they got to cut it to Ghana first.
miss me with the rest. Yeah. They
Yeah,
probably gave him them fucking artifacts shit, knowing they dumbass.
yeah, but that was just one thing. The artifacts is one thing, reparations is another thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's a whole different thing. So
So Ghana is basically spearheading them all of them because none of these other African countries ever stepped up and did anything. So Ghana's like, oh, we'll do it.
well, listen. I hope they get some. I hope they don't get raped like as usual. But I hope they do get some. Uh, but I don't really think it's gonna turn out good for them to be telling you the truth.
Well, I can always say, all I know is the FBA movement tried to stop the Bahama at the UN the burial ground, whatever, in the speech. They didn't do that. They failed, and also now, coming up that victory lap. You guys are
Off that victory lap, they just signed all kind of deals with the what is the fuck you call it over the UK, the UAE, all those European users security deals so they can send drones to West Africa. You talking about they did something? Well, who are you kidding?
oh, was business
I didn't
deal.
forget.
Buy
I didn't forget, Colin.
they're gonna buy drones or
Yeah,
whatever.
there you go. EU. Smitty. They
Ghana.
gonna buy drones. They ain't finna do shit.
So
They signing all kind of deals, talking about we all here fighting for reparations. Lying motherfucker. Excuse my language.
now African guys, for righteous is crazy. She goes, they have always been partners. This proves my point. Pan Africanism is colonization towards Black America. So now, basically, she's saying that Ghana is trying to colonize Black America. This is getting insane, man. I tell you.
Okay, what did I forgot to say? Ghana is dumping non-Ghanaian deportees at its border, often with no food.
Yeah, they're tired of feeding these deportees. I seen a lady. She was crying because she got to get off that plane.
Hey,
Like
I don't mean to laugh, man, but goddamn, bro, this shit ain't funny.
For righteous says she was gonna sue Ghana. Just to wait and see. Give me 2 years. Well,
They
you
ain't got shit. They ain't got shit. All right,
better basically get her affidavit in there so she can be on the list of people considered for reparations.
hell no. Shit. Hey, Rico Miller, you gonna be at the slave dungeon talking about where my check, and they gonna re-enslave your ass.
I will sue Ghana. Wait and see 2 years. It's like I said, the reparations movement is bringing out the worst in people.
Yeah, these motherfuckers think they get smell some money, they start going crazy. The fuck up.
But
Ghana took money to take those deportees. Now they're mistreating them.
like I
Oh,
said, another thing
yeah,
out
African
for
guys. Remember, Carla was talking all that shit about how they was getting the money for the deportees, and now they dumping them and shit. Oh, wow.
what deportees from America?
Yeah, remember we was talking about
They
that?
said they would take them. What happened?
Yeah, they took the money,
You
and
know,
now they taking them and dumping them in.
yeah, but they never said they had to.
They dumping them in a fucking bush.
They never said they had to keep them.
You think these motherfuckers is worthy of getting some fucking reparations, man? Come on. They taking the deportees and killing them in the bush. Hey, fuck you, niggas. We just wanted the money.
It's the government. The government. The government. The government. The government. The government.
The government not thinking about reparations. My damn sure ain't going after them. Get
I'm not.
them, yeah, they get them checks rolling. Nigga, I'm coming, but it
What,
ain't happening.
if they said you get a check, but you have to leave America? Would you take the check, man? Too
How much is the check?
150,000.
That's it.
Yeah, $150,000. You can do a lot with that in Africa.
One time payout to leave America. Man, give me the check. Fuck,
You be out of here.
I'll leave, man.
Yeah, so that's what they want. I heard some white supremacists saying they probably worth the money to spend.
They not gonna do it, man. Get the fuck out.
You take the money, but you're gone.
I take the money and run. Fuck.
This what you call app, Miss Smitty. You really think anyone's planning on giving you $600,000? You know, Miss Smitty. You are not going. No, that's at Smitty. Is there Miss Smitty and at Smitty? Are they two different people?
Ghana is going to negotiate a deal for Black Americans to get
Yeah, Tyler.
150K.
They're two
Yeah.
different people. I think Schmitty is a guy that's in Africa. He says he's an African American, and of course, Miss Smith is MP. Remember MP? That's her new page.
No, I don't know who MP is. What was
You
that?
don't know who MP is, College? She's been on your show for like 2 years before she changed her name.
No.
Hey,
She,
African goddess, I'm
Oh,
sorry about
she,
what's,
she
know,
that chick,
because
crazy chick.
okay, I guess Smith is not. Smitty is not in Africa. I guess he's here. But yeah, she's been in the show, man. I don't know if she's ever called him, but she's been an active member. She kind of stay away for a little bit, but she's coming around again. She's been on your show, man. She's one of your best, most
not funny.
active viewers, Colin. How can you not know who she
And
is?
Rico, but ain't nobody leave America for 150 shit.
Yeah, that's not a good deal because you can make that if you depending on how much you make a
150K?
year, you can make 150K in a couple years time. Depending if you're lower earner, just maybe like 3 or 4 years, you can make 150K. So
But
leaving
yeah, I
and
mean,
going to spend that in Africa where you probably won't recoup, it's not a smart
yeah,
idea.
it's so desolate in Africa, bro.
Even
Hey,
if you go to Europe, I mean, you're gonna have to spend a lot of it to even settle in to get your. You can't even buy a house with that money. Maybe you can build a house in Africa with like
Ghana,
60K.
man, knowing Ghana, they'd be like, yeah, we're gonna give y'all the money. Yeah,
But
America,
stop.
give us
This is
the
a, this
money.
is this is slander to
And
Ghana
then,
because
and then they
Ghana
gonna
is
like
not trying to get
they said
reparation money for
they gonna
African
dump us at
Americans.
the fucking border in the bush.
Tyler, I don't know who's spreading this news that Ghana is actively trying to get reparation money for slavery that happened to African
I
Americans.
never
The
said
United
God
States.
money. I think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, if they're getting any money, it's not going to be because of African American slavery. The
Think
United States has
about
already rejected, the petition. They're not even
conversation.
entertaining it. So who's
Start
Ghana going to get money from for slavery? It's probably going
basically
to be
what Muhammad said was
I'm
we
saying, what
believe
are they?
the transatlantic slave trade was wrong.
yeah.
Right? So if you really was wrong, do you believe the descendants of those transatlantic deserve some sort of regress that they never got? Yes or
Yeah.
no?
So why is African Americans even talking about? Because America is not even entertaining the question. So any money that Ghana gets will not be coming from United States of America. So that's not your own reparation money. So why are they getting mad about it?
Because Africans are handling it, not them.
Because they don't have. He shouldn't be saying even including the transatlantic slave trade. What they got to do with France and America? That's two different things.
Another man's intent. I don't know what you mean by that. How can I speak for another man's? Who's the other man? I don't get
Those-
it. I'm just telling you the facts. Ghana, America, the United States of America rejected the claims of Ghana at the United Nations, right? So they're not entertaining it. So if you have this idea that Ghana is getting money, it's definitely not coming from the United States. And if it's not coming from the United States, it's not reparation for American chattel slavery. Even if they get it from Britain, that was their former, colonial masters or colonizer. They are right to get money from them
So the
because
British already said that if Ghana pursues this, they're going to suspend visas and green cards to people in the country and restrict travel if they try.
yeah, I know it was Macron that said he would look into it. He was trying to pander to Ghana. He's the
Doing
only
all of
person
this
that gave a
shit.
favorable answer to the question. He said he would study it or some shit.
Hey, fuck
But
the reparations shit. Why is Ghana doing all these deals with the EU and all that? Fuck the dumbass reparations talk that Kyle talking about. He just
you
trying to
know,
say, oh,
we was having this conversation on Dynasty's platform, right? And I was so baffled and disappointed with the conversation because people was talking about how the white people or the Europeans are taking advantage of Africans. I wish I've given I would have given this example, right, Bantu and Kyla. You're in America, right? You think when you go to the bank with a 500 credit score, they treat you the same way they treat a person with 700 credit score? Of course not. So when the Africans say we're not getting favorable terms, they're ripping us up. Look, you can't go buy a car and you have poor credit. You're going to get charged a lot of interest. You're not going to get favorable rates. So when Africans, most of them don't have credit ratings as a nation. They've defaulted on their loans. They're in structural repayment plans and structural, adjustment programs. You don't have the leverage, so you're going to pay with your natural resources as a guarantor for that, for that loan that you're taking out. You're going to be taxed, at a higher interest rate because you have poor credit rating and a poor credit history. All of those things are a factor. It's just like they're dealing with a country, so you think it's different. But these people are actually helping Africa because most of these countries depend on those loans to run their nations. Without taking $100 million or $400 million from the IMF, a lot of African countries don't have enough internal revenues to run their countries. So they have to take those loans. So if the white men say, you know what, we don't want to take advantage of the Africans anymore, we're going to stop loaning them money at all, regardless of the circumstance, regardless of the country, no loans to African countries. You know what will happen in Africa? A lot of these countries will go, but even the United States borrowed trillions of dollars from other countries, Japan, China.
African goddess, what the fuck is Ghana up to? They
Yeah.
destroy. Hey, everything you said is right. That was because listen, why they doing that shit? Why can't they do work internally?
Because that's what I'm telling you. Because if you African countries need to borrow money, that's how the countries work. They're poor. They're cash strapped. They're not raising
But
enough
that's
revenue
what
through
the
taxes.
AES was created for, so they can come together. But look what happened to Nebu and
AES
what's
themselves
it,
are looking for
Muhammad and
deals.
all these motherfuckers they going against.
Yeah, AES signed to help deal with the United States for like $56 million. All of these guys are looking for aid. When you really look inside of these governments, right? They're cash grab. Look at Senegal. A lot of people praise Senegal. They're relatively developed. They have a stable democracy, but they're in a debt crisis. The economy is going down to
What about the Ivory Coast? I hear good things.
same
Tell
thing with
me,
the Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast take a lot of loans. They've done a lot of infrastructure in recent years, but it took a lot of loans to build this infrastructure. You know, so a lot of these countries are living on loans. They're they're developing with borrowed money. That's just the way it works. People
so I
don't know
mean, I
that.
guess yeah, it's safe to say they fucked, right? That is, I was saying
No, the point
because
is,
African goddess says your viewpoint ignores the history of exploitation.
yeah, that may be true, the history of it, but the present day, the current reality is that these are just banking practices, and most Africans are not good, borrowers. They are,
Like our good brother Philly Yardstick, they don't understand how the world works. He goes,
Hey man,
they have they have resources for everyone using. Yeah, but the thing is, they could sit on those resources. They could sit on copper for like 10 years.
if
They're not.
they just had
yeah, copper. Yeah,
intra
having copper
country
under your ground
trade,
doesn't feed your
if
your
they just sit
population.
down and shut the fuck up for 100 years with
Yeah,
intra country trade, they would be all right. Well,
yeah,
hey,
they
listen,
won't be banned to that. That's the thing. Look, if a person is desperate and they have a car that's worth 5,000, but someone know that you're desperate, they're not going to pay you 5,000 for that car.
isn't this desperate?
You'll be lucky to get 3 grand for it. So these countries have the natural resources, but they're desperate for cash. So what do? They sell it at a a lower rate to get that cash in as soon as possible. So you're not the white man is not coming to you to pay you
It's
top
sad
dollar for your
thing,
resources.
man. It's a sad thing, Colin.
I mean, the Pan Africans are always deluded with this idea that the white man should be altruistic to the Africans. These are
Well, the
these
Pan
are
African
bankers.
idea that Africans have so much minerals and the Africans have a bargaining chip. They don't. Who has the power is the one who buys the minerals and uses them. Africa has to get to the point where they use it and use those minerals to build finished products. That's when Africa will finally have power. Until then, it
Mm.
ain't going
Take
nowhere.
yeah, take these Arab countries, Carter. You know what they did? In the beginning, it was exploitative as hell because the British came in and started Saudi Aramco with the Americans, and they got the bulk of the oil, they got the bulk of the revenue. But over the years, as Arabia, the Saudis became more educated, they became wealthier. They took more and more control of their oil. But in the beginning, they were exploited for sure. They were exploited. So what are we saying? You know,
That's right, African goddess. Ain't no excuse for that shit, man.
Mr. Smith, nobody's removing your comments. I don't know.
and African goddess, you're right to an extent, right? But that's what We have a saying like Beer, when you're not inside of it, you don't know. So unless you get into government and you look at the bottom line, you look at your liabilities and your assets and what you're bringing in revenue, and you realize that what you need to run your government is not enough, you have to borrow. You have to borrow. And when you go to borrow, your rate, your
No,
credit
I'm
history,
laughing at Rico, dumbass.
yeah, your credit history, your current, GDP, all of those things are a factor, and most African countries are not doing very great. So their loans are not going to be favorable. So that's just it. I don't think there's any African country that can afford not to borrow money. I don't think there's one on the continent. Even Egypt is getting $2 billion in aid every year, and a bunch of other countries get aid from the United States and Europe, and they desperately depend on those aid to run their governments. You know.
Hey, Kyla, turn off that fuck.
No, Kyle's in the hospital. I don't know if you noticed,
I
Ben,
know
through
you're in the
his.
hospital, but turn off
You
that
can't you
fucking
can't turn it off. Those are things that's
oh,
monitoring. You got the little machine that
oh,
monitors the heart rate, the blood pressure, all of those things.
all that IV shit.
I don't know what that's all about.
No.
And they're supposed to be doing that. They're supposed to just shut it off this time of night.
Oh.
Carlo, you the one making noise at this time of night in the hospital or the show. Hey, you think it's them.
Nigga doing a show from his fucking
Doing the show for your
hospital.
hospital bed. Carlo, you dedicated, man. I give you credit for that.
Oh,
Shit.
I slept all freaking day today, so I'm up all night. I ain't gonna be able to fall asleep, so I might as well deal with you fools. No, that's it. Let me go harass.
Hey, FBA
Carlo, put the
on.
link. Put the link in, man. Let our good brother Steve come up, man. You know he wants to come up. I know you guys are not soccer fans, but there was a big soccer game today that happened. Arsenal was playing Paris Saint Germain from France,
It's
and
called
they lost. So it's a good
Versus
day for
who?
me. I'm a Chelsea fan. Fuck Arsenal.
France, France versus who?
There's a soccer team from France called Paris Saint Germain. They play a English team from England called Arsenal. It's like
Well,
the
was it
biggest.
like a championship
Yeah, it's
game or
like a
something?
championship game. It's like the biggest club championship game.
Oh,
And
I know that
Arsenal,
shit.
yeah,
Got
Arsenal has
played.
never won it, and they lost on penalty kicks. So
Yeah,
that
soccer
sucks
is
for them. But I'm
big.
happy that they lost.
I'm not a soccer fan, but I know that shit is huge.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah,
Yeah,
the entire world was going crazy today,
yeah.
especially the soccer fans. But yeah, I mean, shit. It said Elvis, respect. You don't live here. You don't see waste and what these politicians spend the bottom. I agree with you. I'm saying yes, it's true. They borrow the
Hey,
money and they steal
we
some of the
fucking
money.
slicing you up today.
But without borrowing money, these guys can't run their government effectively. That's the point that I'm making. It's like once you go in there and you look at the books in a corporation, you realize, oh wow, yeah, these guys are paying payroll. Yes, they're doing this, but really they're drowning. That's how most African governments are. You know, like take Liberia for example, right? We have a population of about 6 million people. Our national budget is like 1.2 billion. That's the entire budget for the country to run on. About 94% of that entire budget is going towards recurring expenditures, so paying salaries, servicing debts, and things of that nature. You barely have $200 or $300 to invest in education, healthcare, and other things in the country. So that's a very poor country. And most African countries are like that, you know, because the biggest part of your budget goes towards reoccurring expenditures, paying salaries, paying teachers, paying legislatures, government workers, all of those things. And then you talk about paying your debt that you already took. Some of them is in the billions of dollars. You got to service those debts, paying the interest on it.
I got
You know.
Steve and
This
Condola.
is different as fuck, man. Just keep it simple.
Hey, now I ain't come out here and say too much, but Vodka wanted to say he was sorry about what happened earlier on the little chat thing.
Yeah, that little you know me. I can't fucking take disrespect.
Right.
I gotta lie.
Who's Michael?
Yeah, he said he was out of line, man. Yeah, so that's all I had to say about that.
It's all good. It's all good. Water under a bridge.
Come chill with us, Steve. Don't run away, man. Where Rico
Oh,
at?
y'all
Rico, come
talking
up,
about
Rico.
something else? What the fuck y'all talking
Kyler be on multiple platforms, but
about?
Yeah, I was
he
uh,
in
said he
Philly
just
during the group. They got to a little argument, a little heated argument,
uh,
I told him like you gotta leave the family out of it. Don't be-
Yeah. Let me get Kidola on. Let me ask Kidola a question. Kidola,
Tell him Kadola Gunn ain't doing shit.
Kidola, let me ask you a question, Kidola. Now they're saying I know how you feel about this, but I want you to think. Open your heart up, Kidola. Instead of like, when you do, I say open your heart, you always tend to rip the heart out and drop kick somebody in the head. Let's not do that tonight. Let's try to understand, right? They're pushing a lie that Black America is xenophobic towards a thing. Can you show me any evidence of that, Kidola? Kidola's at.
Elvis, is you are in debt. Do you need criminals in charge of the money and resources? African goddess said.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, right? But that's what I keep saying. So you elect your leaders. African people elect their leaders, and every leader, every successive leader that they elect, tend to borrow money, right? And of course, a large portion of that money is going to be misappropriated. It's going to be embezzled, but a portion of it is going to be used for running government, maybe investing in its people. So if you have a degenerate criminal who takes 80% of the money and put it in foreign bank accounts and steal it, then that's them. But you get the leaders you deserve. I think it's an African guy to say, you get what you deserve in life. Most of these things are reflective, like
She
relationships,
said
right?
y'all deserve that shit.
Yeah,
She said
because
y'all deserve that shit.
they had Peter L.B., who many
Yeah,
people thought was more integrous. They didn't vote for him. They voted for Tinubu. People said
ain't
the election
shit
was
follow.
stolen, but
I
Nigerians
miss
didn't
him.
rise up to protest the quote unquote alleged stolen, election. So they got what they got. In other African
Damn,
countries the same way.
African goddess. She said y'all deserve that bullshit. I mean, he said that it's rigged. She said it's rigged, man. Stop the cat.
So I mean, what can we do then? What can if the elections is rigged and the criminals are the ones that's doing the rigging and they're in power and they're borrowing money in your name and stealing the money? What can you do about it? Do you have a revolution? Do you go out in the street and fight your government to remove them from power? Do you
Man,
have Do you have your 11th military coup in
the way it's
Nigeria?
looking, y'all gonna have to, cause there ain't nothing else. It
What do you
really
do?
ain't.
Because trust me, then it was a point in time when Nigerians was happy that military came and took over, and then soon after they were angry and feeling bad that the military was in power and they wanted to go back to civilian rule. So
Do.
yeah.
Nigerians are living under military dictatorship. If you protest, you die.
That's what I'm saying. So they're like in a what are they in a health? They're in a tough spot. You don't have free elections and you can't protest against rigged elections. So what do you do? All right. Because I followed that election. What was it? 2023. You know that election was crazy.
Yeah, but it's an old saying that you stop digging, but the African they just keep on digging a hole. They digging themselves deeper and deeper.
I think
Once
NPR.
you once you see yourself getting too deep, you don't got sense enough to stop digging. Hey, that's on you.
Yeah, I
Just
think
like
Miss
you
Smith
said,
might be a Pan Africanist, and she has this rosy picture of what Africa is. That's the reality. College, he's been on the continent. He knows it.
Who has a rosy picture?
Miss Smith, she says that I'm indoctrinated because I'm telling her, the truth about why African countries are boring. money and that they have to borrow these monies. And if the white man stop borrowing, loaning money to Africans, there would be, there'll be civil wars all over the continent, man.
See, that's why FBAs can't stand Africans. You're always talking about what the white man, if it the fuck. Man.
You say it again? Say it again.
Who, me?
Yeah, yeah.
I said that's why FBAs hate Africans, because they always talking about what the white man gonna help them do and all this shit.
Oh.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like people don't understand, right? In Africa, right? The AFB, PB, the African Bank for Development, is a bank that barely loans over $100 million, right? Barely. So it's a lot more strenuous to get loans from the African Bank for Development than the IMF, than the World Bank, you know, because those banks have special programs for international, for nations to borrow from. And then they have a guidelines for, what your qualification needs to be. A lot of African countries don't have, credit ratings. They don't have a credit rating for, you know, these African nations. So their loans are very risky. So instead of just giving them the loan, they use their collateral, which is their natural resources, to guarantee that loan. That's just how it works. That's nothing I'm saying here is defaming Africa. I'm just telling you the truth. Many of you may not know it, but that's how it works. Parliament know this, maybe.
What what specific?
Man, we just speak it plain. They get it fucked.
Yeah, what you call it. The world works on credit. This country was founded on credit. America had to borrow money from the British, the French, and all these other people as creditors, and it found that they were good credit worthy because it was expanding, and they could pay the money back. Then during the Civil War times, right, when the South North began to try to impose restrictions on slavery, the South started its own bank system, Confederate, and started pulling out its own loans against international wishes.
Hey, nah, Elvis think he think they're gonna borrow their way out of the hole. It's not gonna happen.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, these guys are just, I don't
Uh,
know. They like people to tell them what they like, what they want to hear. That the white man is the problem and Africa is going to rise up. I'm telling you the reality, right? Once you get into power, especially these politicians who are out of power, once they get into the government coffers and they realize, oh, this is our national reserve. It's only like $151 million, which is peanuts for a country. You know, this is this is our our liabilities. We have $248 million in debt, and we got to pay 16 or $20 million this year to service the interest on that debt. Okay, this is our projection for how much revenue we can raise through domestic tax, you know, and this is what we want to do. These are the projects we want to spend. We can't afford to do these things. We don't have the money. We don't have the income. Our income to debt ratio is too high. So we have to do it. We have to borrow money. That's the realization that many governments in Africa come to. So what are you getting mad at me for telling you it?
yeah. At the end of the day, look, what they doing with the money? They're not doing shit, man.
Man, to run a country, right? Even a small country like Liberia, right? Our national budget should be somewhere around $20 billion to effectively run our country. It's only 1.2 billion, and that's the highest in the history of our country. Next year it's probably going to be less than that because we got a bonus from a mining concession agreement of $200 million, so that kind of bumped it up a little bit. But
Like
you
you're
know,
saying they
we'll
can't do shit with the
yeah,
money
we're
because
only
it
running
ain't
on a
enough.
percentage of what we really need to run our country and be effective. You know. You know what the United States budget yearly budget is?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's close to I think it's close to it's over $1 trillion, right? Because we spend almost 900 billion dollars just on the military alone yearly. I think it's like 10 or 12 trillion dollars a year for the
Yeah,
United
that's
States
crazy.
to run this country. And Africa, in my country, would barely have $1 billion to run it. So yeah,
laughing at Rico?
What you laughing at, man? Rico be saying all kind of crazy shit.
Nah,
It
not
seems most
Rico.
African countries
Yeah.
are welfare recipients international bank. Yeah, this is true, Rico. You said it, and it's it's sad to say, but it's true. Well, African goddess about countries, the USA. That's why yeah, for the most part, I've lived here almost 20, maybe 24, 25 years. So yeah, it's my country, sure.
I
But
mean, Elvis is a straight up American now. So hey,
what I'm saying, how many of you knew this? Because the Africans will tell you on these different platforms. Oh yeah, white man. Like I listened to this lady V or this lady Rokoya on Dinosaur's platform. Or Carla, you remember that lady Wildflower who always blamed the white man?
the
Yeah.
one from Britain. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, look, you go to them. If you go to the bank to go borrow money from the banker, you think the banker is your problem? You went to them to borrow money. They don't come and thrust money upon you by force. You know.
Type of people embarrassing the black race all over the world. That blame then she blamed Black America for being part of it. Well, you live in America.
Part of what though?
I'm like, what the hell is that got to do with me?
No, because you're adjacent to the devilish white man that's done all the terrible things to black people worldwide.
But in the same breath, they'll sit there and say, "Oh, that's their best friend." Man, get the fuck out of it.
And white people ain't that bad, man.
I'm saying that white people has actually been a net positive for black people globally. I'm going to
His
say it.
best friend is a goddamn
Who best friend?
Steve. His best friend is
Oh,
a
his
No,
best
goddamn.
friend is white Steve.
it ain't. It ain't because of that, bro. It's because of like. I mean, I just see how black people treat each other, and I'm like, man. I said, like, listen, bro.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying, Steve. White people has been
listen,
a net positive. And again, I'm saying net positive because they've done a lot of negative
looking
shit.
at these niggas,
I mean, they
Colin.
did, like I said, they did some negative stuff, but everything
Yeah.
that you see,
But they've been
all the crazy stuff white people have done, black
yeah.
people have done the
Colin.
same thing. So
They've
I
been a
don't.
net positive for
These
black people.
Negroes
I
is
don't.
gone, man. You hear me, Colin?
Let me tell you this, right, Steve? I think they did it with
Mhm.
two countries, right? They did it with Liberia and the Cote d'Ivoire. They wiped off $2 billion United States dollars of our debt. They forgave that debt.
Right.
Niggas can't let a cousin or a brother, you would never wipe off your brother if he borrowed $1,000 for you want that $1,000, by all means. And the white
Hmm.
man forgave $2 billion US from black Africans. And I think they did the same thing with Ivory Coast to give him a head start. Right. Niggas
Bruce
want if you
Leroy
know a nigga
said
$500 if you don't pay him back that might cost you your life. So black people don't forgive
it.
loans. So the white man look at you and wiped up $2 billion in debt, and you think he's the worst person. He hates your guts, nigga.
1776 said the white man is God's I ain't saying all that. Right, God's referee to keep the colored men from destroying the planet. I ain't gonna say all that. But everybody that talk about white people or the devil and blah blah this, right? Everything they had done, other groups of people have done the same thing. It's just that they the best at it. That's all.
Yeah, when I say some things, people say that, right? Like take
They the
the
best devil, Steve.
take the
That's
take the
right.
take all of us, right? Most people on
Steve,
this
right.
on this panel, even the Africans, has lived in Western countries. So our big sister, or maybe we should call her auntie, African goddess, went to school in England, got a great education. The white people didn't stop her from going to their country to get an education. I think she was even born there. They didn't stop her parents from being born in their country and getting a nice education.
Absolutely.
They don't stop Africans from coming here and getting educated. If they were terrible to you, they would stop you from having any access to the good things that they have. You know what I'm saying? Yes, the net negative of slavery and a bunch of other crazy shit that they've done to people over the years. But they've given us the opportunities to be better and to come and live amongst them and get education and maybe even go back home and build up our own countries like African goddess did. So what are we saying here? Are they really that evil?
Well, man, where you at? Where's the cop? You hear this blasphemy?
We gotta stop. We gotta be
I
real
mean,
with
do you
us.
disagree with that, Bantu?
Right.
Be honest, man. I mean, we all talk this Pan African shit, but let's be honest. Colin knows
Man,
the amount of
I
Africans that's
disagree.
on the continent crying to come to the United States.
I
Elvis, I'm gonna say
disagree.
this right. like Kala always says,
Wholeheartedly.
don't admit anything. Don't admit anything. But we know the truth.
Right. This is our
Hey,
this is the reality of our
tell the
world, people.
truth. Tell the truth. If
I know
that's
some
how you
people
see
like
it,
to
that's
hear
how
the
you see it. I don't see it like that.
they like to hear that fighting, rhetoric. But in reality, the niggas that's talking that shit online, they go to work in the morning to go work for the white man.
Absolutely. And they
You
yes.
know.
I knew y'all was gonna go back to that. They
I
haven't
mean,
go
it's the
to
facts.
It's
It's
the
just the
truth.
truth.
Like we gotta stop being like
It
ain't no
doesn't make you
bullshit,
yeah, it
man.
doesn't make you more
that.
manly to talk about
I
something that you're actively participating in
I
and speak
know.
against it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's like, oh, you talk that shit, but you got Ben Franklin's in your pocket or whatever you call it. Shit.
Nah, I don't stay around the trailer park whites. Nah. I ain't talking about them. Yeah. Yeah. You said they not listen, it's not about them.
Say college at a white hospital.
Right. That's another thing, right? And again, it sounds
Your ass
ridiculous.
out of here,
Well,
76.
Kyler probably got a white doctor working on him. He got white nurses checking on him. You know,
Y'all need to
that
stop
procedure is
this
probably going to
shit,
be done by a
man.
white doctor. Do they hate him
Dollar,
enough to kill
man.
him in operation?
Dollar,
Of
wake
course
your
not.
ass
Right.
up. You see how the U.S. is trying to sabotage China? Why would they want Africa to develop?
I read a book about the slave trade and like you can't convince me that
Steve, I won't
that
take any bullshit about the slave trade. That was a negative. Don't try to
no, no,
make
no,
any
no,
positive
no,
out of
no,
it on the
no.
white
Listen
man.
to what I'm
That was a
saying. But I
negative.
read a book. It was
I
a
was
guy,
thinking about that book.
and it was negative. But I read a book by a guy that talked about both sides, the black and the white side. You can't convince me that there's nobody capable of doing as much evil as white people do. Anybody's capable of being evil, and some of the things that some of those Africans were doing, yeah, it was just as evil as white people. So we got to stop this narrative that only white people are devils and they nah. You read some of the you see how we treat each other and everything else. Nah, you can't convince me.
Ben, I want to ask you, Steve, because I know you work with your father. But Ben,
Hmm.
when was the last time you got hired for a black company and worked for a black employer?
Here we go.
That's a
Here
legitimate
we
question,
go.
Bantu.
Here we go, man. I don't remember. I can't recall.
Okay. So do you think getting a paycheck every month is a good thing? Working and getting paid for is a good thing? Of course, right? So
Sure.
that's something that helps you. That's your livelihood. It helps you live your life, to be a man, to take care of your response. And
Yeah.
that opportunity is not presented to you
Hey,
by another black person. You know. So
FBA gave you all the opportunity that you ever gonna get and you
Boss is
ever gonna have.
FBA. Your boss
Yeah.
is FBA
Shit.
Bantu.
Fuck the bullshit. FBA is my boss.
you gotta go to Crenshaw, wherever that museum is, and try to get a job in there, Ben. To
But that's the thing. When you look inside that museum,
tell
was a lot of white
tell
people in there too.
tell Tariq you want your 401k, you want health insurance, you want all the good things that you get from a good job. Let's see if you'll be willing to give it to you.
Rico Miller said Africans and white people are devils. They bond over eating
Yeah,
people.
that's right. That's right. Both of them
Africans and white
motherfuckers is
people are devils. They
devils.
bond over eating people. Okay, okay, Rico.
Hell yeah, that's right. He
Me, I'm
said
saying this,
white
Steve.
tea.
Look, nigga,
Oh,
we
hold
look
on. Let's see. African goddess said white tea people aren't devils, they are capitalists. Also, we're talking about elite white teas, not ordinary people. Okay.
right. And that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying, right? Look, in 19, the most terrible president is George Bush Senior, right? George H. Bush. Oh, you know that guy was an asshole. He was the CIA director when JFK got killed. People thought he had a hand in it. He became vice president under Reagan. Eventually became president. He was the one that really put the thing out on Liberia so we can have that civil war because Samuel Doe was going against Ronald Reagan and going against his. Oh, he's a terrible guy. But you know what he did? Of all the terrible people, he started a diversity visa program. That's the program that my family came into this country on. And what did that mean? It means that we want diverse people from all nations to have a chance to come and settle
That's
and build their
right.
life in the United
Right,
States. So
man.
you do a lottery program. You go in there, put your name. your occupation, your family, if you have a nice family. And it's like a lottery. They'll look over it, they'll pick, okay, you can come to the United States and reset. That's how my family came here. So
Hold
they,
on. Go, no, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah,
All
they
right.
have a program to bring
He,
people from
he told
countries.
you why he loved the white man. Now let's hear your story about why you love.
No, like Kyle always say, Kyle always joke, right? Steve love everybody, and that's true. I love everybody, but I'm just saying, like, no, like I just hate that narrative. They just make it seem like white people, some black people, just make it seem like white people are just the worst people on earth, and I'm like, nah, anybody's capable of being evil. I don't.
But you know that shit was for America. That wasn't for the whole. That was for us in America. You know
What do you,
that, right?
what do you mean? Oh,
People
you talking about
around
like
the
white people?
world, yeah,
Hmm.
people around the world wasn't calling white tea the devil. It was just, Negroes in America. It
Right,
wasn't.
right, and I mean, bruh, man, I ain't listen, man. When I be going out places, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I don't see white people like that, and
Yeah,
See,
but I
some,
mean,
see,
with
let me ask
MLK
you a question,
and
right,
all
Steve?
those
yeah,
If
people
go
an
that
ahead.
came
African,
in,
if an African get a visa to come and settle in the United States and live here, right?
Hmm.
Do you
Right.
think that's a favor to the white man or a favor to the African that's coming to the United
yeah,
States?
you right, African goddess, because
It's
they
a
don't
favor
want
to
no diversity shit.
the
You got to
African.
be from a fucking elite family to get in these fucking European and
That
American
is
countries.
not true. Stop that
That's
cap,
true,
Bantu.
bro.
Elvis don't come from no
That's
elite
true.
family.
I
I don't
don't
come from
know.
an elite
I
family.
don't
I
know
know
how the fuck
friends that was
Elvis got
poor.
here, African goddess.
I
You don't
know
know.
friends who were
He
poor
keeps saying
selling
he got
bread
a
on the
diverse
street.
visa.
African Bantu, listen, let me tell you this, right? I have a friend who was selling bread. You know, African goddess will notice selling bread on the street, walking around the road. You know how when you go to Africa, you see people on the road, on the side of the road selling bread.
I'm not no.
He won the diversity visa and came to the nigga got 5 homes now in Africa. You think
Mm.
that you think the white man was hurting him by bringing him
All
here?
right, listen. It might be true. It might be true, but for the most part, most of these people that come here from these countries, they come in with this, that the brain drain shit. They only pick the top elite people that got
Not true.
money. Yeah, it's true.
No, the diversity visa picks anybody. Well, my
Well,
mom, I guess we're middle class in
well,
Africa, right? My mom was a teacher. You know, my father was a
yeah.
builder. So, but
You
again, I'm saying
already have
people can
money,
come from middle
man.
class and people can come from very poor backgrounds. So they pick you, right? They pick a different sets of
Nah,
people.
hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no. You just admitted it. You wasn't no
Well, middle
motherfucking
class. We're not rich. We're not rich. For sure, for sure,
middle
wasn't rich.
class in Africa, nigga, you was rich. Don't bullshit me.
I mean, basically, what does that
Don't
even mean?
fucking
What are
bullshit
you
me.
quantifying it by? By not living in abject poverty? It doesn't mean you're rich.
Absolutely.
That's crazy, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Look, I hate when people do
Oh,
this, and I hear it. The opportunities we get, my auntie, right? My auntie, I would say she's rich. She actually works for the U.S. Embassy in Liberia, right? She had the ability to send her daughter to come to school. She's in Boston, going to college. My little cousin, she sent her daughter to the United States, and she's paying her college tuition with her money, her salary that she's making in Liberia, because of course she works for the U.S. Embassy, so she's not getting paid minimum wage. She's getting paid good money. She's making the kind of money we're making in America, so she can afford to do that. You think the white man is her enemy because she's making maybe $70,000 to $80,000 a year in Liberia, one of the poorest country on the planet? Come on, man.
listen. I don't expect you listen. I don't expect the African to see the white man as the enemy. I'm past that shit, man.
That even you,
So you
Bantu, you don't truly see the white
so
man to be your enemy, Bantu,
right.
by your actions.
By my ass.
You work for that. You work
They
for the
work
white
with
man.
him. They joke with him. They laugh with
Yeah.
him. Yeah, that's not a real
When you
enemy.
go for that interview on that job, you're
You
well
put on your
mannered. You're
best
well
white man
behaved.
voice.
Hey,
You try to
whatever.
speak properly.
That
Use
ain't
big words and shit.
that shit true. Every interview I go to, they say, "Nigga, hey, you FBA, you gotta get out of here."
Okay, Bantu, you bullshit. Bantu go over there, call his government
Hey,
name,
listen.
start speaking. I have 6 years of experience in so and so. I'm a good worker. I'm hardworking. I'm good with
I'm
my
saying,
attendance.
listen, nigga, put up or
You be
shut
trying
up.
to sell
Fuck
yourself to the white man to get that job, Bantu. You
suck
know.
my. Hey, listen, don't get me started. Excuse me.
It's just the reality that we live in, man.
Hey,
We already know that people code switch and all that other stuff. So I mean,
I mean, this girl said I'm a lottery immigrant. I came into this country when I was 10 years old. What do you think I came here when I had a PhD in Liberia? I came here and went to school here. So yes, I came here as a diversity. That's how most people come to the United States. The United States don't give Liberian visa to come here. You win the lottery program and you come into this country.
diversity. Shit.
There was a flock of people that came right after the Civil War when we had the resettlement program.
Fucking lie.
I mean,
You know.
Diversity and shit.
even Colin said one time he was happy his ancestors got on that ship. So I
Yeah.
mean,
I'm gonna say that stupid shit one time. I'm hearing niggas say that shit.
America must not be too bad.
I hear you. African goddess says, Elvis, if our countries were okay, African would not need Western opportunities / charity and seeing it as long as and seeing it as a long term solution. It's not good. I don't think it's a long term solution. But the key word in that statement is, you know, Western opportunities, right? Those opportunities are there, for black people to come and build themselves up, whether it's through education or working or whatever.
I
So
was
I'm just telling
listening
you,
to
inherent
the
racism
Negro peeing
would not
moment.
allow those opportunities to be present for black people to come to the West and have opportunities. That's the point that I'm making.
He said he was happy.
Why the hell, Steve? If I hate your ass, if I hate, say, African Americans, why would I
Mhm.
have a program that allows them to come and have adjacency to my people? If I, to have money, to have education, to have all the things that my white kids have, why would I allow them to come and have it?
Right, right.
They never allow shit.
The
That's
niggas, the niggas literally
that's
started a
the whole
program, a
point.
Bantu, to
Oh,
allow
here go
Africans to
Rico.
come.
Here go
Oh, Rico
Rico.
finally came up. I guess I said too much to make him mad.
Yeah, Elvis, you talking crazy,
Shit.
man.
What's up, Rico?
Hey, Elvis, let me ask you this, right? Say a dude sell crack, he selling it to a pregnant lady, but he taking the money and he looking out for the kids in the neighborhood. Is he a good person?
No.
No, he's not a good
That's the
person.
same thing that white man doing for you that you telling us about.
Hey,
Okay,
Rico,
bro, bro,
hey,
break it
listen,
You
down.
can't
you
be
gotta
mad
move
and then do
past that
good
shit
with the
because
shit and then act like you're a good
they
person.
they
No,
never
no, hold
gonna
on.
see it
Let him
like
break it
that.
down for us. So, what's the bad thing that the white man is doing and using the proceeds from to bring us here and help us?
Motherfucker, you forget about we were slaves over there working for that shit? And you
Okay,
act
so
like cause he give you a job that nah, he ain't that bad. Man, please.
you think it's the slave money they're still using to help us, Rico?
Man, shit, it was built on the slave money. They ain't
All
gave
right,
up none of it, had it?
all right, Rico, you might be right, but my point here is they're not doing things to harm black people or from stopping black people from coming and getting opportunities in education. Rico, I know you said you never will go to Africa, you've never been, but on the continent, Kala will tell you this: people want to come to the United States of America.
I
They
shit,
want
Kyle
to
ain't gotta
come,
tell me that. I know that.
right?
That's why I
So,
don't pretend like we could be united. Because somebody who needed help and starving, man, they ain't trying to hear that shit you talking about. And I
right.
get it. But at the same time, you can't tell me a motherfucker I don't get along with and never have that they good because they gave you $3.
Hold on. Elvis, is your argument that like white people don't do nothing wrong,
No, I mean, I made the point, and
or
people.
let me ask you, or they don't have a hand in Africa being underdeveloped?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said net.
Okay.
You know what a net is, right? So when you
Mhm.
take away all of the bad things, like when you take away your taxes from the gross, you get your net.
Said,
Mhm.
man, if they give
Yeah.
you $3, they good. Yeah? You get it? Huh?
So the point I'm making again, maybe it's different for African Americans because you've always been here, right? Like Carla said, you don't know abject poverty. You don't know not having anything, right? And it's the
Absolutely.
same thing for not just the Africans, for Indians. There's a lot of Indians, right? And some of them are living in slum. There's some of them even worse off in poverty than Africans, right?
And
There
you
was a
know, Indians
yeah,
in America,
there was a statistic that came out that said that Indians have the largest amount of people in abject poverty, over like 200 or 300 million people living in abject poverty, meaning they have no way of getting out of it. They're stuck into it for generations,
He's
right?
talking about
So
India.
I'm just saying the East India, right, from India.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people are fighting to come to the United States, and
Yeah,
they
Yeah,
see it
we
as a
understand all that.
lifeline.
them
But
Right.
motherfuckers
what we
So
illegal
saying
too.
is that ain't our plight with the white man. We got something totally different going on with them.
Yeah,
oh
that's
Hey,
what
yeah,
we got.
what's her name?
we
Why he
got
giving
Miss
y'all
Smith.
shit?
I was exposed to poverty. I'm from Liberia. What do you think? I was some
hold on,
millionaire in
Rico,
Liberia. I was
Rico, you
exposed to
gotta
poverty.
understand. We got
I
first world
was
problems.
fucking rich in Liberia.
Nah, I ain't gotta
Don't listen
understand
to
that.
that
What
bullshit.
the thing I look at is
He
that
was
they
exposed
giving
to it
y'all
though.
shit, but shit they stealing our shit. Everything we do, they benefit from it. They take all the fucking money.
Who?
I mean, Rico, you gotta expatiate on that point. What do you mean they take all the money?
What you mean? You think
Okay, can we say that the white man again? I'm just being honest here, right?
yeah.
Would you say that the white man makes a lot of black people millionaire every year?
Hell no.
Okay, let me tell you how. Every
How?
year, there are hundreds of black kids who get drafted into the NBA, into the NFL. They become instant millionaires by signing those rookie
But
contracts.
that's because of the work they doing. What
No,
about the
if
white
the
owner who they won't let the black people be the owners? Who making the money? Who can't do anything?
who has the money to buy the teams? Those people are buying the
Man,
team for
when the team started out, what the team cost $1,000 fucking.
yeah, and they build value
Okay,
around the
it wasn't
teams by
about
putting it
money.
on TV, by doing advertisement and
But
endorsement deals.
but see, Elvis, you missing the point that it was the NBA before they let black people play and nobody watched it.
It was what
Nobody watched that shit.
yeah. So it's a
Okay,
symbiotic
so they
relation.
made they self money.
It's a symbiotic relationship, right? So the
Now
black
it's an
man
exploited
has a
relationship. They
structure.
taking all the money and you doing all the goddamn work.
Yes, the black man has the infrastructure to come and apply his athletic trade, and he's going to get rewarded handsomely based on the infrastructure that was built by the white man, right?
But that's what I'm telling you. Everything we do, they build a system around it before we get goddamn monetized. And they monetize it and price us out of the ownership. How the hell is that benefiting us?
It's a symbiotic relationship, Rico. If
It's
you're a good
man,
singer,
it's the
right?
same thing with y'all resources that y'all cry about.
Right. And I'm
Y'all
not I'm
can't do
not
nothing with the shit till
I'm
the
not
white man say
disagreeing
we
with you.
need it.
Right. So take a look at this, right? You have a singer, right, who is a great singer or artist.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a business person. They don't know how to market themselves and set themselves up to go sing in Italy and go to Brazil for tour. You need somebody to come and do that for you. To have the connections, to have
Nah,
the
not really. That's like a millionaire saying he needed an accountant. You really can
no.
count your own
A
money.
singer is not a millionaire. All they have is their talent, not the millions. They don't have the millions
But
yet.
the talent is what bring the money.
No, you have to have the connection. Why can't people? Why do people seek record deals if it's just the
Explain
talent?
this then, Elvis. Explain how when the motherfuckers start on the internet start getting all them shit and the white people weren't making no money and they come up with the new 360 deal. They were making money without the white man.
Who is making money without the white man?
People straight off the internet till they start revamping the deals
How are they making money?
by them little stupid ass souls on the internet.
Oh, come on, Rico. You know you bullshitting, man. Niggas ain't making no money on the internet without no record deal. I mean,
Man,
now
No,
you
man.
can.
Hold on. African guy that said so black people can do nothing with. I don't think that's what he's saying.
that is what he's saying.
When
Let me
they
see.
What
So
was he
black
saying?
people can
Black
do
people
nothing
That's
can do
without
nothing
white.
without white people.
that's
Cause
like
they
this,
had no
Elvis.
choice.
Elvis,
Okay, let me ask
if
you,
if
Rico. Hold
if
on,
they
hold on.
build a
Let me say this.
system to
Hey,
go
Rico, let me
ahead,
say this real quick. 1 second, bro. So
go ahead.
I'll give African goddess as an example, right? And this is in her own country. And again, in many African countries, you can become wealthy, but it's limited, right? So you know what Africans artists wanted to do? They wanted to break through to the American markets, right? They wanted Afrobeats wanted to spread through the United States and to Europe and and other places because it's more lucrative in these countries because the markets are
But
bigger.
Elvis, can I say one thing
Okay, go ahead.
about the American market? If we don't like it, don't nobody like it.
You think
The
so?
white man can like
Do
it.
you like
If
country
we don't
music?
like it, it ain't gonna sell.
Do you
I
like
don't
country
like.
music?
I don't like country music.
Yeah,
We
It
but
made
you
sells.
country
wanted
music.
a
We ain't
good
gotta like
point.
it. We made it.
They
Okay.
couldn't compete with
Yeah, we
us, so
made
they
that too.
had to integrate us because they,
All right. I'm
yeah.
just saying that America, when it comes to
Hold on. My fault, BB Rodriguez. I apologize.
Well, man.
what happened, I'm just saying that America has an infrastructure, and most black
Yeah, and
people.
the infrastructure for the motherfucker who ain't got no talent, who ain't good at nothing, to put himself in a way where you can't work around him.
I don't know, man. This is your country. I'm just telling you that
Now this
the
ain't my
people.
country. If it's my country, the white man be dead. Yeah, smoke his goddamn boots and
Hey,
get him on out the way.
what's stopping you?
What's stopping me,
Oh,
motherfucker? I got
shit.
5 kids. What the fuck? I mean, the fuck what's stopping me? Shit, what the fuck stopping? Fuck that white man.
Do you, Rico? I would ask you a personal question. You work for the white man, Rico?
Nah, I don't. But it's not because I did nothing special. I know y'all think I'm poor in country, but I'm in a family business that I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
start.
That's good. That's good.
What you in
You
construction?
know,
You're one of the
you
exceptions,
sound
Rico.
like Master P, man.
Huh?
I mean, I think you one of the exceptions. You got your family business. You're not working for the white man, so you're in a better
Rico sound
position than
like
I
most
mean,
people.
white people is
Master P.
involved now. I'm not saying like
Sound like
it's
a
all. You know
hustler.
what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, it's white people involved. I can't just like it's goddamn. You know what I mean?
Hey, the only white people involved with me is the motherfucking greens in my pocket. Nigga, fuck these
Nah, but like I say,
niggas.
the white man accomplishment is he built a system that you can't work around. That's it. Other than that, the white man ain't shit, man. White people so fucking stupid, but
I
they
agree
just
with you
put
on
themselves
that.
there anyway. They in your goddamn way. You can't work around them.
Rico, I hear you, bro. But
Even
again,
this, like,
let's.
look at this, right? If you start a business, Elvis, and it didn't make a profit, would you be a great businessman?
I mean, you got to just start again and learn from your mistake, right?
Okay, Elon Musk ain't turned a profit in 20 years, but he the richest man on the goddamn world.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Now, exactly, the white man cheating. This motherfucker
Rico.
business ain't turned a profit, but he made trillions of dollars off the motherfucker damn near.
All right,
Come
Rico.
on, man.
The
At a
point that I'm
company
trying to
that ain't
make
even
here
turned a
is
fucking profit.
the point that I'm trying to make. And Colin said is right. I don't know if he's sleeping. Let him rest. But you look at cities that's been handed over to black people, right?
Mm.
But
And
it ain't no city been handed over to black people.
hold on, you had Gary, Indiana. You had
Man, that ain't black
Detroit.
people, man. Them Democrats who getting told to
Black
do by white
Democrats,
people, man.
Democrats are black people too. Rico, what's wrong with you, man? What, Rico? You fell off. So, like Carla was saying, you have some cities that's been handed over to black people to run it, right? And most people right now, Steve, who's handling your sewage? Who's handling the running water that comes into your home? Who's handling the electric plant that brings a current into your home? Is it black people? Or is it white people?
White people.
White
But
people.
that's because they had the system set up already.
Can black people build a system to compete with theirs?
How you gonna find
Can
out if
we?
they ain't gonna let you?
Can we? Yes.
They not gonna let you build it.
Oh, okay. Kyla is the nation builder. We got to get Kyla in here
My,
to
my
talk some sense,
Listen. My argument
unless
is
he's
that black
sleeping.
people can't. My argument is not that black people can't do anything. I'm just saying we just got to look at reality. And
I mean, reality is the white man ain't gonna get out your way to let you see if you could do it.
okay,
That's reality.
okay.
In
So
Africa,
what's
they don't want to
stopping
do it. See, they just
what's
want a big
stopping
house.
black millionaires or billionaires from building a power plant, pulling their money to build a power plant that can supply power to a predominantly black neighborhood, build a
It
couple
don't,
of
you know, it
hospitals
don't
that's
work
ran
like
and
that in the
operate.
United States, man. You ain't just building no damn power plant in the United States, Elvis. Come on,
Why?
man.
Why not? Why not, Rico?
Because they not gonna allow you to. You know how much shit that you gonna have
I
to
mean,
go
Rico,
through to
I'm
build a
gonna say
power
that
plant.
you from the South, so your experience might be a little different than other people, right? Because the South is probably more, restricted, and you're probably more restricted in what you can do. But here, if there's a plot of land, first you buy the land, right? And then you go to the city and get a permit for what you're trying to build. You
Yeah,
know,
but that's where they gonna restrict you at when the permits. You
you
think they
think
gonna you know
do
how
you have
many
a case
permits
in
you gonna have
point?
to get to build a power plant?
Do you have a case in point that this has happened before?
Shit. I'm telling you, I came to the point that they ain't gonna let it happen.
Oh, you see, you just assuming it. That's what I'm saying. You got to try, right? You're a businessman. You
You
got to
got
try first to see if it succeeds. So
1776 said this is why I disagree with. The white man is the smartest person on earth. No. Just look at their infrastructure and factories. No African country has built a car or airplane.
I mean, but like I say, it ain't that the white man is smart. It's just the white man got a system and he worked that system.
Rico, black people can compete with the white man. The point here is that
You can compete with him, but you can't compete with him in America. He's not
Okay.
going to allow you to.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm
I'm
not
just
saying
gonna
you
say
can't get money or you can't do good business, but you're not going to be able to build a system that's going to compete with his system. Same thing with the sports. Every time you try to do something, he buy you out.
and why
Or
do
he'll
you
make
know
it
when
where
you
you
say he
can't get
buy you out,
advertising
that
to compete
means
with him.
he entice you with money, right?
He don't
Be-
entice you. If he can't buy you, he going to backdoor you and shut you down.
Oh, come on. Man, that's what I said, Steve. Rico was talking different in the comment. Now he's saying everything is the white man's fault. You were saying it like it
I
wasn't
didn't
the
say
white
it's the
man's
white
fault.
man's fault. I didn't say that. I'm just saying the white man got a system in place that been in place, and the system is what's great, not the white man.
Well, who built the system?
Okay.
The system didn't build itself, right?
Shit,
So
the
it came
system
from the
worked
mind of
itself out over
somebody
time.
to build a
The,
great system.
He
the
built the
system
system,
started
nigga.
when he went to them Africans and see, damn, I
Oh,
can give him
Rico,
a
you go
mirror
all
for
the way
three
back to the
people.
flood, man. You
He
go
said, I
all
can
the
give
way
him a
back to the
mirror. He give
flood.
me three people for a mirror. And he been running that
Oh,
same system. He say, well, shit, I can get this one a few $100,000. And he'll say, fuck all the rest of them. System ain't failed yet.
without European exploration of Africa, Africa might not have developed a written language or books. That's what 1776 says.
I
African
mean, I
had
don't think
written
it's
language before.
exploitation if somebody giving you something for a price. Shit, if you agree to it, you agree
76.
to it.
Fella said you can come back up. Didn't he?
Who?
76.
Yeah, 76 calling.
Yeah, call in 1776. Call us, we'll let you back on the platform. But
Yeah,
please, man,
I
don't.
think black people could
Start talking like getting a
black
white
people could do
woman
certain
shit.
things, but certain things they ain't gonna allow you to do it. They not letting you build no power plant, no shit like that.
All right, man. I mean, I'm just saying, you guys have a different relationship, and it's true. Your experience with the white man is different, but I'm telling you, brother, coming from where I'm coming from, right? If
Yeah,
we
but
didn't
like I
have the
say, y'all look
opportunities,
at it different. Cause when y'all come
hold
here,
on, Rico. Let me get a saying here real
all right,
quick.
go ahead.
If we didn't have the opportunities to go to some of these countries, you know, a lot of us would be probably living in poverty right now. My life would be worse off. My family, my kids, my mother, their lives would be worse off now than it is if we didn't
We
have the
get
opportunity to
that,
come here.
but what I'm saying, we think if we had the country like y'all got, we'll be better off.
I doubt it.
That's what
But
I'm
hold on, hold on,
saying.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
You
hold on,
think so,
hold on,
Rico? But who
hold on, hold on,
knows?
Rico. If your argument is the white man system
I didn't call
won't allow,
Timbuktu. Word is
hold on.
bond. I seen that shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Hold
Excuse
on,
me,
Ben. Steve's trying to speak.
Listen, if Rico, your argument is that white people system won't allow us to develop those type of things in America. But isn't this system that white people created? Isn't it global? So can the
Man,
Africans say the
but see
same
the
thing?
thing is when you got your own country, you can do what the
But
fuck
whoa,
you
hold
want
on,
to do.
man.
hold on.
White tea, man, and shit. We talking about xenophobia in Black America.
I
Fuck
mean,
the fuck the white tea man and all that shit y'all talking. You
I'm just
know,
saying Africans make that same argument that white people, won't allow them to build certain things
I don't
or
know.
they.
Hey man, I don't know why Miss Smith was hoping for me to stay in poverty, man. You know what they say in church, Miss Smith. The Lord reveals to redeem, so he redeemed me out of poverty. he didn't
That's
want me to
kind of
be in poverty much longer.
that is kind of hateful though. I wish it was like that. That's crazy. I
I
wish
don't
you
know what
were
I
left
did to her, and
alone.
I like the lady. I don't know why she thinks. Yeah, it's like, what did I say that she's
I
so
don't
mad at
wish
me?
I don't wish poverty on
Why
nobody.
would you wish poverty on me, man? Poverty is a hard thing to get out of, man.
That's not that's
hey
not it.
man, y'all think Elvis was in poverty? This nigga was in middle
Bantu,
class.
stop the slander. I was poor. I was a poor dude in
Nigga
Africa.
was
What
in
make you think I
middle
was rich?
class, bruh.
I
This
was
nigga
poor
was
like
rich.
regular Africans.
Yo,
I
DK,
mean,
DK,
I mean, look,
DK, go.
technically I was, but I went to a private
I know,
school.
nigga. You can't bush. Hey,
But still, we wasn't rich. I won't say we're rich.
compared to, I'm not gonna say you was rich, but
Yeah, we went
compared
to a
to
private
that,
school. We had
get the
drivers that
fuck
would
out of
take us
here.
to school. I mean,
I got a
yeah.
European girlfriend be talking that same shit. Man, bitch, you ain't never been poor. Get out my face.
I mean, compare. Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah.
comparison. That's all I said.
1776 said the white man system conquered the world, enslaved us, transported us on ships, and took over the entire continent of Africa. The facts are, I couldn't see the comments.
Poor man is the
Yeah, you're
savage.
right. I'm a lottery immigrant. I was poor. I came here now. I'm no longer poor. So, hey, God's been good to me. Praise God.
Praise God. Amen.
Yeah.
What's up, DK? DK over here
That's
quiet.
What's up, DK? I know you quiet, man. DK,
Sunday
you've been
sweet.
pondering the arguments, huh?
You
DK.
got you got the floor. Okay.
What's up?
African,
North Carolina in the house.
North
Okay.
Carolina
We
here,
got we
yeah.
got three North Carolinians, huh?
North
Yes, sir.
No, I think Rico for South. Rico, you from South
Yeah,
Carolina?
nah, he from North Carolina.
Yeah. So Colin better watch with that Charlotte slander today.
You remember, man.
Don't say one word about North Carolina.
He's quiet now.
Yeah, he just over there beeping.
Hey, thank God for that guy that did my mom's diversity visa paperwork and chose her to come. So yeah, he saved
Absolutely.
me.
Cause think about it, y'all. We would have never met Elvis, man.
Man, y'all would have
Come
missed out, man.
on.
y'all would have missed out on somebody get mad all the damn time, talking shit all the time against me. I would have missed out.
Yeah, we wouldn't have entertainment of Kyler getting pissed off and kicking Elvis off the show.
You damn right, BB Rodriguez. I'm grateful to UNICEF, man. They saved my life. I'm probably be in Africa busting rocks right now, man, trying to earn a living.
You probably be a child soldier.
Yeah. Or like Carlos said, I'll probably be driving a keke right now, driving people around town.
Motherfuckers in the government. Yeah, that's who they be picking. Talking about a damn diverse. You a motherfucking lie, man. I'm not just saying you, Elvis.
You'd be Elvis. You'd be on the Vice news clip shooting the AK in the do-rag.
Hell yeah. Nigga, I got a do-rag on right now. I got a blue silky do-rag on right now. Shit. Nah, man, poverty ain't a joke, man. Tell these girls to stop making fun of people living in poverty, man.
Elvis got a Scandinavian.
I seen that white
You
woman.
know what Elvis, right? It means friend of the elves, man. So you got you're wise. It's a wise person.
Elvis got that
It's the meaning of
hairline.
elves. Friend of the elves. Elves are wise. Elvis on the low has a white Scandinavian Minnesota white woman. I mean, yeah, this is a Scandinavian state. A lot of Scandinavian people here from Sweden.
I think that's what 776
Nova
dreams
Scotia.
of. He wants the white
That
Scandinavian.
do want a white woman. Look,
That's his dream.
you would never notice, right? Because people think I hate white people. And people, and I think what Miss Smith said, I'm emotionally vacant, and that's probably true too. Because I don't really show emotions like that. I don't. So white people, I don't smile at them when I see them. I give black people the head nod, but I don't smile at white people when I see them. I had an African friend of mine that is so jovial when he sees white people. That shit pisses me off.
All his teeth.
No, for real, man. So white people think I hate them, black people think I love them, but I'm just agnostic. I don't show either way.
Hey, what's up, Bang? Join the panel. It's been a long time. Yeah, join the panel, Bang.
Shit, not bang. Know what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to say? Look, you know what I'm trying to say?
Come on out here, Bang.
I'm so surprised that your parents named you Elvis. The only black Elvis I know was in the Bro, I know a lot of Elvis. I know a lot of Elvis. There's a lot of Liberians named Elvis. Believe it or not. Yeah.
Who's that? It was a black NBA player. It was a Liberian NBA player that was named after what's the dude, the racist guy, Duke. It was what's that racist guy, Duke?
Oh,
David Duke. David
David
Duke.
Duke.
David Duke, yeah.
there
You
was
said
a
David Duke?
I think that's what it was.
there was a
Yeah,
Liberian player named after him.
yeah. His name. Well, his father was born before David Duke, but still, he was
What?
David Duke Jr. Yeah, he was on the Brooklyn Nets. His name was David
My
Duke.
mom, my mom named me after her. I guess in Africa we say her play mom, right? Her play
Mhm.
mom had a nephew named Elvis. So when she got pregnant for me, she didn't even know the white musician named Elvis, but she liked the name.
Oh,
So
okay.
she
Maybe,
named me after another
maybe
black man. And then when
whoever
I came
named
to the United
your
States,
nephew probably knew
I
Elvis.
know three other Elvis besides myself. They're all Liberians, personally, just right here in Minnesota.
Carla,
So
post
yeah.
the link. And what's good, bang? Been a long time since I spoke to you. How you been? Rico want to come back up, Carla. Why, Carla? Why you don't mute your mic? Why you?
Tyler, put the link in the chat, please, unless you're sleeping.
Man, this nigga some pain medication. Sleep.
Like so he said he accomplished his dream. So congrats. You should call in, man.
They hitting you with that.
I believe
morphine.
1776 got a biracial child. I believe he has a biracial child.
Yeah, he
said
do. He said he do. He said
Yeah,
he
guy
do.
asked, I'm
Yeah,
like,
he
you got
said.
a
Yeah,
child?
he said he did. I don't know if he have a child with that woman, but he said he was in a, interracial relationship.
I'm
He
talking
said
about
he
his
did it. He
child.
did it black
He
women
has
for
a
like 10 years,
Yeah,
and
he has a
then
child,
no more. That's what he said.
He said I compliment my dreams at 13.
Hey,
Did Carla put the link in the chat?
hold on. Let
Nah,
me. He probably sleep, bro. Cause somebody called
Is there
me.
a
somebody need his
mod?
number.
A mod need to put the link in the
I
chat.
don't got his number. I can't call him. He don't give
Yeah, bro. You
FBA
ain't
his
lying,
number.
bro.
He don't give FBA all day. You
How you
ain't gonna
call?
find not one black
Is
freedom.
Tyler still in the hospital?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said he's still
he
in
gotta
the
wait till
hospital.
Monday. He gotta wait till Monday to get his procedure done. Cause yeah, so he gonna be. He said he probably be out tomorrow. No, wait, Monday. Wait, yeah, Monday. I'm not sure. That's what he said on
Man,
Telegram.
Liberia is a beast, man.
Nah, don't bring no slander on my country, dog. DK, don't
Nah,
start with
it
that
was.
bullshit.
It ain't cause of Liberia. It's not cause
Carla
of
say he
Liberia.
have bronchitis. Carla have his own issues. Don't put that shit on Liberia.
You got hit with one of them stingers.
Hey,
Yeah.
Nope, it's not even malaria. It's a respiratory illness. It's not anything major.
Hold up. 1776. No AES slander, bro. Leave it alone. Leave them alone.
Yeah, leave AES alone.
Leave them alone.
Somebody is wondering what is a middle class African. They're middle class African. They're not rich. They're not like the elite politicians, your presidents and senators, or people who are top business African, top African businessmen. They're just beneath that class. They have money. They could travel. They have a nice big home, but
Yeah,
they're not the ones
workers,
that's making all the money
the
in the country.
police,
Nah, police are usually not middle class. They're usually poor. Maybe the police directors, the chiefs of police, and those people might be middle class. But you know,
mm, I
most
guess you
working
gotta
people in
be a
Africa are not middle class. Middle class are probably your business owners, people who are making money, doing business. And usually those are people who has been exposed to the West. So they came to school here. Maybe they have kids and family, and they probably live in the West before, and they go back home and they have businesses and can travel and leave the country. Like African goddess, she'll be a middle class African, but probably more like an upper middle class. The higher class Africans would be your big politicians, musicians, top business people that have, big enterprises. So
Do African women really run the white men? Because I think that's more like an East African thing. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't really see West Africans with white dudes like that. I don't know. I could be wrong.
stop the cap.
I don't know. I ain't.
Yeah, I
Did
mean,
you
for the most part,
did you
Bruce
not hear
Leroy.
the
I
story
mean,
about
I don't know Africa.
the fucking white dude that went to Ghana and spread an AIDS to 100
He didn't
people,
spread no
100
AIDS. He just slept with a lot of women. He didn't spread AIDS.
whatever, man.
Damn, man, y'all just y'all take a bad news and try to make it worse, man. What type of shit is that?
So you know
Spreading AIDS.
they have
That
good
was in
reason
West
to
Africa.
listen
That
to.
was in your champion country,
Oh,
called
see,
Ghana.
African goddess said, "Yep, Zaddy is all over Africa." Okay.
Yeah, man. They with that bullshit, man.
As long as they don't be like 1776 and say, "I can't wait to go to heaven so I can take off my black
I
skin,"
mean,
then
there's some people who I saw a channel on YouTube, Steve, and I didn't look more into it, but I brought it to Colin's attention. Right?
hmm
There's this black lady and a black man, both black, pure black people, right? And
yeah.
they adapted one child, and they had two other kids by surrogacy, right? And they're all white. So
Wow.
their surrogate was both white. They had a male donor and a female carrier,
hmm
both white. So they got three white kids, and they're both black people. Man, I couldn't believe the shit, man. I called the name to call. I forgot this channel name. I think if I remember, I'll tell you. There's a black lady and a black man, and they got three white kids, and two of them was had through surrogacy, and one was adopted. I couldn't believe that shit. Yeah. So I don't know. Some people just prefer white people. I was in middle school. There was this white girl that tried to talk to me. I mean, that college phone.
Yeah, I'm calling him on Telegram, trying to get him to wake up.
Oh, you try to call him?
Yeah.
See, you bullshit.
Hey,
There you
put
go.
a link in the chat.
Call him. Put the link in the chat.
Yeah. There you
Oh,
go.
damn, Steve, success, man. You found an ingenious way to get that shit done.
What I'm
That's
trying to
smart.
say, what I'm finna say, what I'm finna say.
Rico Miller, hell no, ain't no damn African couple. Rico, I heard her speak. She's not
Come on,
African.
man.
Oh, Mufasa's
The
up here
faster.
too. All right, we got a crowded panel.
The boss.
Rico said, "I think that's an African. It's not an African couple." Rico, stop the cap.
Yeah, going raccoon.
All right, we got everybody on the panel. I think Bag is probably gonna come up. Come up, 1776. Carlo, you say he's cool, right? You can come on the show. Come up. Let's hear you.
Yeah, said some
Just don't say some coon shit like I
Yeah,
wish
just
I
don't be
could
saying all
change
kind
my
of stupid
ways.
shit, but.
They been cooning, man. They
Don't
been
say
cooning,
that
man.
you can't wait to heaven to get your black skin off.
Oh yeah, this nigga we are talking crazy,
Don't see
man.
your black skin as a burden or some shit.
He was like,
That's wild.
He didn't even know Africa had kingdoms at one time. I
I
said,
want
what?
I want to hear Shabazz. What is the Mufasa take on the white man? Is the white man a net negative for black people globally, or are they a net positive?
I think everybody listening and everybody on the panel knows that the white man is by far a net negative. The only reason you're saying that they're a net positive is just to like play devil's advocate, right?
You think so?
No, I'm at. Well, answer my first question though. You're playing devil's advocate, right?
Not at all. I mean it
Oh, okay.
sincerely.
You don't
And,
think that's really the mindset in Africa, Mufasa?
no,
You don't
listen to
think?
what I'm saying,
No,
right?
hold
I'm
on.
not.
Let me ask him that, and then oh,
No, what was your question?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm
I'm,
not saying they're
No, no,
good.
no. Let Kenny answer it. What was your
Yeah, but I'm
question?
saying they're net positive for black
No, I
people.
was
Go ahead.
saying what was the other brother's question? What was your question?
oh, damn, I forgot.
You said that the mindset in Africa is that the mindset?
Yeah, don't you think
Yes,
Elvis'
absolutely.
mindset doesn't that represent the most of Africa? Don't you think? I'm
Yes,
asking you that.
100%,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
but and that's not a wrong mindset, is it?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Okay, so you're looking at it from a mindset of I was poor in a dusty African country and a white man blessed me, but you're not looking at it from the perspective of them. They're running propaganda and brain drain, right? So they want
Mhm.
you guys on your knees. thinking the greatest thing in the world is the white man. So they continue their brainwashing education systems. They bring some people on lottery and they take the smartest people out. So you pretty much have been rendered irrelevant as a country. And they're a higher country. They understand these concepts, but they do these things to you regardless. It's because they're not your friends, right?
No.
But they trick people like you into thinking they're your friends, but they're really working against you.
Okay. So let me respond to you, right? Kala here. Kala will be a case in point. Kala has said this, and it's many African Americans sentiment that they thank God that they're Americans, that they can travel to Africa. I'm sure you've been to Africa before, but you have the ability to come
Yeah.
back to the United States. And we just talk about the infrastructure, who controls the infrastructure, who controls everything that makes this country great is the white man. So your adjacency to this country, the fact that you like living in this country and enjoy all of the things that white people
The whole
have
thing is,
built shows that you look at them as a positive because you don't want to get away from what
no,
they've built.
we're looking. You don't seem to understand. Black people in America are conflicted. You know, it's like Chris Rock said it best. The way we look at America is uh, America is that uncle that molested you when a kid, we paid your college tuition and put a lot of money in your bank account. You're always going to be conflicted. Black America has been conflicted. You know,
Analogy.
I don't
we
know.
can't ignore what they did to us, history, but we can't ignore also that the white man, he has us. It's like he has you trapped, he has us trapped.
That's what I'm saying. If it was a net negative, Colin, you would say, yeah,
Let Colin.
they're doing some good things for me, but overall, I hate them because of slavery. I'm leaving.
Here's the thing, Elvis,
But it's the
right?
other way.
Here's the thing,
You
Elvis.
overlook slavery and you stay.
Here's out. When I talk about an African, I'm talking about more psychological than anything else. Psychologically, black people in America never had an escape. So we're not dealing with from a position of power and strength. If black people in America had a straight like the Jews, figure, you know something, we're never going to be in this position again at the mercy of the race of people. We got to create our own homeland. Majority of Jews are never going to go to Israel, but psychologically, it's there. Because psychologically it's there, since World War II, when Jews stay in Israel, Jews have become more bold in America, and they're taking up things, opportunities, and everything that they wouldn't care. Before, they were ostracized for being too successful as a minority group. Now they don't care because they know they got that backing of Israel. I believe, like everything else, that if black people in America, black America had and I'm talking about a real opportunity. Ghana, that was not an opportunity. Nigeria, no. Liberia right now, no. But if there was some way that this opportunity of an African was created, and there was opportunity.
Makala, with the majority of African American trade their current situation in this country, ran by the white people to start a new country.
Understand something. Every black person in America has it in them, Elvis. So if you was African American, understand that.
I'm not, so I don't understand it. Well, explain it to me.
At one time, thought to themselves, why am I dealing with these people? Why am I here? Why do I got to go through this? Even when we go to the most patriotic black person, you could be the most flag waving black person in the world, but somewhere in his psyche, he sat down somewhere, and that rage that's in all of us, that rage is in there. Mufasa, tell me I'm lying.
No. I agree with you. The only part where we different, I don't think black Americans are conflicted about white people. I think we pretty much are pretty clear on what white people have done, and
but we don't. We tend to separate white people from America.
Yeah. I mean, well, America is where we're from. We put a lot into this place. This is where we live. I mean, this is the only place we've been. So, and then also too, Elvis is bringing up where we live and why we haven't left or whatever. That's separate from the action of white people. You see what I'm saying? They've created this situation, and we're pretty much like coerced to stay here at this point because it's like we don't know.
Because you know the quality of life here is better.
It's not even that. It's
Well,
not
I mean, what I'm saying, where are we
like
going? Where are we going, bro? Where are we going?
Right,
It's like
because there's
40
nowhere
million
else
of us.
that you can go that's better than living in the United
Well, we
States,
didn't
right?
ask to be. We were brought
Because
here
of
by
this,
force, bro.
right?
Like, you know what I'm saying? We were brought here by force. So, like, we are in a situation now. All our families here. Everything's here. We can't go to Africa.
Would
We
you
can
would you
not.
think would you think of it as a terrible thing if the white man said leave the country, leave the United States of
Yeah,
America?
it would because he would have to pay us. If he paid us, then no.
he had to
But if he
pay
didn't
us. He
pay
had to
us,
pay
then
us.
yes, I
That's
would.
the whole thing.
Yeah, because we
He ain't
created
getting
this as
away
our
scot
So
country.
free.
you agree
That's
that
how we go.
you have something good here that you're not willing to let go for free, right?
Oh no! If the white
Yeah.
man would look
Okay.
after slavery, right? There was there was right before slavery ended, right? America was going to spend like $50 million to start relocating black people. They knew slavery was coming to an end outside of America, but America took that money and paid off Mexico, for the Mexican American War and stuff like that. And then after the war, they said 40 acres and a mule. We never got that. So the bottom line is America has never fulfilled. You cannot just take a people and don't start them off for anything. If you use their labor for 100 years, you owe them to help them get on their feet for a certain amount of time. That's just. That's inhumane if you don't. If they would
Be
have,
honest, I don't think the white man would let us go. I think they want us to be submissive like the Africans,
They trying to
the
do
white man in
they
America,
trying to do
but they
to us
don't
what
want us to
African
go.
God has
well,
said that
Well, no, but that's
Ghana
why
is
they
doing to
bringing
the
in people.
deportees earlier.
check this
Yeah,
out.
they
In
bringing in people like
1954,
Elvis, so they could come in and then they could say, Juneteenth isn't about your ancestors; it's really about all of us. So they could just pretty much erase us.
That's not what
Elvis,
I
you
said.
said that.
That's what you
Elvis,
said, bro. You
That's not
said
what I
don't think
said.
about it as like for black people. No,
No, no, no. I said
Juneteenth is about a specific
I
thing.
celebrate Juneteenth because it freed the slave. If the slave wasn't free, somebody like myself wouldn't be able to be in this country.
Yeah, you said it was a
So I
celebration for
celebrate
other
it.
black people.
Yeah, other
Elvis,
black
you
people.
want to
Yeah, but
refer?
it's not
Oh,
taking
nigga,
away your
it's a
history. It's
celebration
saying
for
that.
a specific
Yeah,
thing.
it's saying that it's the end of slavery. It's a monument. It's
It
a
wasn't the end of
momentous.
slavery.
It's a momentous thing for all black people, right?
It was not the end of
Elvis,
slavery.
you want a reparations check, Elvis. Come on.
Nah, nah, I'm going to I'm going to reparation check. But I'm saying the reality is that Juneteenth is a good holiday, and other Africans see it and they celebrate it. So
mm.
what's the big deal
Only
in it?
way to celebrate Juneteenth is to celebrate what happened. Ain't got shit to
So
do
are
with
you
no other
saying
black
that
people.
white people shouldn't celebrate Juneteenth too because it has
Yeah,
to do with
they
African
can. They can.
American?
It was a
Hell
win for
no,
the
they
country.
should
But
celebrate.
what I'm
But they
yeah,
do,
they can celebrate if they want to. But
right?
what I'm saying is it's separate. It's going on this one thing that happened to black people. That's the focus of it. You're celebrating that happened. It ain't got shit to do with no other black people really nowhere else. You could celebrate it, but don't take away from the focus of what it's about.
What is it about?
The American story of African Americans getting free from slavery.
Right. So that's something that should be celebrated, right?
100%. But
As a
you
black,
throwing in
as a
this shit.
black.
Well, it's just for it's really for
No, no,
everybody.
no. That's the thing. We get it,
Bro,
right?
that's what you said, bro.
Yeah, that's the thing. We get it. You want to take it. You think it's your holiday, but it's really not. It's
It
an
is.
American
It is.
holiday.
I'm an American, nigga. What you mean?
Right. So I'm not American. I'm American too. So I
Not
celebrate it.
ethnically, no. I mean, you're a
me
Liberian
personally,
American.
me
No, I'm
personally,
I'm, I'm an
Uh,
American citizen.
me
Yeah,
personally,
you're a Liberian
I'm
American.
like this.
No, I'm a Liberian citizen. I'm
I
an
would, I
American
would
Okay,
be,
but
citizen.
we
I
were
would
here,
be,
like our
Yeah,
heritage
yeah,
is
yeah. You
here.
FBA. I get that. You could be a FBA,
That was
but
the
when you
whole
make that
debate
look,
statement, I'm an
about.
American citizen. So,
I would be,
so is the white man.
I would be a hypocrite because I remember hearing about Juneteenth. What year was that? That was back in 2002. I heard about Juneteenth, whatever was talking about that, and it's like Juneteenth, slavery. And I researched and whatnot. Then I found out it had nothing to do with the Civil War ending. It had to do with slaves were told in Texas that the Civil War ended, and that's when they found that they were free.
Yeah, it was a whole debate about making it a holiday because once you commercialize it, you see what happens. This type of shit.
I had no idea
People
about
people
Juneteenth.
downplayed it. They said, "Fuck Joe Biden. We don't want no tokenism. He give us a holiday. We don't care about it." And now they're fighting over the holidays because the Africans tend to want to celebrate and appreciate the holiday.
That's what I'm saying. Look, here we are.
I mean, but we've been celebrating the holiday for years, though.
I
Yeah,
never,
number one, Juneteenth is my birthday, so it's a good day for me already. Yeah,
never
so
saw
I
that.
celebrate it.
Let me ask a question. Rico, did you know about Juneteenth?
I
Yeah,
know.
but I mean, I don't celebrate it, but I know about it.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't. I didn't either. Nobody I know.
I knew about
Shit
Juneteenth.
until like
Look, I didn't know.
20,
I knew about Juneteenth.
20
But I didn't
something,
but like
2012.
everything else, right? In Black America, we turn everything to a damn celebration.
Tyler, you were the
Okay.
one that was against Juneteenth being a holiday. You said fuck Joe Biden for making it a holiday. It's
No,
tokenism.
I'm saying that I am sick and tired of every time you talk to black people, it's giving us a goddamn holiday or some celebration. That's all I said was, this.
Yeah,
Elvis,
because
Afro
people were
Theory has a
celebrating it
question.
before that.
Now, Elvis,
What she
Afro
said?
Theory has a question. She said, "Do Africans celebrate Haitian Independence Day?"
Yeah, if they live in Haiti, but the Africans in America, yeah, they celebrate African American being free. They live in this country. They know their history. And again, I'm different because I grew up here. I went to school in this country. I went to the Model UN. I was very active in the history of America politics. I'm not going to toot my academic horns, but I'm just saying that I partook in these things. I know the history of it, right? So I read
So
books. I
Elvis,
went to represent my state at a national program for history buffs. I did all of that shit. So I know the history of it. And plus, it's my freaking birthday. And also, it's the freedom of black people. I celebrate that. I'm not against it.
so Elvis.
I mean, people celebrate now because it's a holiday. Like people I know celebrate now,
Yeah,
but
but,
before
but
then, nobody could tell you what it
would have been
was.
cool,
Uh,
but this is the era of FBA now. All that shit is it's over.
Okay,
So,
man.
Yeah, yeah, NBA all day, NBA all day. Right?
Hey
cut the
Yeah,
Elvis,
check. Cut the check.
yeah.
if you know all that history, you know the Democrats ain't been shit since the
Oh man, but
beginning.
I
Why
don't
you
want to hear
like the
that shit, Rico.
Democrats?
Nah, Rico. I don't want to hear that shit, man. You trying to
You
come over
miss
here and
that
do
on
that
your old
Democrat?
history? You miss about the Democrats and the KKK?
Yeah, but so there was a party. There was a party switch.
Oh,
You know about the party switch, right, Rico?
yeah, they switched with
The
them
southern,
food
the southern
stamps and them
strategy.
free
You heard about
houses.
that, right?
Yeah, them food stamps and them free houses. You talk about Lyndon B. Johnson?
Yeah, B. Johnson. It's
Yeah, I'm gonna have you niggas vote Democrat for 100 years. Yeah, I know
yeah,
about all of
yeah.
that.
So now the KKK, you think they stay with the Democratic Party or they switch to the Republican Party?
Stay with the Democrat.
Oh, Rico, now you bullshitting.
I
You
disagree
think the
with that.
KKK voted for Obama, Rico?
You, you were just talking about Joe Biden, wasn't you? You
Yeah, the
know this history,
KKK
don't you?
voted for Joe Biden. What's wrong with you, man?
Most KKK are Republicans
They're
now.
Republicans. A couple of
Man,
40
most
talking.
KKK is white people.
Yeah, but their party
Democrats and
affiliation is
Republicans. What
Republicans,
the
not
hell is y'all
Democrat.
talking about?
They
Yeah.
don't vote Democrat, Rico. Come on.
hey, what do y'all actually think about the topic? How about that? Fuck.
What, xenophobic?
Yeah.
Yeah, get their ass out of here.
Hey, Mufasa, did you hear like rumors going around about? They try to spread rumors that African Americans that are in Africa, like yourself, are actually CIA.
No, I didn't hear that. This is the first I heard it
Okay,
earlier.
well, it's and you know who spread that around? You know that chick that was on the Vice channel. I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't.
it's
It's
her
been a million of them.
own
I don't know.
show.
I don't know which one.
But anyway, that chick that be on Phil, the African diaspora child, whatever, that be reporting from Africa. Anyway,
Walema. I think Walema, whatever her name is.
they were talking about Johore backed off the deal he had with the Black Americans because he thought he was going to get highly educated people. Like I said, a lot of
I
people
mean, did he
don't
say
care.
that? Did he say that, or are they just saying that?
Well, yeah, but the bottom line is he was led to believe.
Well, yeah, he said it, or are you saying you're not sure?
Well, what I'm saying is,
Okay.
I guess they put words in the man's mouth, right? And so whatever the plan was, Burkina Faso's backing off. They're interpreting it as that. Many reasons, because Terrari just did a crackdown on Islamic extremists in the country or not. And he said like people are come as our friends and whatnot, not. And people looked at it as he's talking about the diaspora too.
Okay, I ain't heard that. But as far as like Black Americans being CIA agents in Africa, that historically that has happened.
What,
It
he
was a
backed off the deal with the ADDI? Is that it?
You said what, Kala?
Well, I'm saying like this:
When
is a
did that
black
happen?
man work for the CIA in Africa, right? What the hell does that got to do with the all the black people that go over there and then working with it? So you go say Dr. Combone. See how when you paint a broad brush, how dangerous that
Right.
is.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, you can't put a broad brush like you can't. Yeah, I get
And
that.
they say, so what they're trying to do is they're trying to say hardcore black nationalists like someone like Brahmani Tyamba, you know, like Dr. Cambone, right?
Hold on, can you hear
That
me?
motherfucker is black to the
Yeah, we can
20th
hear you.
hour, right? That nigga's so black, man. He comes out and at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun runs away.
Okay.
So Dr. Cambone's black as you can get. Like you
I
got a
mean,
lot of Ghana is a breeding ground for black nationalism on the continent. You
right.
know, that's a black Pan African central.
Carla. My problem is they say that bullshit, but they don't say anything about things like the Peace Corps, where all those young white people go to
Yeah,
Africa.
they spy all
They're
the time.
likely
I
I
see.
got
spy.
Hold on, DK. I gotta push back on that.
I got hold
Nowadays,
on. There's no push.
nowadays, you do see that. You see a lot of Africans talking about they want NGO groups going. Like the Pan African is like Pan African.
They talk all that nonsense because they want the money.
Yo, Steve, these guys don't understand, man. These missionary groups are lifesavers, bro.
Without those
They're
damn
the ones bringing malaria medicines to
the
people,
reality is
helping pregnant women. You know,
last year. Look, what year was that? What year was that? With the Nimba 2 years ago. We went to Nimba County. Never forget this, right? And we're in this place called Jackie's Resort, right? And there was these white people in there, right? They had a round table. And so we had extra table. So I gave them my table so they could have a full like a board meeting there, right? In a restaurant, right? So anyway, I'm in there, this and the other thing for a couple of days. They see them at breakfast, dinner, whatnot. They're out, whatnot. I'm like, these guys are enjoying themselves, right? And then you see this one chick, whatnot, white lady, whatnot, kind of heavy set. She has like a braid on her head, but obviously one of the African girls had braided her hair, whatever. Anyway, I didn't ask them what they did. Right? Like I figured, I saw them on the plane coming back. We were on the same plane. I said, "Oh yeah, don't you remember me? We were on the same plane together, right?" I see her. Oh, she was like, "Yeah. That was like a 6-week assignment. We were doing some clean water project up there." Sort of nonchalantly, matter of factly, it's another assignment. But those people up there,
Hey! Come on.
hey, Collar.
What
What
the
the
Uh,
fuck?
fuck?
Carla, how'd you let this person on, Carla?
Who the
I
fuck
don't
is
know. I
that?
think because they put a black.
What the fuck?
uh,
Collar, you gotta watch out who you lay on the panel, man.
You might have to delete this show, Carla. You're gonna have to
I
delete
delete
this
it.
show.
yeah.
I'll let YouTube delete it.
You might. Okay.
You're gonna have to delete it. Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, let YouTube delete that shit. But my point is, Tyler, they're actually bringing help to those people over there. Those people need the services they're providing: clean drinking water, healthcare for women, maternity health, infant maternity rates. All those things are helped by NGOs.
But that
Yeah,
look,
are there some of them who are doing,
that shows me that's obviously a white guy, white devil troll. They can't. They always say they
Carla,
got black fatigue, but they can't stay away from us.
No, I mean they go over there too, and they're making more money
1776
than
said,
giving away.
Carla, 7076 said, you, me, and Steve work for intelligence agencies in Africa.
DK in particular, I think, work for some kind of intelligence agency.
But like that, like I agree.
What intelligent AC? Like I said, I would like to know.
Steve might just be a local informant, but DK might be a CIA
Hold
agent.
up. What do you?
Oh
What
no, I'm not.
in the world would I be informing on? They don't even make any fucking
What's the
sense.
form?
What would I be informing on?
He's just joking, Kyler. He's joking.
I don't know. He's joking.
But yeah, not all Black Americans are. I mean, even Africans as well. But
Not
yes,
any. Not look. The CIA is gonna do what the CIA does. But what I don't
Oh, call a
like
CIA. I
a
knew it.
black person from America, when not you start thinking, oh, they're CIA. You know what
Right.
that's meant to do is discourage black people from America from going to Africa because we don't want to be.
Yeah, 1776. The CIA is in Langley, Virginia.
Yeah,
Kind of living
Langley,
close by there.
Virginia.
Oh,
Right,
that
the
is
Actually, you know,
CIA,
I
that
the
think
is
you're not
CIA
far
strange.
from
headquarters is not too
what's it
far
called?
from where I
Dam
live.
Neck. Dam Neck. You're right next to Dam Neck, right, Carla?
Yeah, I mean, damn next on CIA is the base.
Yeah,
You
that's SEAL Team 6 headquarters right over there.
what you
Right
call
next
it? CIA headquarters is in what you call it in Langley.
So what y'all trying to say?
My point I'm trying to make
Nice
is it's
fat
like
dossier on me.
Carlos,
Every people are saying every time Carla goes to Liberia, he's there on recognizance.
I want to fucking mission
Like a West Side.
undermine little ass Liberia. Okay, well,
Mr. Sandman said Colin letting gay niggas on the show. I was
no,
like, at first I was like, oh man, it's a new panelist. That person never called in before.
I was one of Mr.
Yeah.
Sandman's people.
And I
Yeah,
was like,
that was an
What
African booty
name? What
scratcher.
name did he come under, Carla? That you just let him on like that?
You know,
Like it was a
You
woman
didn't-
name.
it was a woman name.
He came up,
Wow.
put two together. Sandman shows up. That guy.
Oh, Carla, stop the bullshit.
Worked for me.
Nah, that wasn't Sandman, man. That wasn't Sandman.
Yeah, African goddess. That's another lie about the diaspora. Ain't no diaspora. Shit, it's all if they don't send money back, they got a remittance. You know, fucking diaspora. They pimping these niggas. Diaspora.
But yeah, there's definitely intelligence agents,
The
out
real
here.
money. The real money is these well organized NGOs. If you see this type of stuff they got, and sometimes when they leave, they be leaving behind vehicles, furnished buildings, and some of everything.
Them too. Some of them too. Yes.
Yeah, it's mainly like the Peace Corps.
The
Groups
Peace
like that.
Corps. I've known about the Peace Corps. I got evidence against the Peace Corps because what they did in Liberia, they were behind that 1980 coup.
Oh boy.
Hold up.
Hey.
1776. It's Afghanistan.
Hey, you
Afghanistan.
can bring it up to date, Colin. Remember that dude that cut the white girl because she got pregnant? Yeah, he pregnant her?
Yeah.
He cut her?
Yeah, wasn't he
He
Peace
killed her.
Corps? Wasn't he part of the Peace Corps? Colin?
Yeah.
That's not true. He was
part of some church shit, man.
Yeah, he was an evangelist from I think South Dakota.
Operate. Hold up.
He had a wife.
People operate through these churches and stuff like that to do their own bidding. This is a spy network.
The same thing.
Yeah, what they gonna spy on in Nimba County, Carla? What we got? We got our nuclear weapon plants there. They're gonna try to get our nuclear weapon secrets.
First of all,
no, they just doing experiments.
They're gonna make sure they're gonna make sure you never develop. That's what they want to make sure.
They're watching. Look, they're watching. The one thing they do is they observe the culture, the attitudes of the people.
We didn't develop for 5,000 years when the white man wasn't there. Now he's there. He's stopping us from developing.
Look, the bottom line is this: you're not going to develop with that mentality. The problem is in Africa.
How did the Saudis develop, Carla?
Saudi Arabia is not developed.
Okay. How did Dubai and the UAE develop, Carla?
This is what I'm saying about the African mind, like Elvis.
How did it develop?
The other day, right? And they're saying all those desert kingdoms, they're about to fucking crash and come. The check is about to be due.
Okay.
They built.
I'm just saying, how did they develop? I'm not saying how they're going to be destroyed.
It was not developed.
Okay.
All those Arab countries built in the dust and whatnot are going to return to the dust. You watch.
But the key words, they're built, right?
Yeah, I know that.
The white man was there hand in hand developing them, Carla. That's the point I'm making.
They really did develop them. They really did
develop the same thing.
Don't give them credit for that. They didn't develop them.
Sure, the Arab desert man who couldn't read or write, who didn't know his asshole from his mouth, got oil, and the white man came and
they mortgaged their oil money to develop fucking undeveloped areas and built cities in the desert and whatnot. That's unsustainable and it's going to collapse.
So that's the
The
point I'm
white man
making,
did.
Carla.
The white
Man,
man didn't build
Elvis,
this.
Elvis, they coming for you in the chat, man.
Yeah, let him come from me. I'm just sharing the facts, and Carla knows this when he's being honest. The reality is, these were Bedouins, right? These were Arabs who they didn't know anything about oil rigs. They didn't know anything about refining oil. Aramco, Saudi Aramco,
Yeah, actually, you take
American and British engineers went
yeah,
there,
yeah, and
set
they
up that
go there
corporation,
like anything.
and built it and make
Anything
it
else,
and
right?
made it the most valuable
All they
company in
had
the world.
was they right to the
Six,
land,
you ain't
right,
coming back up,
which is
bro.
key, and they built vast empires and whatnot. Based on
Yo,
wealth. And
so,
Saudi Arabian people are ignorant people. They're ignorant,
Right.
primitive
So
people.
if the white man, if now the Saudis can buy, the
Yeah, but it's
Prince
not
of
just
Saudi
the
Arabia
white.
can
Hold
buy
up,
a
hold up.
$500 million
It's not.
art piece,
It's not.
how do you think he
Look,
got that
hold
money?
up, hold up, hold up. It's not just the white man. You also got Japan. You also got China.
Let
You also got
76
South
up,
Korea.
Carla. He want to confront you.
yeah, let him up. Let him up,
Is he
Carla.
in the back?
Let's 76
Yeah,
up.
he talking shit in the chat.
But
He
he
want to
ain't. He ain't.
confront
If
you,
he's not
Carla.
in the back, how can you let him up?
I'm a let him up, and I swear to God, one stupid comment about white women, whatever.
You know this
Come
shit
on
ain't
up.
gonna last
Let's
long.
76.
But is he up? I didn't know he was in the back.
In the
Hey,
chat. In
and
the
then when you
chat.
say that about Arab,
Now
don't
he
forget
says
Arab.
Kala is a blackface of an intelligent agency. I always knew
He,
it.
he
So
said he said a white man at the bar gave you the blue
Color, blackface.
face.
Hey,
That
yeah,
So the
shit.
don't.
bottom line is this: I go over to Liberia every year for what? What people for the fucking same white man I can't stand? Okay,
Well,
I
this
must
is
I
my
must be a good
So,
actor.
Collar, you go to Liberia, right? You said you barely see the white man's hands, or you barely see white people in
But
Liberia. You
hold
think
on,
they're
but I
there
look.
actively trying to
Look,
stop us
the thing
from
is though.
developing?
Hold on, the thing is though, I know they're there.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. I know they're there. I
no
know
my
when the
thing
white
going back
man's
to
close.
what he was saying about the Arabs. You're trying to make it like the white man knew everything. You know, they basically got all their math from Arabs, right? White people did.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I remember saying, you know that, right? That
Oh
they know
boy.
all
The
based
Arab
on
world that's
algebra.
taking place.
We got numbers
Algebra
from
is
them,
the
Yeah,
right?
Arabic word.
the Arabs gave us algebra, logic, reason.
Okay, Carla, I'll see that point to you, right? So could the algebra that they give us teach them how to drill oil and refine it and make them
It's the
billionaires
bottom
without the
line is
white
this
man coming
though.
to do it for them?
Well, let
No,
me
but
break it down to you, Elvis. You probably understand this, right?
Okay.
Less than a half percent of the white men in all those Western countries can do all that. That's what called travelers are called. You
Okay.
got multinational companies that do what they know, like Belgium. So I guess you think Belgium's some great superpower or that. King Leopold was a derelict. And Belgium was a fucking derelict kingdom with not even a language.
Carla, let me ask you a question.
They basically hold up. Listen to this.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you haven't accused them of saying why does Belgium use the white man? Saudi Arabia probably has more intelligence than Belgium does.
Carla, I mean,
no,
like,
but
You
that's the
automatically
point.
assume
The
because
point is
somebody
that
in Europe that they
all
got access to
societies.
intelligence or whatnot. No, it's only a few people got the Einsteins and Copernicus and stuff like that, and the rest of people
Carla,
use it.
I'll give you a case in point, right? Botswana, right? And I didn't know this. I was ignorant on this. They're not allowed to cut their own diamonds to add value to their own resources without a white corporation.
No,
They
that's
told
not
they
how it
told that
works.
kid I show speed they're not allowed to even sell
No,
him a
no,
piece of
no, no,
diamond
no. That's not how it
without the
works.
white corporation
That's not how it works.
that they're in partnership with.
First of all, the company that the partner was called Debswana. That's Debs Beers and which we call it and Botswana
Yeah,
Corporation.
it's an
So
amalgamation of the two companies.
bottom
But De
line is this:
Beers
if you
is a white
understand how the
corporation,
diamond
Carla.
industry works, right? There's an international, basically controlled diamond called the Kimberley Agreements, right? That if your diamonds do not pass the Kimberley Agreements, it can't be sold on international markets. You know, so therefore, Debswana is one of the companies that can cut diamonds. Botswana now cuts diamonds. They make jewelry and stuff like that. They don't just mine raw diamonds, export them. They're now being processed in Botswana.
We go to Africa, right? We got diamonds in Sierra Leone and other countries. Do we have a
Yeah, but
black
if they're not
owned diamond
if
cutting
they're not
company in West
if they're
Africa
not
that can
if
cut
they're
diamonds
not
and add value to it?
Kimberly if they're not hold up, if they're not Kimberly certified, that's what they call conflict diamonds.
We're talking two different things. I'm just telling you, the rough diamond itself doesn't hit its true value until it's been cut. And it brings
It
out
cut.
its
It did
its
not.
brilliance.
Now it was cut.
Can
That's just
Africans cut diamonds and show up its value?
look. It's like this. You can't just go in your backyard and drill for oil either.
No.
In America, can you?
That's because that's the point that I'm telling you. The point here is
Oh, yeah, look,
the,
there's
the, the
laws.
minerals we have, we can't add value to it. We have to have other people, predominantly white people, to come and add value to our minerals.
We live in a world. We live in a world where the world respects conservation and stuff
Somebody
like
got to
that.
mute.
Of law, you can't just start drilling diamonds, drilling stuff like that in the world, expect to sell them, and it don't work like that, But there is what you don't seem to understand is, and a lot of Africans don't understand is, no one's saying you can't eventually do all the things you could do. That you just got to be compliant, and Africans refuse to be compliant on anything.
What do you mean by compliant?
Compliant means the rules, the international laws are set to protect not only the diamonds but also indigenous lands, land.
Follow that Kimberly thing only came about because of the blood diamonds from Sierra Leone. It wasn't there before.
Look, like that. And conflict. If you basically have too much diamonds being mined and whatnot, there's gonna be conflict. You can start wars, start everything. It'll bring up a whole bunch of stuff there. So therefore, diamonds have to be done a certain way.
Botswana is just white owned, white managed group. That's not really
right. That's why you got mad at me. You kicked me off the show because of that same thing.
Botswana is half owned by Botswana.
It's not half in its reality, Carla. It's a white owned company.
It might be half.
They're in partnership with the government.
Let's look all the people that run it are white.
Right.
All
the people that really do the work are white people.
I just looked it up. The CEO's white, the chairmans are white, all of them are white. The workers are black, just like every other corporation.
All right, DK, do me a favor. Put the video up in the chat. Let's see.
We're gonna do it. Google it.
Carla, if you think that Botswana had the capabilities, why would they even need De Beers to come in? If they could cut their own diamonds and sell it, why would they need De Beers?
Botswana.
No, it's just like if you release a book or whatever, are you gonna not sell it on Amazon? It's the biggest market in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Is that a white man platform?
It's a white platform, yeah. But I'm not saying you independently in America.
So that's the point that I'm making.
I can't believe sometimes you sound so fucking ignorant.
No, the point that I'm making here is black people in Africa, for example.
Black people are integrated.
Okay, Carl, you only let me speak.
Black people are part of the global economy. There's no white economy.
Okay. My point is that.
What's your point, though, Elvis?
Yeah, like I was making.
We know that.
Basically, hold up. The Japanese and Chinese use Microsoft. Are they using the white man's technology?
Yeah, the Japanese will say that, but why can't black people say it? When you pointed it out, then you must be a bootlicker for the white man.
And it said that they'll say, "Look, you're fucking ignorant. We understand why your countries are backwards." People in high places that do high things and whatnot don't see color and race. It's only people at the bottom that see race.
Do black Americans see color and race, color?
No, not when
okay. All right.
Now, look,
that's true, Mufasa. You guys don't see race and color, right?
Look, let me tell you something, Elvis.
No, we see race.
Okay.
Oh, we see race, but the bottom line is this: I'm not gonna be like this. Oh, that person's white. I'm not gonna do business with. That's fucking insane. My business, right? One of my business partners called me today. An older guy, Ken. Guy's like a brother to me. Older guy, He's one of our partners. I said, "Yeah, you going to Richmond with us? You going to Richmond in September?" "Yeah, I'll be there." I said, "We got to take the first night, hang with ourselves. Let's go out to dinner, man. So everybody go to fuck the rest of the marketing team. We'll meet them the next day." So that's fine. But Ken and I and all the people that's in our agency, white, black, Filipino, and everything like that, we're high income earners. We make money. We do real business. That's above anything else. I know how to put race in perspective. What I don't understand is I could work with white people, Chinese people, everything else. I'm saying to myself, why can't I have 10% of the success I have with other races, right? and build a Pan African business.
But here's the problem, Carla. It's a difference between working with white people when they run your economy. That's the difference.
Well, they don't run my business, so
who added value to the Nigerian oil by digging it out of the ground? Not even refining it, but just digging it out of the ground. Did the
Well,
Nigerians go to school and learn how to dig it out and dig it up
Nigeria
and
has
dug it up
60 years.
themselves?
Nigeria has 65 years to come up with a comprehensive plan to fully industrialize. And they could have developed the whole of fucking West Africa. They
Did
chose
they
not.
did they do it, Carl, or the white man was doing the digging for the oil?
They chose not to. I'm not making no excuses for for Africans no more.
Okay.
They chose not to.
Not only that they chose not to, they didn't know how to initially, right?
No, they chose not to. Nigerians go around the world. What did they say, DK? They're the most educated. They're the most this. Rather than bragging about all their degrees.
Elvis, they had 60 years. You said they didn't know how. Does it take you 60 years to learn?
No, that's what I'm saying, right? They learned it, right? But making an oil rig, do they know how to? Do you have all the engineers and the people to build an oil rig?
Engineers and all this shit.
You have 60 years to figure it out.
I'm saying, DK, I hear you, right? But part of that 60 years, you have military coups, you had political instability, you had a war, you had a lot of things that went on there. So it's not just pure 60 years of development and progress. You had setbacks also. But my point here is most of the value added, added addition to our natural resources, other people have to come in and show us how to do it, or we have to send it to them, export it.
How did fucking Iran do it? Iran's doing their own oil.
Iran had Shell. They had Shell in that company that started. Yeah, Shell. No, I think it was British Petroleum. BP was running their oil wells when they first under the Shah, right? Before Mossadegh came into power and tried to nationalize it. So Iranians, they didn't know how to drill for oil either. The white British had to come in there and show them how to do it.
How is it that and Nigerians always brag about then the oil industry in Houston and all shit, man? Please miss me with that shit. African guy says the Kimberley Agreement is an important piece of human rights legislation. Yeah, the Kimberley Agreement is a human rights legislation.
Yeah, so
the bottom line, that's why they can't do what they want to do.
They wasn't doing that before the Kimberley Agreement when the blood diamonds was going on in Sierra Leone. Africans wasn't cutting diamonds and selling it on the open market.
I don't get there,
So we have the diamonds, we can't cut it. We have cocoa, we can't make chocolate. We have oil, we can't refine or dig it from out of the ground.
Nobody told you can't make chocolate.
All right. We got cocoa in Africa as African.
Africans refuse to do it. They're lazy. They refuse to do it.
Okay.
Black people.
We have rubber. We don't have rubber processing plants.
Whose fault is that?
I'm making a criticism of Africa. I'm not blaming the white man. That's the point that I'm making. When people in the comments are talking nonsense that I'm on the white man's, you know what? I'm just telling you, we lack the capacity to do these things. It's our current reality. If you want a Pan-African to tell you that you can do all things and the white man is the devil, I'm not that. I'm looking at the reality.
As the friggin' intelligence and the capability and ability, is that do they have the willpower and the spirit?
Do they have the know-how?
It doesn't matter. Yo, the know-how will come. You got to know. Look,
Majora spirit, Carla. They don't have that Majora spirit.
Elvis, before you can know how, you got to first know what.
You got to know why, Carla. Why?
You got to know why. African doesn't even know why he exists.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with these niggas?
You know why you exist. You don't know why you have a republic.
Carla, they couldn't hold them to Harlem, Carla. They couldn't hold them to Harlem.
You sitting like who be doing it? Where be I be at? And whatnot, If you're looking like that, you ain't gonna get no place. You gotta all know how you want.
That's what I'm saying. So who are the people who knows why and know how, Carla, that go to Africa and teach them how?
Yeah, that's something that's gotta be in Africans.
No, okay, there you go. So I'm just proving my point tonight.
Too busy stealing. You're right.
What do you
talking
want
to
them
African
do?
guys in the
They
chat?
just not get the money because they don't know how to do it, so they shouldn't partner with these companies.
All right, people in power.
No, the point I'm making, people say I'm making this sound like the white man is all that, and I'm on his nuts. The point I'm saying is
there's only one. There's
White
only
people
one
are
thing.
not that bad because they come in. We have gold, black gold as they call it, and we don't know how to do. It's useless to us because we don't know how to take it from under the ground. We don't know how to refine it and add value to it and sell it. So the white man has to come and say, you know what, you lack the
Granted,
capacity to
Steve,
do this. We're going
Elvis,
to
you
do it
got
for you and give you a piece of it,
Steve.
and that's how it's
So
been.
Elvis,
I
So
mean,
so
who's the
basically,
so
bad?
you trying
Who's
to
the
make it
bad
seem
person
like
in
it's
that
like one
equation,
sided.
Shabazz? If a person comes to you and say, "Well, you have this under your house, right? You can't do anything with it. You lack the capacity to do anything to add value to it. I'm going to bring my drills. I'm going to bring my expertise. I'm going to dig it out of the ground. Maybe I'm even going to refine it and sell it. $100 a barrel, and I give you $30 out of that $100. Is that person exploiting you, or are they helping you?
I mean, it depends on
neither. They're
no, it
not
depends.
helping you. They're not exploiting you.
Yeah, I'm
It's
about to say
just
even if we do
what it
business,
is.
they're
What it
not
is.
helping. They're
It's
not helping.
like
But what
a
I'm saying, it depends
dodo.
though on the context. You're leaving everything out of context. You get
You
what I'm
finna
saying?
get 0.5%. They finna get 99
No,
point nine.
but what I'm saying is only equal people can negotiate. I can't negotiate with you if you could just run up in my country and do me like Maduro, and there's that threat hanging over everything we do
So that's
because you
exploitation.
destabilized Africa over the last 500 years. You know what I'm saying? So that you can't take that out of context.
No,
I don't
but
look
you have
at
to
it like
understand. You know what
exploitation.
500 years ago was? It wasn't where we had a Geneva Convention and international norms and international laws. It was a law of the jungle. If you think you have the military might, you go into a place and you fight it out. If you lose, you get killed. If you win, you dominate and you conquer those people. That's how it was, right or wrong. But that was the world
It's
order at
still
that
like
time.
That's
still
what it
like
was.
That's what it was.
still
So
like
you can't in retrospect go back and say what they did was wrong because that's how the world works at the time. The Ottoman Empire went into the Middle East, took over the caliphate and dominated them for hundreds of years until World War I when they got dethroned. Right, that's how it was. So
okay, but the thing is, they don't get a pass. Like so, when they've done that, you have to put that in the context of what today. You can't be like, oh yeah, white people are good. I mean, they come and they help you. Like no,
do
they
do do
ruined
Shaka
your
Zulu get
whole
a pass
curriculum.
for conquering all of the Zulus and taking the land from other neighboring
Now
tribes?
you just
I
saying
mean, a
things.
pass for what? Finish out the analogy. A pass for what?
For he killed a lot of Africans. He killed more Africans than he killed white people.
I mean, that's fine. But what I'm
Right.
saying
So I'm
is,
telling you
you're
about
comparing
conquering,
the
right?
actions of today.
Man
You're
has a
looking at the
conquering
actions of
nature, whether
today.
they're white men or black men. They go out there and they conquer through military actions.
Ain't
And
nobody
that's what the
tripping on
white
that.
men
What
did
I'm
with the
saying is
Africans.
you're looking at the actions of what they do today and taking it out of context of that they're responsible for all this shit in the first place. So you can't do all the harm and then come to me with a bottle of water after you bomb my entire village and expect me to look at you like a hero. It doesn't work like that.
That's what I'm asking you now. So
Only
you
you
think
go
Africa would
first.
be better off if the white men don't give out loans, they don't go there and do any kind of help, give any help to the Africans, would be better off?
We'd be better off if white folks left us alone. Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
okay. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. They're the one causing all this
The
bullshit. Every time
phone,
a
the
country
phone, when
comes
you go to
along,
Africa, Mufasa, all the Africans that use telephones, do you think there's a black man that has a satellite in space that got a telephone company?
it's a couple African countries that do got satellites up.
Okay.
It's a couple, but I mean, they probably contribute to the most of that. But what I'm saying
Right,
is,
and that's
they
what I'm
didn't
telling you that
interfere in our
you
affairs when they
downplay
do
their
all that shit.
importance and their contribution to us as black people. All the things we benefit from on the continent is facilitated mostly by white people. That's the point I'm making,
Yeah,
whether we
but
like to
because
admit it or not.
You don't
they're
think
not gonna have it
India?
any other way, bro. It's
You
like
don't
the
fucking
mafia.
have in Japan, China, all these other people. They're all white.
No, but I'm
Okay.
saying, bro, it's like the mafia. It's like if you in our neighborhood, you got to do it our way. So they're gonna see to it that everything you do includes them because that's the
Elvis,
rules.
you're looking at things from a micro spectrum. You look at it because they give me food that they like me when we're
I don't think
fucking
that
with
was.
each
I,
other.
No,
is that your
if they
argument?
hate you, DK, they'll let you starve, won't they? If
Yes.
I hate your ass,
No,
why would I give you food to survive?
All right, can I?
They're
so
looting
to
your
fool
country.
people so they could think like you. This is
Whoa.
powerful.
Oh,
This is
okay.
why Africans are brainwashed. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So they got people like you on their team.
Nah, it's
That's
not on the team.
valuable.
It's the reality, man. I don't know why you guys don't see it.
It's your reality, so they're going to create your reality.
Where?
They've crafted your reality
Okay,
to
man.
where you
Is
The
can
it,
Pan
what
use
is
them
it
to do
African
called?
all what
is
they
that's how
did
they
and make
always
it look
talk.
like they're
Does
doing
it
it too.
take
Hold on, hold
some?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So, I mean, I
Whatever.
don't. I mean,
Hey man, I threw Pan Africanism away. Look at my title.
Right.
You said what would you put on your title? Let me see, Bantu. Let me read
Foundational Black Americans rip pan scam Africa
it.
I don't
scam
know if this
Pan
works.
Scam Africa.
I
Okay.
don't know why.
Africa.
What? See that? That's where. What's her name? The ADOS lady. She messed up because I don't know what's the point of
Yes,
y'all
yeah.
alienating
I
Pan
see
African.
the arrow. Yeah, I see the light.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
I seen a couple FBA panels that you can't be FBA if you pan African. So I was like, okay.
I'm a Pan African at heart, but what I'm saying is we have to admit the current world structure and how things are. White people are not the enemy of black people when it comes to economics. We benefit from them
You
more.
just don't know enough. You
They
just
are.
don't know enough if
They
you make
are.
a statement like that.
Okay, that's what
They
I'm saying,
absolutely
bro. I'm
are.
telling you, you live in America. Your entire existence right now is hanging on the white capitalist system that you live under. In Africa, it's even
Yeah,
more
by force
pronounced.
though. It's by force, not choice, bro.
What do you?
Anything.
Oh man, Mufasa, come on, man, stop that, bro. You're too intelligent to be saying things like that.
It
Who's
is though.
who's
It is,
forcing you, Mufasa?
bro. There's a
Don't you?
system in place
Circumstances.
here. There's a system in place here. Government rules, laws, police.
So
I mean,
those things are
you
forced. Those are order. Those are how the society is supposed to
I
run.
know that it's their order. Like how? Okay, so what am I gonna do? Overthrow it and start a communist thing?
Is it
I ain't
hurting
got
you?
no
That's the
choice.
question I'm asking. Is it hurting you?
So Elvis Morris, you say the white people in the U.S. government they want Black Americans to the best for Black Americans economically.
One
Is that what
second,
you're
I'm just
saying?
asking Mufasa right now. Is the system hurting you, Mufasa?
Yes, the system definitely hurts black people.
Is it hurting you?
Yes,
How so?
because they have basically a monopoly on all of the means of distribution, all of the wealth, and these things in the system, and then everything you need to do in the system requires wealth. So they use that monopoly, they use that dominance to control everything that happens to our community and
So what are you saying?
overdetermine everything that
They
happens.
should take the wealth and give part of that wealth to you so
They
that you can
absolutely,
compete against them?
you damn right they should. If you want to call it just, yes, that's what you should do. But
All right.
they dominate all the wealth, they dominate all the media, they dominate all the means of production,
They have all the
everything.
power, everything like that,
Okay.
the decision
All right.
Yeah,
making.
and absolutely yes, they use it as a weapon against us. Yeah, they absolutely do.
Okay.
And also, Elvis, my whole thing is this: why is it that if you have a community, right, one side black, one side white, whatever like that, you notice that you probably won't even notice, right? Tell me why is it that even if you come to a city with a majority black, why is like 80% of the police still white? Why is like 80% of the teachers still white? Why do you think that 80% of anything that pays out occurs from the government on behalf of the people? Like I do this for a living, right? I'm like this. I look at it all the time. I'm like this. If all the black people, basically, if somebody said, Kala, your business is going to handle all the black people in your area right now, and the white people are going to have, white agents are going to have all the white agents. I have all the black clients, right? I'd be fucking rich tomorrow. But I gotta compete with a small thing because white people don't give you no damn grace. They're like, okay, let me leave y'all over there. You see that in insurance, right? A guy told me one time in insurance, they said back in the days, they worked for an insurance company. They used to be like, nigga this. I have to go to these niggas' houses when I collect their insurance premium and whatnot. And they said, why are you going there or not? Because the bottom line is, God forbid you leave it to North Carolina Mutual, which was a black owned insurance company, to get those black insurance dollars. White man wants everything. You
So
know?
you're for business segregation, Carla?
Well, I'm like
Black
this.
people should only do business
Look,
with black people, white people only white people?
hold up. How the cars in Japan, right? Could Ford, General Motors, anything, just sell to the They barely sell any cars in Japan. Japanese got 99%
No,
of
that's because the Japanese realize the quality of the cars are better from
no,
Japan.
it's not even that.
It's that,
Japanese
Carla.
realized that the fact of the matter is they had to build a better car for their domestic market. And the bottom line, they were not going to let the West control the most valuable industry, which is the automobile industry. Here in America, nobody gives a damn.
You know Japan has heavy import tariffs for automobiles from abroad.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They got
same thing with Singapore.
Hold up. My whole
That's
thing
how
is
they
this.
protect their brand.
Tell me what tariffs could I put on anything, Elvis? None. So it's an unfair relationship.
Between who?
$1.6 trillion comes out of consumers come out of black hands every year, right? We have no way of getting any of that money back, whatever like that. So it's an unfair relationship. We don't benefit from it. White people control 99.9% of everything we consume, everything we hear in the media, everything we do. That's what we're talking about. So if you say, okay, you be happy, yeah, it sounds good. But the bottom line is this: when you're a real man, you're like, why are we fucking putting up with these fucking people? Why? Look, you don't seem to understand, Elvis. If I had a choice, right? You think I'd be fucking living here with fucking MAGA, Donald Trump? You know, I voted for him, right? I'd rather
Let
have
me
a
say that statement, Colin, is a laughable statement to make.
hold on. I would, and not only that, you think I would be living in a country where they're having a serious discussion about what a fucking man or a woman is?
Okay, Colin. I don't know what you'll be. You have a choice, Colin, and your choice is made. You want to live in the United States, and that's where you're living.
No, I have no choice right now. You know,
Colin, the healthcare you're receiving right now, you couldn't receive it in Angola.
yeah, I know.
You couldn't receive it in Liberia.
I have no choice right now, but I would much rather have been born in a well-developed, functioning black society. That's what I would like to say.
Well,
Since I don't
that
have
doesn't
it.
exist.
Is there anyone that exists?
No,
There's none.
Yeah.
That's like saying
You know that old saying, when you wish upon a star, right? So, I mean, it's the reality, man. As black people, we just have to look at our current situation. We're not where we should be.
yeah, but why is it that? Why is that? Look, I'm like, you know, it's just like you look at the black race. It's like, damn, like I said, you guys get mad at Honeyflower, but when you really look at that little girl has some fucking major things.
Hold on.
Tyler, you stay paying over at Honeyflower. Go apologize to her and beg her to come back on the show, man. We don't want to hear about.
She haven't even been on Telegram.
I can see now.
Hold on. No. The thing with Honeyflower is she was just going in on men all the time. So that's
she was like, man, you got a whole big ass continent over there. Why the fuck am I living in America? You know, and I'm like, that's a good.
Yeah, because you know why, Carla? Because they were killing her brothers and her fathers in Sudan. They had to flee from that Darfur genocide. That's why.
Yeah,
what you talking about?
Yeah, them Africans ripped her ass up, man.
But the bottom line is this. I ain't saying what happened.
She had to flee. I mean,
bottom line is this: can you have one country in Africa that could deliver for our women?
The Arabs are kicking their asses right now in Sudan.
Why are the Arabs there?
Okay, you gotta go ask that question, Colin. You know how they came there? They conquered Sudan a long time ago.
To be honest, most of those so-called Arabs in Sudan are blacker than everyone in this panel. It's just crazy.
Yeah, but they're mixed. They're definitely Negro like myself and you. They're not purely Negro. They got those curly Somali-looking hair, long nose.
Afro Theory says Honeyflower is 100% correct. Wow, shots fired.
Yeah, she's correct to a degree. Yeah, fine. We ask ourselves the same question as African men. Colin, you live here, right? You talked about it. Why couldn't African Americans make Gary, Indiana, a successful city, or Detroit a successful city?
You know why? Because we live inside. Nothing we do in proximity to white America is going to work.
But
for you, that's your excuse. And the Africans will tell you it's the government, right? Like Teresa.
No.
They will say it's the government. If you go on Dining Channel, the white man stopping them from developing Africa too.
Right.
So it's the same argument.
Many times Gary, Indiana tried to get credit and stuff like that. They developed the city, whatever investments, they couldn't pull it off. So years of neglect, we call benign neglect, where companies deliberately said, we're not going to that city because somehow white Americans felt threatened by a black-run city. So they pulled their capital and investment out and let the place starve.
Elvis, hold on. There's a comment, right? Miss Smith says that you immediately attack her just because she's a woman. It's very clear. Actually, I don't think that's what happened. It was her constantly, coming in here and saying African men ain't this and they ain't that, and eventually, they spoke up. And as far as
They knew
I
what
never
she
seen Elvis talk
was.
down
That's
on black
why
women,
they
whether
not
African
talking.
women or black women. I have never seen him do it.
I don't know what the fuck Keller was on.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, wasn't she always every time she came on, she was basically like talking shit, right? Every time, right?
yeah.
Come out,
So,
men ain't this, men ain't that.
right. So, and nobody ever said nothing to her about it. But one day, eventually, people got tired of it, and that's when, yeah.
Oh, it started when she was like, "Well, my criticism." She was just saying, "I don't hate African men, but my criticism of them is, I see other men how." She was just saying how the Asian.
Kyla, you was agree with her because she was specifically attacking African men.
No, no,
You
no,
guys had a
no,
falling out when she started attacking black men, and that
Black,
included you and other
yeah.
black American. And you
I
got
mean,
mad at her. And you
I
kicked her
already
off.
knew that was gonna happen. I already knew that was gonna happen, and
no,
eventually, she
no,
started going at black American men too. So,
no,
yeah.
Exactly.
but she was basically saying, basically saying that look how the Arab man, the Asian man, all these other people got it.
Right.
Because we look at it like, Japan, man, the Japanese man, they gave their women the world. Japanese women got the probably the highest standard of living, quality of life, protection. Besides, why can't we have that in Africa? That was a legitimate thing. I want.
Yeah, let her go ask her Sudanese brothers and fathers why they can't have it.
Then she looks
Ask
across.
the women too, though. Ask the women too.
Right.
I don't know why we acting like women are just like they what they can't
Well,
do
to be fair, women have no power in Sudan, so it wouldn't be reasonable to say, "What about the women?"
Okay, I get what you're saying. Because the men, that's how the men are carrying it.
Yeah, it's really the men are killing each other in Sudan. So
The men are doing the most manly thing you can do. Right? They're fighting wars and dying and killing each other. Right? What she want?
yeah,
That's savagery. That's not fighting.
Oh, okay,
Fighting.
Kyla. What do you want them to do?
Wars are fought over
They-
territory. You got goals.
they're
That's
killing each other as proxies for what Arab countries
for
like
Arab
UAE.
countries, right?
That's not a
So that's
fucking
not
war.
really
That's
that's not really
carnage.
manly. And their women are like fleeing, like living as refugees. That's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
really.
what do you want them to do? What do you name? DK. Want to make peace with the Arabs and become slaves? So that
Oh,
what
get
should they
their
do?
shit together. That's what I want to do.
Nah, they're out.
They're not
Out.
there.
They're outfunded. The Arabs giving those guys logistics. They're giving them weapons, information. Little Mohammed Hameti. He's the one that's working with the UAE. He's getting all the support,
Yeah.
fighting against the so-called president or the head of the country. I mean, it's just bullshit. You know, the point here is black men as a whole, right? I don't believe in the curse of Ham and all that stupid shit. I do think we are capable of having high intellect, as many black men are very highly intelligent.
Oh yeah,
But
a lot of black
collectively,
men
we haven't figured it out. And
sitting there.
why is that?
The problem is a lot of black men could think, but you must apply. They don't know how to apply. Like I said, I think about certain things and I'm going to apply it, right? Because I've been talking about this thing for years. I just think we need one country in Africa that we
'Cause
can connect.
I hate to say it, you haven't applied it either for years.
I'm going to apply. That's what I said.
All right.
I'll be a bit. I didn't know apply shit, but I'm going to. You know, and the
Do
bottom,
you
I'm gonna take
support
that bold step and do it. Because I
Elvis?
realize now
What's up?
nobody else is gonna do it but me.
Elvis, do you support Kala skipping Liberia and going to Angola? He's moving
I
on.
support it, but I think
I'm not skipping Liberia. Liberia was never my friggin' end game, right? Because there's just too much conflict there. All I wanted to do was talk about Liberia enough to say our ancestors did it one time, right? This is going to be the next great return. If I can't say let's have a big return, unless people know what I'm talking about. If they don't know what Providence Island was, they don't know who Joseph Jacobs Roberts was. They don't know who all these people was 200 some years ago.
Carla, you're leaving the pan and going into the fire, right? You're going to a country that doesn't speak English. Something a country that African Americans barely know anything about.
Elvis, I don't care.
Of course,
how that work out in West Africa? You got black people
don't even know about Liberia.
Yeah, they don't even know about Angola. At least you've talked to them about Liberia, but they don't know anything about Angola.
You can probably get more done in a country where you don't know the language, because you're setting the precedence, that you can in a country where you got English speaking people and they're going back and forth with this diaspora. One thing about Angolans, they don't know nothing about the diaspora wars. Nothing.
Well, 2026, we got Twitter. Everything comes with a auto translate. So
yeah, I mean they're Lusophone, you're Anglophone.
A lot of this stuff basically is done through white people, and white people are the ones bridging this, causing this so-called back and forth between Black Americans and Nigerians. And so they're online. I catch them all the time. Some of them are bots. Some of them could be people from Bangladesh. They know the talking points, how to rage bait Black Americans, and they be having Black Americans and Nigerians good. They come find the guy's account. It's somebody from Sri Lanka.
That's why I say don't argue with people on the internet. You do not know who you arguing with. I always tell people that. You don't know who write these comments.
The bottom line is this. And then when you got Africans who anybody who a lot of these bots discovered the FBA movement, and they're going around viciously attacking Africans under the FBA banner and whatnot. And you try to tell them that's not us. Well, who's this? This guy said blah blah blah. That's not the fuck us, And you can't tell Africans that we don't think like that. They believe it,
I mean, it's the same way. Like you try to tell Black Americans that Africans don't hate them either, but you can't tell them nothing.
But then again, you got this one stupid, ugly African lady getting up there. Black Americans, it's like, lady, first of all, you're shut the fuck up.
Carla, you're so a misogynist. You don't say, oh, she's so hot, she's so beautiful, or you call her ugly. A woman's value is always attached to her attractiveness when you call her.
She was. So
you remember that time they were talking about Harriet Tubman and somebody said Harriet Tubman wasn't the cutest? I was like, it doesn't matter what she looked like.
Right. They always attach a woman's beauty as to their value.
Harriet Tubman is a great woman, but sometimes you gotta look.
She was actually a beautiful woman. Most of the pictures we see of her is when she was older. Probably she had a couple strokes.
Imagine you a slave, right? And Harriet Tubman pop up, be like, "She not that cute. I'm gonna stay right here." I don't
know. Made you bend her over.
They always judge a woman based on their beauty.
Listen, like it's like when I heard somebody say that, I was like, "Really?" I was like, "This is what we on?"
But I'm saying, this lady sitting there, Black American. She called herself an African American. They call us Black American. And everybody in the comment section was like, Phil Scott even said it. Even though some of us use Black American now, you don't get to hijack that term African American.
Oh my gosh. You guys get hung up on names. Your blood is your blood. You know your history. Nobody can take that away from you.
The thing, right?
Jeez.
Because you don't come to somebody's area. It's like me going to Liberia, calling myself a Liberian.
Are you African, Carla?
No.
Okay.
I'm a person of Black African descent.
No. Don't use African in there, Carla. Don't call yourself Black African. You're not Black African.
Culturally, and whatever, linguistically. Whatever.
Exactly. So I can call myself African American, even though culturally, linguistically, I'm not that. That's how you can call yourself a Black African.
No, when you say you're African American, what you're saying basically is you're descendant of the transatlantic.
No, what you're basically saying is you're African who live on the African continent.
No. Let me tell you how it works, Elvis. This is how it works. An Italian American is different than an immigrant from Italy. An immigrant from Italy is not an Italian American.
Okay.
I don't know if you know that, right? Who's an Italian American? Joe DiMaggio, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino. Those are Italian Americans. That's the culture. The kids from the Jersey Shore, those are Italian Americans, right? Somebody that was born in Italy that comes here is an Italian living in America. Italian American is somebody who has a history and a culture in America. But Foster, you agree with that?
Hold on,
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Hold up, you're not from New York. I'm telling you.
What? Now you're not from this place. Now you're not from that
Like
place.
I don't like Elvis is an African American. He would be a Liberian American. Like that's
So
what I'm.
Liberian American, but what I'm saying is this.
Cali
So you telling me? Hold on, cause what you saying is if a Liberian American here for multiple generations, a Liberian that comes here, like your example you just gave the Italians, right? That person would be considered a Liberian
Somebody
American. They just be
came
Liberian.
The,
somebody
the
came
question
here.
is, who owns the term African? Is it African American that owns
No,
that
it's
term,
not
or is it
that.
the
No,
Africans who owns the
Nobody
term?
owns the term
no,
African.
it's not that.
Okay.
It's the fact
He's
of the matter
on the
is
term, boy.
when the term African American was created, it was created for the people who do not know their specific country and call themselves Africans of African descent.
Boy, am I also an African, Akala?
Yeah, but you don't have the original African.
But
Oh my gosh, I'm an African.
Hold on.
hold on, Elvis. African American only refers to people who are descendants of people who came here through the slave trade.
Transatlantic slave trade. That's it.
Y'all
If you
can't
have
have
that
nothing, Elvis.
that
Is over.
African story is transatlantic slave
That's
trade.
true, Bantu. Can't even call myself African in America again.
Because Elvis, you know exactly where you come from.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why African Americans are even offended by it. I'm African. I'm a Liberian. I have an accent. I'm African. I can never be African American. So even if I call myself African American, it doesn't change anything.
Hold up. When the world says, when the world says that's a ragtime blues is an African American art form brought from the slaves or descendants of slaves in Africa, you're talking about specific people, a story. So if you call yourself that, you're taking credit for stuff that you did not create.
Well, Kala, the term African American was created by Jesse Jackson in the 80s.
No,
Am I right?
no, it's not.
That's not true.
No, Mike, get your ignorant ass out of here. The term African American was created actually in the 1780s. It was created.
What?
Philadelphia Inquirer wrote an article by a black man after the Constitution was written. He said, "I am an African American." And
the term they used Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know that.
The term.
But most of my Black American friends always tell me, "Hey, Jesse Jackson started calling me African American."
Anyone knows Jesse Jackson? Malcolm X used the term.
Okay. Let me ask you this: so, what were you guys being called, like in the 70s by the American society?
We were just called
the governments. What was your description?
American Negroes. But what I'm saying
is Negroes.
Okay, so it was Negroes. The reason why I brought this up was because my dad, the first person in my family that came here was my grandfather in 1945. He came to America as the first person in my family, and then he went back because back then they don't stay here. They don't like being here, but they come here, visit, and go back. And they tell me stories. And my dad too. He grew up and he came in the 70s. So they tell me stories about the United States. Trust me, I know so much. That's how I'm able to know a lot. And he was one that told me that the Nigerian, the African, they used to call themselves the African in America. Not African American, but Africans of America. They were, something like that. But then I found out the African American thing that you guys took it like in the 80s.
Yeah, what happened was this, right? Along the line, hold up. Let me say this. You guys give me 3 minutes. In many Pan-African schools, like men like Dr. Joanza Kunjufu, right? Dr. Molana Karenga, a lot of people who brought us Kwanzaa, and all these other people like this, they use the term African American, right? It wasn't.
Are these people black American people?
Black African Americans, descendant of the slave trade. Then what happened was in '88, right? Jesse Jackson went to Africa, and he was going through a phase, and he said, "Now we're going to be known as African American." And then the mainstream media caught on with it, and the rest is history, But it was always being used in Pan-African circles for a long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you for the
But
education. I'm learning from
that
you. I'm learning from you guys. I listen more. But
that's
I think where the confusion is right now is like people like Aries and I and my kids and many of us that are American citizens, whether born here or uh, became citizens. We're trying to know how to define ourselves separate from you, so that way we don't offend you.
I would
It
say,
looks
look,
like we're clashing with you. Yeah.
Mike, I would say like this. You're, you said, no, that was true call. Do you believe in Nigeria?
I don't know what that means.
Do
I
you
don't.
consider yourself Nigerian?
Dude, I don't
He
need
changed his
contents of your
name
question. You gotta put it in context.
to the
No, what I'm
Tether
saying is,
State
I was
Bank.
like, do you identify as a Nigerian?
I'm a Yoruba Nigerian. Yoruba Nigerian.
Oh, you got to have a nationality.
And my nation is Yoruba nation. My nationality is Yoruba. Yeah.
Okay, that's not a nation state. That's
No, Nigeria is no. Yoruba is a nation. Nigeria is a country.
yeah, but it's not recognized. Whatever. So
No. Do you
anyway,
know the definition of a nation? Read your
like this.
dictionary. Kala, I thought you were
Carl,
expert.
he's right. He's right, Carl. A nation and a country, two
What I'm
different things.
saying is, okay, now we come to America, right? The average white person, what are you, right? I'm from Africa, right? Now, would you mind calling yourself a West African American?
That's the deal. That's the deal. Like I could fit in many definitions. Now, what I tell someone is what you're comfortable calling me is what you should call me. Like you, for example, Kala. If you're comfortable calling me a Yoruba American, cool. If you're comfortable calling me Nigerian American, cool. If you're comfortable calling me a African, meaning someone from an African continent that became there's an American citizen, that's cool. But I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm not trying to be you. The what the
I know.
confusion
Hold on.
is. Hold on, wait.
I
I think
consider.
what the confusion is that sometimes when they're trying to describe me, it's just like they're trying to use the same term as what they used to describe you.
Yeah,
And in the
I
beginning,
think
they
I think
changed
you
it.
guys.
hold on. Who does that?
Hey, Steve. I think you guys should just take the FBA term. It's more appropriate. Give us the
It's more
African American
appropriate,
term.
honestly. I
I
love
don't
that
think
term.
so. I
The
don't think so.
greatest thing I
I
like
don't
about
think
the
so.
FBA movement is the name, the FBA,
I don't think
and
so.
the
Because
ADOS. Because you guys
hold on.
finally have a
First of
term that
all,
no one else can claim.
hold on. Let me say this. First of all, the FBA movement presupposes that we don't have an origin other than America. I don't. I consider myself an African American. I don't give a damn if it was 10,000 years ago I came here. I consider myself an African via the transatlantic slave trade that came to America.
But Calabo, it doesn't deny the fact that you came from Africa.
Well,
Yeah, you've been detached for all those years.
Kala, FBA is just trying to say, hold
no.
on, Kala, what they're trying to say is foundational, meaning like you guys are the
I'm not
first
foundational.
group of blacks.
I'm
How
not.
you know
Look,
foundational?
hold on. I am not foundational to America.
Okay, Kala, among the whites, right? The Anglo-Saxons, right? They would tell the other whites, like you mentioned Italians, for example.
Look, I am
Italian.
not. Look,
Wait,
I am not.
Kala, calm down. Just let me land this point. Maybe you get it. The Anglo-Saxon, which were their language we speak in America, which is English. Those are the one that came from England. The other whites came from different part of Europe, but the Anglo-Saxons would say that they're the foundational white Americans.
That's
But
bullshit.
hold on, it's a fact. But
No, because the bottom line is
hold on now. But let
true.
me just make it clear.
That's not
Let me make
true
it clear.
because
It's a fact. Who are the
Italian immigrants, Spanish immigrants, French immigrants, and Dutch immigrants.
People in the comments are saying.
Did you listen to me? I
People in
told
the
you
comments are saying you guys are
the
black
one that
Americans.
established the countries.
They're denouncing the term African from their
I
name.
don't care what they
hold
say.
on, Elvis, give me a second. But Kala, the white people,
It's my platform.
Kala, just listen for a second.
Those self-hating black people, or not,
Kala, you don't need to. Let's not divert, man. Come on, let's stick to the point we're trying to land.
If these
Let's
people
land the
don't
point.
want to identify with being African, that's fine. I don't care. We don't
No, but that's not what we're saying. What Ghana, what we're trying to get to is how do we define ourselves separately? You and me, we're not the same.
I'm giving you.
Hold on. What do you? I don't understand what that means because, like, most people go by their country of origin in America.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm. So that's what I'm not understanding.
Origin.
Right.
A continent of origin, right?
Right. So you telling me that somebody in real life considered you African American?
Okay, like for example, a white person can say they're European
stupid,
American,
man.
right?
Right.
Italian American can say
white people say they're white. They don't even care about that
no,
shit.
no, no, Carla. Not all of no. Sometimes they will
They
say
call
that.
themselves white. White people
Yeah,
call
just
themselves
every black person say they're black too.
But we're not allowed to call ourselves black because they'll say we try to cosplay. If I say I'm black,
But
no, you're
Carla,
not
no,
black. You're
black.
African.
That's not true. That's who said that, Elvis?
The
Who said that?
FBAs, bro. The
NBA,
people say we
they
can't
want
call.
Let me
Africans to
ask
If
be
I
you.
call
Hold on, hold
myself
international.
a black
They don't
American,
want us
I'm
to be
cosplaying. If I
Austrian.
call myself an African American, I'm
let me
cosplaying.
Elvis a
let me
library
ask you a question,
American.
Elvis. Has any
Otherwise,
black
is a
American in
Nigerian
real life
American.
ever said that? Don't call yourself black.
NBA say I
It's
can't call myself
easy.
black. They'll say you're not
That ain't
black.
now in real life, but you know the FBA.
Yeah,
They say
all
we can't
right
use
then. So why are we talking?
we can't use the word black because
They'll
now
say
they're
we
claiming
can
to
call
be black
ourselves
Americans and
black.
not Africans.
No,
Y'all
my
talking
They
about
call ourselves
y'all
African
talking about
Americans because then
We
y'all
we're
talking
getting
about
follow.
some
confused. But
animals.
One of them
Y'all
pull a gun on
Better
me. I say, you know
call
what? I ain't
them.
black. I'm blue. I'm blue.
first of all, if when you
yeah,
talk about
yeah,
an
hold on. Yeah, I was on
hold
college. Man. What's up?
They don't call it the
up,
FBA.
hold up. When you call yourself a freaking American, right? An American is a European, comes from the term America Vespucci, the guy who
Mhm.
explored here, who a European who decided to venture to the New World. It's
But Carla,
called
that's history, man. We're talking about today,
that's an
man.
American, right? Now, an American period is a white person of white descent, well, not mainly Anglo-Saxon, right? Now everybody else is hyphenated, right? You have the German American, right? He adopted the American culture, way of life, and manifest destiny. He German. Then you have the Irish American, just like you got French Canadians, you got all these other people right there.
Mm-hmm.
African American is a person of African slave descendant in America. That's it.
Why does it have to be slave descendant? Why can't it be non-slave descendant?
It's
Or what
FBA today.
came here during the slave trade. That's
But,
it.
but 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 let's look at the word literally. The literal meaning of the word African American. So that means someone is an African and
Yeah,
became an
he's an
American.
African, Mike. He's an African person of black. He was ripped from his homeland.
See,
His
man,
land
But
he
why do
was
you have to?
he
Why
was
do you have to be
he
rich from
was
your
just a
homeland to be an African?
hold
peacemaker
on, Mike.
until
Mike, you
FBA
don't
showed
hold on,
up. That's
hold on,
all.
Mike. You don't like hold on. You don't like when I interrupt you, right? Let me
Okay,
interrupt
I'm
me. I'm
sorry.
talking,
I'm sorry,
right?
Carla. Go ahead. Go
Right.
ahead.
Right. A person who basically was taken from his homeland, right? Torn from his homeland, ripped of his culture, his language, his name, everything. The only thing he has left is the fact that he derives from the African continent. That's an African person from the transatlantic slave trade, the Ma'afa, right? The person that the people, hold up, the culture that came about from those people, the trauma and everything like that, the foods, the music, everything is called African American culture because that culture can only exist here in America.
Okay, so Carla, let me understand what you're saying. So the only person that can be an African is someone that was ripped off his homeland and went through all these things you just
Oh,
mentioned.
you are
That's the
not.
only person that can be an
It's
African.
more. It's more than ripped off your homeland. We were uprooted. Do you understand what happens when people are uprooted from their land? It
So
takes some
mean right
trauma
now,
to
I'm
do
no
it.
longer African, Carla. I'm not African.
No, you're still African. Yeah, you
I'm
know.
not deaf. I'm confused now. So
Hold
you
on,
just
listen to what I'm
mentioned
saying.
these.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? The bottom line is this, Mr. Sandman, you're getting deleted. You say that one more time, you're banned, blocked for good. Comment deleted. Anybody that says something like Mr. Sandman, Elon Musk is an African American will be banned good from this platform forever. So if you think I'm joking, try me. Anyway, the bottom line is this. When a group of people rip from their land, right? Your land is your identity. You don't seem to understand that, right? The only thing we had left from Africa is memories, what we call African retention culture. We retained a lot of things in our culture, our dance and everything from the mother continent, right? You take that and put us in an American environment, right? Around Anglo-Saxons, Irish, around Christianity and stuff like that. Give us some different foods and whatnot, out of which comes the African American culture. It's not that hard to figure out.
Are you talking about culture? Or are you
Tyler,
talking about
let me
identity?
say this real quick, right?
Hold on. Oh, wait.
No,
Are
Mike.
you
Let me
talking
say
about
this, and
culture? Or
I'll
talking
give
about
you Mike back.
description? Okay,
Let me
go
say
ahead.
this real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Your culture is who you are.
Tyler, 1 second, right? So Afro theory in the comment is talking about how myself is a Liberian American, Mike is a Nigerian. What do African Americans call us? Oh, that's that African. Oh, he's an African.
Exactly.
He's an African.
Hold on,
So now I can't use the term African. I have to use my country name in American. I can't,
The funny thing is, Elvis, we have to remind you that Africa is not a country; it's a continent.
Elvis, I do this show for one reason: to set the record straight. So you don't have to come here and talk about what ignorant black people in America talk.
Kyla, come on. Afro theory is one of your friends. She's one of your
You
people. You can't call
yourself,
her
Kala,
ignorant.
every day I have to come here to convince you
I'm
that.
saying like this: we have disagreements. I love Afro theory. I don't know what she said, but the bottom line is I'm telling you straight, right? Most educated black people on this subject, right? They'll say, okay, when we say Africans, right, we mean people who are directly from the continent who are not African Americans. You know, that's all. It don't mean that I'm like we all know we came from fucking Africa.
So, Kyla, we can agree I'm an African, right?
Kala, are you trying to tell me that you don't put every African in the same category?
Well, hold on, Mike. Let me ask Kyla 2 questions. You can agree I'm an African, right?
Yes.
So if I have an American citizen, am I also an American?
No, you're a U.S. national.
Oh, Kyla.
No. He's an American. American.
Yeah,
he can play for the
so
U.S.
I can be
national
both an
team.
African and an American, Kyla.
Kala, do you know George Weah's son is going to play in the World Cup for the United States in this summer?
For the 10th time, right? I said you have Italians, right? I know Italians, right? That basically come here, they migrate here from Italy, you know? Nice people, right? Nice people. Oh yeah, this that, the other thing, but they sort of look down at Italian Americans like, oh man, these Goombas and Gabons and whatnot. You know, there's a distinction between an Italian American who's been here for 100 years. There's somebody came from Italy who still have their old ways of their country and whatnot. He's not Italian American. Italian American is specific. Do you think about baseball, pizza?
Oh, I think I understand where you're coming from, Kala. I think I get it. So basically, what you're saying is, hold on. I think I get, Kala. Correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, someone born here from another place, the origin from another place, and somebody that wasn't born here just migrated here. That's the difference. Not really because of
it's not even so much as born. Someone who descent from somebody born here.
Okay, you just give it. You just give Italian. You use the Italian example for example.
Mike, let me say this.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
The Italians that were here, that came here. I remember in The Godfather. It's when Michael went off to fight in the war, and they're like, "Remember, your country's not your blood." You know, you remember that, right? And then Vito says to his son Mike, how's that American girl doing? Now, his kids were born in America, but they weren't American yet. You know?
What? The kids were born here, but they weren't American yet?
Yeah, it takes a time to assimilate.
So how many generations will you be considered an American?
It's not easy. Look, when I was coming up, right, I grew up around.
Well, your whole classification. What to you? What do you be? How many generations?
Like this. Look,
when I
was coming up, I was a teenager in the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my Italian American friends, I go to their house and they would basically, their family would talk like in the old country. They say, yeah, they spoke in the old country. I say, nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, we ain't gonna speak that Italian. And all of a sudden, he goes, and they're gonna make you eat. They're gonna think you're too skinny. You're gonna make you eat. Anyway, I never forget. I slept on my friend Louis' house one night, and he goes, "You look, my mom's gonna come in, and she's gonna tuck us in." I said, "What?" She goes, "That's what Sicilian mothers do. They tuck the boys in at night, and they always kiss them on the head." So her mom comes in, tucks us in the bed, and she kissed me on the head, and she kissed her son on the head when I put us to sleep, and said like a little prayer. That's a Sicilian thing, you know. They brought that from them. I don't know if they still do it now.
It's not like what you're telling me is like a generational kind of like how many generations
it takes a while
are you
kind of thing. People fully assimilate into it. People bring their customs from a country where they don't fully just jump into America like that.
Okay, I get your point, Colin. I think I get your point. It's about assimilation.
And just basically, oh, I'm an American or whatnot, you know, and people like
I get it. It's about assimilation. Like who was fully assimilated is a full American. That's what you're saying. Am I
yeah, you
wrong?
know, so when people come,
Okay, now let me ask you a question now. I know Nigerians because trust me, Nigeria have been coming here since the 40s. And I know some Nigerians that are like 5 generations. And I also know Nigerians that are just 1 generation. I know some Nigerians that are just like my sister, for example. One of my sisters, she refused to teach her kids Nigerian culture, language, anything. I don't know why. For some reason, she's so delusional. And the kids, like, they don't speak Yoruba. They don't understand Yoruba. They just straight up, like, usually they're full black American, I'm telling you. And then I know other part of my family that even my dad was born here. Like, they are like 3 generation Nigerians. And they speak a language, they fully connected to the culture. And they're still full Americans. You understand? So are you telling me that the ones that are just 1 generation away or the one that are 3 generation away, which one is more American? Or is it about you have to until you forget where you come from before you're full
no, it's
American?
not that. It's like it's how you view yourself, you know, and how you view yourself. You know, you could. Some people don't care about that until this topic comes up. You know,
Kind of, you know what I think? I think this is what you want. Like the only
No,
kind of
no. Let
black
me tell
people.
this, Mike. With all due
I'm just
respect,
hold on. Let me say this. It's very important. When I listen to Kala, it's almost like Kala. What Kala wants is any black person that comes to America should just erase everything about where they come from and become just like him.
no, I don't want anybody to do that.
And,
No,
and I deal with a lot of black Americans like that where the moment I speak, even when they hear a person with an accent, African person or black person with an accent, you get angry. I'm
Kyla,
like,
let me
dude.
say this, right?
I
So
have no
in this
problem.
country, Kyla, hold on. Let me get a chance to speak here. Your classification, respectfully, is irrelevant, right? The classification that is recognized in this country is race and ethnicity. My race and your race is black, right? And your ethnicity is African American. So when you go do a form, it says black and or African American, right? So black can mean an African, a person of from the black race who is not African American, so you choose black, or an African American who is ethnically, a black
Yeah, but
American who is in this
what's
country.
saying is,
So I could call myself a black American by race and by
everybody
nationality.
would have told you other. But
You could call yourself an African
It's
American
not
by
even you calling
ethnicity.
yourself. It's the government that calls you that,
hold
Elvis.
on,
Yeah,
Not
that's
you.
what they recognize you
It's the
as.
government. It's the
yeah,
American
that's the
government.
government. Hold on, that's government agency, right?
Government is all that matters. Your opinion doesn't matter
Yeah,
in
the
this
one that
instance,
matter,
brother.
man.
Hold on.
Come on.
It
We
does
don't want to
matter.
call ourselves black African American. They
It
call
does,
us that.
it does matter because the bottom line, every group of people should have agency. It's like when people put on the thing Asian American, and people like somebody from Philippines say, "What do I have in common with somebody from the fucking Cambodia?"
They're both Asians.
Yeah,
Exactly, but it's American government that choose to call them all Asians. They
but
didn't choose
the
that.
relationship between America and Cambodia is different than the relationship between America and the Philippines, America
Exactly.
and South Korea, right? So you
Hmm.
can't just say Asian with a broad brush. Right
But that's
now,
what the government does. That's what American
Follow, they
government
have
does.
Asian American Heritage Month in this country. Do you know
Kala, the
that?
United States government call
I
all
know
of
that.
them
And that includes
Asians.
all Asians, whether they've been here for centuries or they just came
Kala,
up the boat. That's
thank
their
you,
Heritage
Elvis.
Month.
Thank
That's
you,
more
Elvis.
and more.
Kala, the United States government call all of them Asian Americans. They don't pick Cambodian American, Japanese American. They classify all of them as Asian Americans.
But
The same thing with Hispanics. You can come from Mexico, Puerto Rico,
no, yeah, no, it's different
Colombia.
with
They
Hispanic.
call all of them
Yeah, hold on.
Hispanic
For voting
Americans, and they're
purposes,
they're from different
yeah,
countries.
but the bottom line is everybody knows there's a difference between the Dominican and a Puerto Rican.
They all
Yeah,
know,
but
yeah, the
The
people
American
know,
government don't
but it's
recognize
U.S.
that
government.
difference. They lump them together
The
as
Carla, we're trying to
Hispanic.
tell you that the government is the one that the official classification of people. The
Yeah.
government choose what they do.
Well,
We didn't
but the
choose it.
government does that.
Carla,
For,
listen. Me and Elvis, what we trying to tell you tonight, Carla, listen. What me and Elvis trying to tell you is that we don't choose to call ourselves African Americans. I don't. When I left Nigeria, I didn't come here to call myself African American. But United States government gave me that label.
Yeah, they gave you the option to identify yourself. And when I go on that
Exactly. What can I do
application or
about
that
that?
federal form, I'm
You
looking
want me
for
to
my
go to
race. It
war?
says black. I choose black.
look, I get it. You know what I'm saying? That's what the government does, right?
So go to
Right.
war with the
You can
government, not
write,
with me.
you
Forward,
can write Nigerian, you can write Yoruba, you can write Liberian, you can write
They
whatever
no,
you want.
no, no. That's what the government wrote.
United
Your
States
race
government
is
don't give a
black.
shit.
Your ethnicity is
Do what they
African
want to
American.
do.
You
My
They
can
race
like
is black. My
hold on.
ethnicity is
they
not African
decide what they
American.
want to do. They decide what they who the official document how they want to. They make the rules. No one else. Government after God is the government.
that's why, like I said, this country's gonna fall apart because
Exactly.
Scholar.
So, Carla, the problem I have with you guys is like Tyreek and everybody else is the things you guys going to war with people about. The people don't have control over it. It's the
Caller,
government.
drop the link, caller. A lot of people
Like
trying to
it's the
come up.
government. You have to go tell to
You know,
change all these things or whatever it is. Instead of picking fights with the Africans about what they call it. No, they don't have power
The
to
government does
decide
that
none of
for
this.
expediency, right? They're not going to put Yoruba American, Igbo American, Hausa American,
Exactly.
or
They will have
they're not
like
going to do all of that.
50,000, just like the
They're
Asian. They're
gonna
not going to do
categorize it by
Japanese,
race,
Chinese,
or if you
Yeah,
have a
but
unique ethnicity like African
because they know
American, they're
these
gonna
people
put
going to
that there.
intermarry anyway when it comes to America. Like
no,
Nigeria
I
and Liberian
mean,
going to marry each other. So what are they going to do with the kid? Are they going
I
to
mean,
say, oh, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Right,
let's
right,
say
right.
Liberian and Nigerian meet in America, they marry each other,
Liberia
right? They give birth.
American, Liberia Nigerian American. Yeah, go look for your
Exactly. So the
identification
United
on the
States
phone.
government understand all these things. They've done their studies.
yeah,
That's
but
why they're like,
I
you know
think
what?
you
We
you
can't deal with this
guys you
headache.
guys understand his point though, right? That there's
well,
different
then the
ethnicities.
child,
My cousin's married to a
uh,
Jamaican. They
it's
keep
gonna be
my
the parents that's gonna pick what the
The point
child
here,
gonna be.
what is his name, Shabazz, right, is that the government has classified you and has classified me. They've shown distinction by saying if you are black, because you also are black, but your ethnicity is an African American. So they put on that form next to each other, black slash African American. So when I fill out the
exactly.
form, I circle black. I'm not African American, so I circle black. So when I call myself a black American, that's a problem because racially I'm black. They recognize me in this country as a black
No,
male
no,
racially.
Elvis,
I don't.
Elvis.
I always call you. I would say black. I would call you black in America,
Oh,
or
Colin,
I
it
just
don't
say
matter what you would
Liberian,
call me.
No,
This is what the
Liberian
government
no,
American.
no,
refers to
no.
me
The
as.
thing, the thing, the thing.
Yeah,
Kala,
but I
Kala, you
mean,
have
but
to
fuck the
understand. Me and
government though.
Elvis, we, a lot of us Africans in living in America, we get a better understanding of the whole thing because we live closer to African American. We know that you guys have been. We don't call ourselves African Americans, especially when we among
They just
ourselves and
playing with
when we
y'all.
interact with you guys. We know that the definition is for you guys, and we're not trying to claim it.
No, I mean that's you.
You,
There's
you
a
get
lot
you
that
get what
And
I'm saying.
African
So
there's a
Americans,
lot
Mike,
that do it.
African
hold on,
Americans don't even
wait.
call us Africans. They don't even call us Nigerian American. They call us Africans. That's
They
how they
call us
lump all of
Africans
us together.
exactly. So the thing is, what I'm saying is that the official, the legal term thing is where the confusion is because the legal term, the legal definition was created by the U.S. government, but we have to go by what the government on the documents, what the government decide.
I
But
mean, but we not.
on the
This ain't a
personal, hold
government
on, let me just
conversation
land, let me
though,
just land.
bro. You've been
But
saying the
on the
same thing for the
personal,
last 20 minutes. We got it. We
interaction,
got it. The government says that they leave a few options. We got that, bro. You don't have to
yeah,
say
I
that
get
no
that
more
too. I get
times,
that
bro. We
too.
got it.
Yeah, I get that too. But on a personal life, on a personal interaction, we all know we're all different. Even like a Somalian would check African American, and Nigerian check African. But me and Somalian, we know we're different people. So we all different people. But doesn't mean we're enemies. No, we're not. But
No,
among
but some
ourselves, we
people are
know we are different.
identifying different way. You know what I'm saying? So there's the government, but we could throw the government out. There's people's
Yeah.
personal identities.
You
Some
want to
people
tell the government how to
identify
illegal
as
documents?
African American.
Hold on, calm down. You want to throw government out on
When
illegal
you look
documents?
on your driver's license, you see that little
Exactly.
B. You see that B on there, Mufasa. You know what that B stand
Yeah, I
for?
hear all that. I mean, you guys
Mufasa,
are black.
on a legal document, you want me to throw something
It's on
out?
your driver license. It's on my driver license, Mufasa.
All
That
right, so
B.
you remember Shabuzi, the
Yeah,
guy.
the country singer, the
He
Nigerian country
made a
singer.
thing. He said, "We as black, I know that we as black people." So he identified with our specific heritage in that statement in his recent
No, we as black people
debacle.
mean the black race in
No,
America
no, no. He was
also.
referring to it was
Mufasa,
it was it was trying to clean
Okay,
up
he
the
may be
immigrant. Hold
referring
on,
to
just
that, but when
let
we
one
say
second,
black
one second.
people,
He was
Mu-
trying to clean up the immigrant. He said America is a country of immigrants, which is not. And then
it
he
is,
said,
it is,
okay.
it is, it
He
is,
said, I
it is.
understand. We could get to that in a minute. And then he said, I understand that we as black people built this country as well, but he wasn't one of the black people. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
He's taking on
What?
a African American identity when he says that.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
Well, whoever that
Mufasa.
individual, but
What?
Mufasa,
Hold on, Carla. One thing. Let me say it before you come in, Carla. When they call in,
first. You got to call, drop down, come back up. Your device is not working and whatnot. You got those blue
okay.
screen phone.
When the police do a
All right.
thing, right? They say black male. They always identify you by your race, right? On your driver license, one of the most important document that you carry around, it says B on it. It stands for black. You have it, I have it. Doesn't distinguish you for by African American. It only identifies us as a racial group as being black, right?
you know something, Elvis. I'm glad Mufasa is back. He can hear this too. You guys don't understand the world we live in. There's something called the New World and the Old World. The New World is the Americas. I'm sorry. And why is it shouldn't be the New World, but it's a New World because not just the Americas, even Australia as well. A world where the land has been conquered from the indigenous people and new people came in. You understand? That's why they call it a New World, particularly United States and a lot of the Americas, like South Americas. Even this argument happening a lot in the Central America, and the South America, and things like that, because the indigenous people have been conquered, where it was new people that came in and now creating new rules. And these new people that came in started bringing new people to come in to populate and start new system. So that's you can have this kind of argument in a place like United States, in Colombia, Brazil, and all these Americas where new people have come in to take over from the indigenous people. The indigenous Red Indians were conquered. They were the owner of the land. They were conquered. But this kind of argument, it'd be easy to be defeated if you do it in Europe or in place like Africa. Like in South Africa, I can go there and say, "Oh, the Zulu be like, yo, I'm the indigene here." Like you go to Nigeria, So the new world is the Americas. Like you mentioned, like they say immigrants, the white people are immigrants. Even the original, the first one, like they're immigrants. They migrated from Europe here to defeat the Indians and take their land and created a land of new people. And then started inviting more new people to come in. So, and that's why the confusion identity is always existing in this new world. Where people are like, okay, who am I? What do I identify with? What do I get that? So the people that ultimately make the decision of who you are in this new world is the governments. In the old
You make
world, the government
decisions
cannot
on who
change
you
someone's
are.
identity.
You
Hold on, let me just say
understand?
this. In the whole world, hold on, give me an example of whole world would be like France, or in case of Africa, like Nigeria. A Nigerian government cannot tell me what my identity is. I'm a Yoruba. I don't care who the government of Nigeria cannot change my identity because they never conquered my land. But in America, the government will tell you who the fuck you are because they
Conquered
know
your
you're not from
land.
there. You're from somewhere else.
Your country is named Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the country, but not its ethnic groups. My tribe is not named Yoruba by somebody else. Yeah, the country is just the country in Africa just just mere geographical expression. That's all it is. Those things can be wiped out any day. Nigerians today can decide to end Nigeria and go back to their whole ethnic nations. Nigeria is just a mere geographical expression. It's not really a real thing. You understand? Within Nigeria, like if you're Yoruba, you can become a governor in Igbo land or another ethnic land. If you're from one ethnic group, you can go to another ethnic land and become anything there. Become a leader or chief or anything or king. You can be that because the people still recognize their ethnic nations. But the all ethnic, a bunch of ethnic groups are put together to form a country, which is just a mere geographical expression. We can end it. Like in Sudan, for example, North and South Sudan were one country. And in 2011, they said, okay, you know what? Let's cut it off. European created this geographical expression. So Nigeria is just a mere geographical expression.
They
It's
do
not
that
really,
in
it's not a nation.
they
That's
do
why I
that in
told Carla earlier,
Swaziland.
Nigeria is not a nation, it's a country.
They change their name
Just like
back.
Switzerland. Switzerland is a border of German, French, I believe Dutch. I'm not too. I know like four different European countries came together like to form Switzerland, and they have the borders kind of cut into each other. Any day, and they have six governments. So any day they can split, and the French side can go back to France. It'll be French.
No, they
So
have six. They have six presidents, not six governments. Six presidents.
yeah, six president exactly. So that's what I'm saying. But the people know their identity. So it's not really like a new world where it's a conquered place where they have to create new identity, which is like a United States. They have to create new identity. It's the new people flooding in, and they have to tell you, okay, it's a new identity. If you want to be an American, this is what you are. And the only person that can make that decision is the government. But in the old world, you can't. No Nigerian president can wake up in the morning and tell Yoruba person you're no longer Yoruba, or Igbo person you're not, or Bini, Kale, Fulani, Hausa that you're no longer who you are. It's
The
not possible. We are
government will
old
tell
world. We are
you.
never
I bet
conquered.
you does, huh? The government will tell you what you
No, they can't do that in the old world. It's
is.
only in the new world they can do that.
Mike, not to antagonize you, but the Fulani said that they gave their name, they gave the name Yoruba to the Yoruba people, means people who are not
What?
trustworthy.
Well, you
Are you
smoking
serious?
crack.
That's what the Fulani said. I mean,
Oh shit!
The thing they ever you spend so much time on the Igbo propaganda platform where they just guys just
no, no,
take
no.
on.
This is coming from a Fulani who said that,
So the
you
Fulani
know, there was
versus
this guy.
Yorubas? Oh man!
He said they called him Yurib. I don't know Yuriba, whatever in Fulani it means untrustworthy. People who are untrustworthy. That's what he said. Some people tend to
Elvis,
think that was a
Elvis, let
accurate.
me advise you, man. If you spend time in Yoruba, if you spend time in Nigerian people's spaces and you are consuming everything you hear and you're taking a reality, and
No,
you just hold on, wait, let me learn. You just foolish and you gotta get a email from a Nigerian, a scam email. Read it and believe what he's reading, and you're just gonna get scammed.
You gotta ask
Nigerian,
them.
so it's not
Where's the
Nigerian,
true.
we
term?
do
Where's
some
the word
propaganda
Yoruba?
war.
Where's the word Yoruba from, Mike?
Mufasa, you heard that? You heard that before too, right?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it's
okay,
not
okay,
it's
you
not
heard
new,
it.
Mike.
Good
I
for
heard
you.
it too.
Thank you.
And I and
Let's
and
move on.
I could show you an article from the
I don't think
Punch
I
where
ever
a
heard
bunch of
that.
Yoruba, like prominent Yoruba elders, chiefs, and everybody saying the same thing.
Yeah,
Damn.
But
Mike.
there's
So somebody else gave you your name.
but no, there's another argument for where that word comes from. So
Was
I'm
it the one
curious
from
what
Ajayi
Mike thinks it
Crider?
Okay,
is.
bunch of arguments. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I only really know of two, and like I said, the one
Where
he's
did it
saying
come
is the main
from
one.
then, Mike? Where did it come from?
What does the name Yoruba mean in
okay.
Yoruba, Mike?
Let's give you a name. But the group is it the same? Is it the group? Is it someone else that created the group?
No,
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 no, no,
no.
no. I mean, they have a history,
Okay,
but
fine.
Yoruba is
Thank
not
you.
like because Odu Ifa. You never heard the
Uh
term
huh.
Yoruba in the Odu Ifa. You know that, right? You'll never find the term Yoruba. It's
In the
not in any
corpuses
But
text.
first,
of
I think I
Ifa.
see where you're coming
No
from.
wonder they
That,
Yeah, it's
but
not.
Yorubites
It's
like
Mufasa,
not.
or
you agree with
or
me that
they
Rumila.
shifted to Fulani.
It was
It
a
is.
house
It is
of.
Fulani. Yoruba means untrustworthy.
It's
It's a
is
Hausa.
Fulani
derogatory term.
language?
It's Hausa.
Is
Yeah.
Fulani
Yariba.
language?
Yeah,
No, Hausa. They said. I
in
think it's
Hausa.
Hausa.
Yeah.
In Hausa language? Really?
Yereba.
Yeah, I'll
Yereba.
send. I'll put the file. I'll
Is
find
what?
the thing. I'll find the
Okay,
It's from
whatever.
Hausa. I think they pronounce it Yereba. It's not pronounced Yoruba in Hausa, but it's like people who are
Yeah,
untrustworthy.
it's Yariba. Yariba.
Yariba. Okay, yeah,
You
there you
spend
go.
too much time on the internet, but it's okay.
Mike, it's not just me saying it. Even other Nigerians and Yoruba elders, like you
And
said,
that's
have
what I'm
said it.
saying. You spend time on the internet in Nigeria, you consume so much
Okay, Mike, what does
uh,
Yoruba means in Yoruba? What does it
information from
mean?
Nigeria. Bros, like I said, I don't have time for you tonight, man. I don't have time to get into this tonight. So let's
Okay,
leave that.
all right. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
an argument. I just want to learn. I mean,
If you
for
want to learn,
example, right,
maybe a different
I'll
time.
give
We don't
you a.
take over. This is Kala Nation show.
Oh
The
no, 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 no! I
Kala
hear you.
is
Let
your
me tell
host.
you this, right? So Kala
If you
knows.
wanna,
Kala
if you
goes.
wanna get educated from me, meet me
Hold on.
personally. I
Let
will
me say
educate
this.
you.
Let me say this, Mike.
That's just there are people who will say such a crazy stuff. You understand me? That's normal. Even for example, there will also be some Yoruba people that will say some crazy stuff about the Northerners, about the Easterners, even about the
Exactly.
Southerners.
Yeah.
These are
UFC.
just
Let me even ask
normal.
you.
Uh,
UFC. You want
go
to see
ahead.
what Igbo mean in Yoruba language? Igbo, like Igbo,
Weed.
exactly Bush. And some
Yeah,
Yoruba crazy propaganda.
Exactly, and that's the
Hold on,
point
let
that
me
I'm
learn.
trying to give,
Some Yoruba. Wait. Some
Mike.
Yorubas are
Mike,
on
let
the
me say this. Let
internet.
me say this. Right. So in my
Calm down. Some
well,
Yorubas are creating
Mike, let me
propaganda on
speak,
the.
man. I don't want to be rude. Let me
But I
speak. I'm
was the
asking
one
for.
talking. Just let me
repeat
land the
what
point I'm
your
making before
Okay,
you
learn
cut
your
me
point.
off.
I'll speak.
Some Yorubas on the internet saying the Igbos were named Igbo because they are bush people, and the word Igbo means bush in the Yoruba language. So we name them bush people. So the only someone like you will consume them and think it's a fact. So that's what I'm saying. So it goes a long way. We've been doing propaganda war against each other for since the end of Biafra, since the Biafran War.
Okay, so let me say this right, Mike. So in Liberia, for example, I know you talk about Nigeria, right? Carla knows this. Carla's been in Liberia. There's an ethnic group called the Gil, right? Carla knows the Gil. They don't refer to themselves as Gil, but in our country we call them. The official name is Gil. But that's a derogatory name that's given to them by the Bassa people. In Bassa, Gil means slave. It's a
Slave.
derogatory
Yeah.
name that's given to them. So they call themselves Dom. They're the Dom people officially. They even get angry nowadays when you call them Gil, but that's the official name in our country. Same thing with my people, like the crew. Some people call the crew. That's not official name. They don't call themselves crew. So the names that you might know from these people is sometimes a derogatory name that's given to them by their neighbors, or sometimes a mistranslation or misinterpretation of the
Yeah, I
actual
know
name.
those things happen, but you got to give complete fact, roots, and facts before. But anyway, I don't want to get into this, but
So a
let's
lot
just.
of tribes in Africa are named by their neighbors, and their names tend to stick, be stuck on them. So even that thing with the Igbo, it could be true. What do the Igbo call themselves? Because
But yeah, I think you're right. That some names come from their neighbors and things like that, and things like that. But the fact is, the nation of the people still remain a nation,
That's
right?
true. Yes.
Exactly. So it's the
The
nation is a
Yoruba
nation.
comes
So
from the
the
Hausa
so-called
to
name doesn't
describe the
change the
Oya
nation.
and the Dahomey kingdoms as
So
they
so hold on, hold
subdue
on.
people who did not
So what does
practice
Yoruba
Islam
come from? Because I
correctly.
missed that part of the conversation. Like what does it come from? Like the name.
I want to hear from Mike. He's a Yoruba. He speaks the language, so I want to
She
hear what it
just
means
said
in
it
their
in the
language.
comment. She said come from Hausa.
No, let's
Okay.
hear that. That the Yoruba man speak. He's a Yoruba. We're not hearing
I
from
mean
Yeah, I
here.
African
don't.
goddess she is too.
Oh, that's why
African.
African goddess said. Okay. She's a
Yeah.
she's a
Because
different kind of Yoruba though.
I know
She's
that
a
during
she's a
slavery,
different kind of Yoruba. Mike is a.
right. I
Yeah.
know during slavery that name didn't like during the I think like during the 1700s, like it wasn't that's not what they call Yoruba people during slavery.
Right,
They
because
call
you
them
have the
something else.
Yabu, you
You
have the
guys know
people
so
from
much about
Iko.
Yoruba people, man.
Yeah,
I
you
think
have
I
the
guys
people from
learn so
Iko, from
much.
Abeokuta. All of those are not called Yoruba people under one umbrella, but
We
but
are
they
people
all
of
calling
Ife. We
themselves
are Ife
Yoruba.
people. We are children of the Orishas. We are the
Oh.
descendant of the Orishas. You understand?
Okay.
We are the Orisha people. You understand? I want Orisha da. The people that like I don't even if I begin to tell you about who we are, like we so it's too deep, you know. So
No, you get it, Mike. Everybody have their story, but
yeah,
we just want to
so
know
yeah.
the etymology of the name itself, if you understand what it means.
The thing is names and all these things, like you said, some partially agree with you. You understand? But the fact is
Damn.
the like in fact we don't really to me a Yoruba person to me, for example, like there was a time where a Brazilian and a Cuban person was standing next to me, right? And then a person, a Yoruba person from Nigeria came and stood in the midst of us. And I told the Yoruba person from Nigeria, like, look, I don't consider you Yoruba. And I consider this Brazilian person and this Cuban guy Yoruba than
Were
you.
they black Cuban and black
Yeah, yeah.
Brazilian?
And,
Okay.
and in fact, the black Americans that I consider, to me, a Yoruba person is someone that's initiated into Isheshe. Like Mufasa, for example.
Really? So you think the other Yoruba
Hold on,
who are
hold
not
on, hold on, hold on, hold
who
on,
are
hold
not
on.
initiated are not Yoruba?
Wait. A Yoruba person calling this show right now. And I consider Mufasa, to me, a Yoruba person is anyone that's initiated into Isheshe.
Yeah, all Yoruba
I
don't
don't know
practice
that.
this shit.
Yeah,
To me, that's a Yoruba to me.
I'm not initiated yet. I'm just a practitioner right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I didn't know that,
You
sorry.
said Club Shay
Well,
Shay?
the fact that you are like Yoruba is a
It's shit,
knowledge.
it's Ifa, it's just
Hold
Ifa.
on.
It's not
To
just
me,
Ifa.
well, I've never say Yoruba.
Orisha is all the
Yeah,
gods.
yeah. You understand?
Talking to Steve.
We are the people of the gods. You understand?
Oh,
So
Mike, all people
to
say that.
me, an African person, a black person, whatever, if you're not into the gods, I don't regard
No,
you as
FBA are the
I don't regard
gods.
you as someone as I don't see you as someone as
Okay,
my
Babalao
member.
Mike, we hear you, Babalao Mike.
Buffalo.
Exactly. So that's my own definition. You know? That's
So
the way I
you don't
describe
practice.
people.
If you don't practice that, you're not a real Yoruba. You're not initiated. Okay.
Nah, the Fulani say you not, you not. That's what it is.
Mike is right on that one. We all worship the Orisha. African thought, God, I thought you was a Christian.
Oh, shit.
I can't tell.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of Yoruba that don't agree with the
Of
Orisha.
course, so that's what I'm saying. A lot of them practice
Yeah, I
it, of
don't
course.
consider them Yoruba people, Mufasa. I
But
know
those
that.
those good Yorubas who are prosperous,
I will be honest though. Like a lot of them, they're not that much against it. Like they'll say the words, but they support a lot of things. You know, on
No,
the low.
Mufasa, let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what's going on. And that's the crisis we're dealing with.
I feel like
Mufasa, let me tell you
Jesus.
what's going on, Mufasa. And I will tell you what the problem is. From okay, like there's a study that was done, right? From in the 1890, 100% of Yoruba people were doing the shashi. And then by 1920, about 80% were still doing the shashi. The other 20% are converted to Christianity and Islam. And then by 1950, about 60% were still doing the shashi. And they were the other ones were already converted to Islam and Christianity. But then by 2026, the number I don't want to tell the percentage, I keep it as a secret. So now when we found out, we begin to do studies. No, I think where the number picked up was in the 60s when television was invented and radio. And the European, do you know that the first TV station in Africa was launched in Yoruba land by Europeans? So what the Europeans were trying to do was they want to eliminate the whole Isheshi thing because you know the history of the Yoruba people where they went to the diaspora, the history of Haiti, Brazil, if you live in Brazil, they tell you that they rather have to keep their Yoruba tradition was because that's a weapon they use against their masters during slavery. So the Europeans already knew this weapon the Africans had. You understand? So they had to trace the origin. And they found out it was in Nigeria. So they had to go there and try to figure a way to kill it because that's like something that's standing in their way. So in Nigeria, there's so much propaganda against our tradition has been going on. UFC will tell you when we were growing up, if you grew up in Nigeria, that they will make Nollywood movies, so many movies like or pastors, like the Catholic Church and the so many of these Western Christian missionaries, they spend billions of dollars trying to brainwash Yoruba people and African people to depart from their spiritual ways to become Christians and Muslims. When the British were there doing their colonial thing, whatever, they because
Babalawo Mike, we don't want you to convince us to be
I don't
initiated.
give a fuck. I don't care what you do.
See
But
that
when they
that
were
that's that
there,
Ifa
so
spirit. It makes you angry.
you're from Liberia, man.
It
Keep
makes
your
you
keep your
short temper.
Keep your
Yeah,
Liberian tradition.
yeah.
So
So we don't want to hear no Ifa Bible, man.
oh, let me just let my point, man. They would when the British were building companies. If you like practice tradition, they would tell you like, oh, you don't hire people that practice tradition. You have to be a Christian or Muslim to be employed. Those kind of things. So they play a lot of games, and so today the reason why Mufasa, you go there and think a lot of them have to hide being part of it and pretend to be Christian and Muslim. That's why when you go to Yoruba land, you think people, oh, they don't do it, but they know what they're doing. They know about it, but they just pretend that they don't.
No. There's a lot of people who do it, but the fact that it's like so demonized, there's a lot of people who don't know enough about it. You know, like so they may go and get their Ori appeased by their grandfather. Uh,
2026.
they'll go to
African goddess
Ifa.
said her mother was a Yalawo.
Yeah.
She didn't say that. She said Orisha priestess. So yeah.
Her mother wasn't a mother of secrets.
Well, it's
The
Iyalo
Babalawo
Orisha.
secret.
Yeah, they didn't. They don't call it Iyalawo. Uh,
This
and
man, 1776, man.
and she might not have been. She might not have been for Ifa. She could have been for something else. She might have been Oshun priestess, anything like that.
Or Yanifa. She could have been Yanifa.
Yeah,
I'm
Yanifa is,
cool.
but that's for Ifa. But she could have been for something else. She didn't say Ifa.
I'm gonna stick with the Bible.
I mean,
Hey,
the white man, the
Steve,
white man gave y'all
we're
that
in four
Bible.
horse, brother. What two or three are gathered?
Yeah.
You know the
Yeah,
rest.
the white man gave y'all that Bible.
Oh,
Hey,
we
in
don't want to hear that.
FBA,
We don't
hey,
want to hear.
we only
We
need
don't want to
one
hear.
FBA.
Say what?
What?
We only need one.
So you say FBA is a religion?
Hey, if that's what it need to be, it'll be that.
So it went. It's a
Banter, you in the
lineage,
cult,
it's a
bro.
religion, it's everything.
Blink 3 times if you need rescue, Banter. You're in the cult, man. You're in
Smitty
the
said
cult.
that the African singer Tim's doesn't
Been a
practice
cold.
Ifa. You don't know what she practices.
You know Elvis, when I was reading what's her name, that lady, that the Underground Railroad lady, what's her name,
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet
Harriet Tubman.
Tubman. She said when she went to trying to free some slaves, man, they told her, man, no, we rather remain slaves, man. I'm sorry, so
Don't start
you
that
know,
car loud, Mike.
so
I don't want to practice the fight. It's not going to free me from
that
slavery.
nature,
Mike,
is
it's
gonna
because
hurt
she
you.
wasn't pretty enough. That's why they didn't want to go with it.
People were scared of her, man. They thought she had a scary face. They
Nah, man,
want
it's
to follow
human
her down
nature.
on the
No, you
ground
can't
tunnel.
blame. It's not that. It's human nature. Human being want to be in a safe place. Like a lot of these.
You know that these guys, the promise
No, no,
is you're
no.
going to get
The thing is,
things from the gods once you worship them, you
no,
appease
it's not
them,
really about the
you give them
religion. The
offerings.
thing
They're going to
about
do
people
things.
like some of these
They're going to be
guys
working
is
for you and doing your work and doing things for you to make things happen in your business. All
no,
this
we're
nonsense.
not.
It's
No,
just
no.
devil work, man.
You can't come near our tradition, dude.
Okay.
You can be on the doorstep. We work for you. We help you out, whatever. But you can't just come in like that, But what I'm saying is, the the Harriet Tubman, what do you call it, metaphor is more like some people want to just didn't like be close to white master because the welfare and the survival thing is coming from the source. That's the source with the survival. You understand? So if you're trying to bring something new, they want to take them away from that. You're like, no, because they don't trust you already did where you're taking them to. So they quickly have to take that. I don't know. I'll stick to my Bible and my just like those slaves. Like, I'll stick to my master. Master, you won't give me my
I mean,
daily
but
meals.
white Jesus is
You
too
trying to say I'm a
powerful.
slave? I'm a slave to Jesus.
That's what he's
White
trying to tell
Jesus
you.
is too
Yeah, you're slaves. But
No, I didn't
you're
say
not practicing, you're not worshiping some kind of, I don't want to be, I don't want to insult them, but,
there are a lot of
White
African
white white
immigrants. Like,
Jesus is too
they
He
don't
powerful.
want
trying
to
to say he trying to say you one of them slaves that were Harriet Tubman with a shot because you would have been like, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
no, those slaves, like the person giving them the daily meal is their slave, their master. So if you're gonna tell them, hey, let's go somewhere, they don't want to. They don't know. You can't guarantee that they're gonna give them their daily meals. So they be like,
let's go bring a
yo,
bowl of special palm nuts and snails and all kinds of things and do your initiation, Steve. Make your
That's
babalao.
that's okay. I'm just take the blood and the communion wine and the bread.
The blood of Christ compels you, Mike.
Smitty is saying that she said herself she's a
Look at
Christian, but it's
cannibalism, right?
plenty
You
of
talking about
Christians
you
and Muslims
eating
that practice.
the body of, that's cannibalism. Hey,
Mhm.
Elvis, that's why you like the.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna eat you raw.
Yeah.
Hey,
I like that.
man, that shit,
If I was Harriet Tubman, I'd
You
pop a lot of these Negroes who even look the same.
Elvis, let me tell you this, man. If Liberia, the rest of Africa want to be free, you guys have to come to Nigeria, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, Lord.
We have the
well,
recipe
we
to
know,
free all
Mike.
of you.
Nigeria is the freest country on the planet, Mike. You guys are
No, we're
really
not.
free.
We're not. The reason why we're
Well,
not
so
free is
what do you
because
do? So what do you made
hold
that
on.
statement for? If we want to be free, if you're not free yourself.
Listen. Listen. There's no way Nigeria can be free in the midst of the rest of the Africa. We have
Okay,
to be
Mike.
free together.
So we're the ones that's holding you guys back because we haven't joined you, right?
No, you're not holding me back. What I'm saying is that we're the one that who the weapon to free the black race.
Oh
What's
my
that, Mike?
gosh.
That's
Oh
why
man,
if you
is
if
that
you go
powerful,
listen to
Mike?
The hubris of the Yorubas, bro. Igbos don't even talk like this. The Yorubas are the ones that think
Okay, let me
they're the
tell you
answer
this.
to all of
Okay, okay,
mankind's
okay. Go
problem.
go 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 look at. Listen, a story that can give you a clue is the story of these. Okay, all the slaves that were taken from Africa to the diaspora. The only slaves that were able to to conquer the master with the Yorubas. What I
Well,
see,
because the Orishas
what
were
I see.
helping them.
Hold on. What I see crew from Louisiana, the ones from Haiti, the Maroons from Jamaica,
The Haitians,
Brazil.
let me just remind you, the Haitians lost that war.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Listen to me.
No.
All the
Don't be
slaves,
disrespectful, bro.
go listen.
The Haitians lost the war, bro. They had to settle with the French. They
Okay,
were in
fine,
debt for
fine,
hundreds of
fine.
years, so they didn't really win their freedom. They bought their freedom.
All the slaves that I've met, descendants that I met in South America, Caribbeans, they told me that the tribe that came to give them a weapon to free themselves with the Yorubas.
Who's that?
That
They didn't
that
mention some Liberians tribe. They didn't mention Congolese tribe or any
Yeah,
other
my people
tribe.
didn't go into slavery in droves like that, Mike.
Man, are
It
you
was the
kidding me?
Yoruba that was selling the people to the Dahomey. That's why a
Are
lot
you
of Yorubas
kidding me?
went into slavery.
When the Black Americans were coming to Liberia, they saw some sheep still living in Liberia going to the fucking diaspora. Liberians just selling the
What?
people why Carlos ancestors were coming to.
How many
hold
slaves
on,
you think
hold
came
on,
from
hold on,
Liberia,
hold on,
Mike?
hold on, hold on.
Go
White
read it.
people,
Go
Over the over the 100 years of the transatlantic slave trade,
the
there was only
Black Americans
12,000
when they were
slaves.
coming to Liberia,
There was
the
only
Liberians were
12,000
still selling
slaves
slaves.
that came from the Green Coast,
it
and
was
most of
hard.
them went to the Carolinas as rice planters.
It was hard to get
Elvis,
slaves
listen to
from out
me.
of there. White people talked about it was hard because the people there they were very
Elvis,
resistant.
let's not get into
Of
unnecessary
course, I mean,
conversation.
Mike. I don't. You look. There's one thing I'm telling you about me, right? I don't brag about my
I'm
ethnic
not
group. I'm not
bragging
somebody that's
either.
gonna come in. No, I'm not gonna come and tell you my people are this, that. But
Haiti, but I don't know about today.
I'm just trying to tell you.
yeah,
I'm just trying to tell you that the Yoruba. If
that's
you go
because a
to
lot of my people was not taken into slavery, so they weren't the ones.
Elvis,
You know
okay,
what they
you
did?
win.
Let me just tell you
Elvis, you
from the
win.
jump. No. Let me
Elvis,
just
you
tell you.
win.
I hear you.
Okay,
Let me
go ahead.
speak. We're having a conversation. The crew people, right? You know what they did? They killed
Hmm.
themselves instead of going to slavery.
Oh,
So
beautiful. That's
they
why I
never
said you
even.
win.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, you
So
win.
there's a saying like, bro. That's why you see Kala hates the crews. Yeah, every time you talk shit against the crew because we're the thorn in the side of anybody. There's
You
this old
win.
saying. Listen, Mike. There's this old saying in Liberia. Heaven was peaceful until a crewman went there.
Oh,
We
okay,
don't bow
nice.
down to nobody. We don't subjugate ourselves for anybody. We're not going to tell you we're the
Kala,
pride of Africa and we're the
sorry,
greatest people ever. But this
I
idea
get
that we're
that.
not
You're
fighters
warriors.
or
You got big chests and big dicks and all that shit. I
oh,
get
but
that.
I mean, Mike, what's wrong with you? Are you drunk again, bro? I mean, you sound like you were
No,
straight, but now it
no,
sounds like
you
you're
sound
going
like
more into the
when
deeper
I talk
end.
to Igbo people, they always say you got big,
You're the one that's
that
talking
bullshit.
about tribe and the Yoruba. There was no crew
No,
people there,
calm
and there was
down.
Yoruba. You mentioned that. I didn't start it. You mentioned it. I'm
Listen,
not a tribal supremacist. I
well,
don't even talk about my
I
tribe
get
on this
that,
panel
but what
unless
I'm trying to tell
Kyle is
you is
talking shit.
when you hear the word when you hear the word Benin Kingdom, when you hear the word or your empire, Ife, even white people they put in their universities, go to the Ivy League schools, go there. They
What
will
happened? What
teach.
happened to the Oyo Empire, Mike?
Listen to me. Listen to me. When you go to any Ivy League school, they will not miss teaching their students the secrets of the Benin Kingdom or your empire, Ife.
Are you Benin? Do you claiming the people of
But can
Benin
you
too?
just listen to learn and not listen to just argue and be a
No, because the
fucking
people of Benin
nuisance?
don't claim to be Yoruba.
Okay,
So are you
where am I
claiming their
going? What
kingdom?
I'm telling? Okay, let me ask you a question. Where am I going? What I'm saying right now? Tell me.
The point you're making is that the Yorubas are powerful. They're
No,
teaching
that's
about
not
their
point I'm
history
making.
in
Listen,
universities.
you're a terrible student.
You
That's why
said
you can't.
Oyo
Just like
Empire,
many
Ife.
Africans, you can
Those are
never
all
advance
Yoruba
because when someone's
kingdoms.
trying to give you some knowledge you know
But the
nothing
Benin
about.
kingdom is not Yoruba, even though they say
I haven't. There's no
Oromila.
Elvis. There's no way you can know where I'm going until you listen, until I land.
Okay, go there, Mike.
What I'm trying to tell you is this: these people have knowledge to the beginning of creation. I'm not talking about when the universe created, and it's a secret
Yeah, the
knowledge.
chicken was spreading the seeds, right? From Obatala gave the
No,
chicken
no,
the thing to go and spread the
that one
seeds,
is
right?
just
That
it's a
you
metaphor.
think that's how really? Do you think that's really how creation started, Mike?
That tells me that you're dumb. Bro. It's a metaphor.
Okay.
You don't want to give you a metaphor.
You think Olodumare gave the chicken the thing to come down the ladder, the chain,
But
and spread things
if you
to
can
make
break down
creation?
metaphor, you know what metaphor
Okay, so it's a
means?
metaphor. Okay,
Oh, so you don't know?
so
Okay.
Olodumare didn't
So
really
what
create the
I'm
word
saying is
then.
hold on, calm down. What I try to explain something to you, like, hey, just go by practical result. Like the slaves will tell you that, hey, look, the only great thing we can remember from Africa is from this place in Africa, which is the Yoruba and the Benin Kingdom, and everywhere else we came from we can't remember anything from that. Like the crew, the crime, we don't know shit about those places. We lost it. The only
Okay.
people that give us anything that's keeping us, that give us backbone, is from the Yoruba people and the
Yeah,
Benin
because like I
Kingdom.
said, we didn't go into slavery in droves,
So that's what
Mike.
I'm trying to tell you.
So
Like
the
the only
Yeah,
people,
Yoruba, the Oyo kingdom that sold their
There
people
was
to
a
the Diomi people and brought them
yeah,
into
we get
it
slavery,
that. It's
was it wasn't
that's
just
immorality.
why they're
y'all.
there in droves.
Yeah,
It
the
wasn't
kings
just
You
and
never
y'all.
hear a
let me say
crime.
this real quick.
You never hear a crime man being enslaved. We were never enslaved, Mike.
Let me say this real quick,
but you were
right?
colonized by Black Americans, man.
It says it right here, right? Approximately 185,000 to 220,000 enslaved Africans were embarked from the Grain Coast, historically blue with broader windward coast region. This represents about 1.5% of the 12.5 million enslaved people forcibly transferred during the transatlantic slave trade. So people from Elvis, part of Africa is, I mean, like it's like 1% of all
Yeah,
slaves. So
barely,
yeah,
barely. So yeah, so
it
we didn't
wasn't no
go to
lot.
we weren't the main people that went into slavery, Michael.
Yes.
So are you saying if you were 100%, you would have done something magical, like
No, bro, what are you talking about magic? You're talking about magic. I'm just telling you, we didn't go into slavery in droves. What's wrong with you, man? You trying to compare power, magical powers? I'm not comparing magical
I
powers
mean,
with you, Mike.
Elvis, listen, man. A lot of slavery come from the diaspora. They came to West Africa. A lot of
Yeah,
slaves
they
from
came back and
Brazil.
resettled
Hold
there.
on, wait,
That don't mean
wait.
they came from there originally.
Hold on, calm down. A lot of slaves came from Brazil, United States to West Africa. But the only people that came to Africa and were able to colonize were Liberians.
Oh, Mike. You see, I know that's where you was going with this nonsense. You know who they came with, Mike? They came with the white men on that boat, and those white men came with them. They didn't come by themselves. So know that too,
Hold
Michael.
on, hold on.
That's why
1776.
Kala coming every day to do bragging right on Africa. Like, oh, Africa. You know, Liberia kind of
17,
disgrace us, man.
Well, Theory, why
1776 says
why
all
you
those
want me to
African
say Black
gods.
American again? Hey, she wants you to say Black American, Michael.
I mean, there were a lot of Black Americans came to Nigeria, the Brazilian they came, but we treat them well. They integrated into the Yoruba and the Benin and the Ijo tribe, and we make them our members. But they didn't have the balls to say they want to start colonizing us, you know.
I mean, the
But in
white people
Liberia, they
colonized
took
you,
over.
Mike. That's how the white
Yeah,
people colonized Liberia. What are you gonna do?
ask Timmy what kind of fucking
Uh,
Yoruba shit.
1776 said all those African guys got locked up and beaten up by white Jesus. End of the story. That's what. Jesus is a black man. 1776. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and it wasn't even. We were mostly fighting ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean, most of that shit they just getting black people turning them against each other,
Yeah, but
like
Mike,
the
I don't know if it's
Philippines
a
with that.
flex when a boatload of the slaves came from your people selling each other into slavery. Is that a flex?
I would actually say that most of the people that came from out of
Came
Nigeria
from
was mostly
Biafra too.
Igbo. They were
Yeah, a lot of
mostly be
Igbo, but a lot of people came through Dahomey and from the
I mean,
yeah.
from the
that's
Oyo
Igbos,
Empire.
Igbos and Yorubas,
Yeah, the
because they weren't
homie,
as quick to accept
the
the.
homie was vicious.
They
You said
weren't they
what?
weren't that quick to accept what Mufasa.
No, I was saying that a lot of them were taken under the guise of like, oh, these aren't Christians and stuff like that.
Okay.
Even though a lot of them accepted, they were some of the earliest to accept, but a lot didn't.
So she said, Afrosari said, don't forget Ghana. Yeah, well, so if you talk about America, I think they made up, the United States, they made up like, people from the Gold Coast made up around like 30% of them,
You
slaves
know,
that came.
let me. Sorry, my brothers, man. I'm sorry. What I'm about to say right now, is actually out of respect and to really give you guys some
Shit.
deep level of
Shit.
wisdom. No,
Okay.
I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying these no Morris, no dissing or anything like that, boss. Mufasa will probably already be exposed to this knowledge. Like I explained earlier, we have a knowledge of the universe, and
Oh boy.
if I say this tonight, like they say, when the wise hears wisdom, if he runs with it, it can go very far. And what I'm about to say, if you take it and go unpack it, it will make you a very powerful human being. And I don't give this knowledge for free, and I will
Oh
give you
boy.
guys for free. I will give you for free tonight.
Thank you so much, Babalawo
Mufasa,
Mike.
Mufasa,
Oh, I'm here.
have you study Ifa enough, right? To
Benny.
you know Osameji, where there was a Ifa that said they explained when the world wanted to be created, and the word was created, and the spirit of the word went back to Olodumare and asked that why is life? Why is life being hard and sweet? And the Olodumare told the spirit of the world, like, when I told you to create the world, I told you to use two onions to create to do sacrifice, and you only use one. And then Olodumare now explained to the spirit of life that because you use one honey instead of two, that's why life becomes bitter. Sometimes it becomes sweet
So the only is
on
the
the
one
other
of the
side.
priest, right?
You understand? It becomes sweet and become bitter. So now let me break it down into like the slavery thing. Sometimes you have to go to bitterness for great things to happen, right?
Mm,
Let me tell you, the future of the planet, the black people will rule the world,
mm,
and the time is coming near. And the reason why we for us to get to that part, we have to go through hell. So the transatlantic slave trade and all this hell that black race is catching. Someone like me don't see and begin to get bitter because I see it as the hell we have to catch for us to get to the most
This
powerful
is the same
points.
Mike who said the slave was
Just calm
captive of
down. Just
war.
calm down. Just calm down. Just
You
calm
said they
down.
were casualty of wars, Mike. You downplayed it.
hold on, Mike,
Oh,
Mike, I keep it cute. Mike, I keep, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
let
on.
me tell you the real reason why. Let me tell you the real reason why we have to go. We have to catch hell to get to become the to get to the high place. Is because our nature compared to the nature of this other race of people, we're a spoiled race of people because the creator nature gave us so much blessings. Like Africa is a place where everything is just abundance, and these other race of people, their places they have scarcity, so they have reason to work harder, and they uh, um they envy us so
Who's your
much.
Orisha, Mike? Is it
Just calm down.
Obatala?
Just Elvis, just shut up. Just calm down. Yeah, you're right.
No,
So
you
Batala, yeah.
seem to like to drink a lot. I know Obatala likes to
What I'm trying
drink.
to explain to you is this.
You're drunk,
I'm
Mike.
trying
You're
to
not making
Elvis.
sense. You're
If
waffling.
it's up to you, I won't be here me talking. But I'm trying to get other people that are willing to learn, so that way they can learn to see things deeper. What I'm trying to explain to you is this. What I'm trying to explain to you is this.
Go ahead,
We
Mike. I want to hear what you got to say, Mike. Go ahead.
Hurry up and explain it.
Right. Mike is drunk. You can't really
anyone that want to
can't
hear
really
it
answer
has
so.
high IQ. Anyone that don't want to hear it, the IQ is very low.
Okay, Mike, we
They're not
accept
picking
our
the
IQ is
game.
really low.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm trying to
Go
give you a
ahead,
reason
Mike.
why you
Be
shouldn't
cogent and coherent.
be having low self-esteem as a black person because the future is bright. But the
Right.
sooner the sooner you want that time to come depends on how you behave. You understand? If you want that time to come like very soon, then we have to act the way we should make it come very soon. Meaning we have to do a lot of sacrifices and some rituals and things like that. But we're not
Okay,
doing
okay,
it.
Mike, you lost me there.
That's why
Power of
that
Christ
moment.
compels you, Mike.
Elvis. The moment is coming slowly, very slow because we're not doing the proper rituals we should be doing as a
Let me ask
group
the
of
question.
people.
What kind of sacrifices? Like, what are we sacrificing?
Oh, ask Mufasa, he will tell you. Like,
Okay, well, you tell us, Mike, if it's not a bad sacrifice, tell us right now.
Yeah.
no. Okay, Elvis, what do you do in life without sacrifice to achieve?
Oh my God, tell us the
Elvis,
sacrifice. Are we
Elvis,
sacrificing
Elvis,
goats,
Elvis,
chickens?
Elvis,
What are we
Elvis,
sacrificing?
Elvis, your IQ is very low. You're not picking the
You're
game.
right, Mike is low. I just want to
That's
understand from
why
the
you talk a
Babalawo.
lot. Do you
What are
know
we Sacrificing, Mike? Steve asked the
Elvis?
question.
Okay, but
You talk a
what
lot.
was wrong with what he said to you though when he
That's
said
the
that you
whole
always have to
point. We
sacrifice
don't
somebody?
have one.
He said we hear it, right? Then Steve asked
He
Elvis,
him, "What
does.
are we
Elvis,
It
MC
helps.
Barrett make
sacrificing?"
the loudest noise. You the
Well,
only one making the
let me
loudest
ask
noise
you.
here.
Let me ask you a
I hear
question,
you. Steve asked a
Elvis.
question. Answer him.
No, I was gonna say.
Oh, is that a
Let me just
secret
say this.
from the Babalawas? They can't tell us what we got to
No, it's not even.
sacrifice.
It's not all a secret. What I'm saying is, like, say for instance, you want to achieve a big goal, right? Say for instance, you want to be a bodybuilder, right? You're gonna establish certain things that you can't do. You can't eat junk food. You can't be drinking a bunch of sugary
Yeah, we know
drinks.
the
You're gonna
taboos. Yeah,
develop
That's
taboos,
sacrifice.
and
we
you're
know the
gonna end up
taboos.
making
Okay, that's what
sacrifices.
you
Certain things
mean.
you got to do. So this
Exactly.
is the same
Okay.
principle that the
Okay.
Is the
lifestyle
taboo
moves by.
sacrifice, or is the taboo something that you shouldn't eat
Elvis,
because if
just
you
shut
eat
the
it,
hell up and
it's
listen to
going to
people.
bring bad
Let them
omens to you?
educate you.
No,
I'm asking the
but whoever
question.
the other
Mufasa
guy,
seems to understand it.
You
Taboos,
Elvis is
talking
trying to
more than
go
you're
against what
listening. You
like
we're
have two
certain
saying.
heads and one
foods,
mouth.
you're not supposed to eat. Certain club, you're not supposed
You're
to wear. If
MC
you wear
Barrett,
them,
and you
it
talk too
brings you
much.
bad
You make the
luck and it
loudest
brings you,
noise.
Man,
misfortune, right?
Italian American,
Right,
And that's the
Mufasa?
problem with
Hispanic.
Africa. When the priests are trying to educate the people, they argue with the priests all
I'm
day.
asking Mufasa a question, Mike,
About what? About what?
about taboos, right?
Oh
Because
God.
you gotta go find out what your taboos is, right? Like for some people, they're not supposed to eat chicken. They're not supposed to marry, certain
Yeah, you
kinds of
find them. Yeah,
women.
yeah.
Right.
What
So
does
it's
that
not
have to
really a
do with the future
sacrifice.
of
It's something to
Africa?
avoid. So that's not the same thing as a sacrifice. That's
It's
what
the
I'm trying to
same
bring.
thing, though. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is these
Yeah.
things
Okay.
develop when you're trying to do something. There's things you don't do. There's things you do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a practical lifestyle. It's not spooky like you guys are trying to make it seem.
No. Okay.
So basically, we have the wisdom of Orumila in many things that have happened for thousands of years. If you're going through something today, you can hearken to that wisdom, and then they'll give
African
you a
goddess is
guide on how
saying
to
in the
do it.
channel, you guys are trying to be
Elvis, just shut the
occultic.
fuck up and let the.
Be quiet
Oh
for a second. I'm
Lord
not
have
talking to you,
mercy.
Mike. African goddess said those sacrifices better be goats and chickens, because the
Yeah, but even
reality
goats
is
and
that
chickens, see, y'all
And
don't
Mufasa, you
understand.
see why Africa will
it,
never advance?
the
The,
That's
the
what I'm
sacrifice they're
saying.
people,
You're
talking
the
not
about
people
is not
don't,
understanding.
they
taboo.
don't follow the
Taboo is different
priest.
than a
But
sacrifice.
if we told them that a magic
Sacrifice
white
actually
man,
requires
if we
blood.
tell them a magic white man in the sky is zapping shit and
No,
making
but
it
because
happen,
you guys are
you
trying
can
to
accept
conceal
that.
things and you think we're too stupid to understand what you're saying.
I'm
Don't lie
telling
to
you
us and
straight
say
up.
a
Elvis,
taboo is a
Everything you never
sacrifice.
heard.
When the
Any
white man
fire they
tell you,
sacrifice live animals. They sacrifice goats, chickens.
Elvis,
What's wrong
okay,
with
we
that?
get you. We get
All
your
right,
point.
then say that. Don't lie to
Okay,
Steve and
thank
say it's
you,
about
Elvis.
Because
Elvis,
we're
we
taboos.
heard your
saying
point. Elvis,
the
when the
main
white man tell you in the
sacrifices.
Bible the shark
I'm
swallow
not against your sacrifice,
a
but you're
man,
trying to lie to us. That's why I'm
you
calling
don't
you out on
argue.
it.
No, I'm telling you that sacrifice is not just animals. That's what we were both trying to tell you, bro.
But mostly it's
You're just thinking
animals.
about the animals. It's not mostly animals. The biggest
Okay.
sacrifices are the things that you have to change in your behavior. These are the biggest sacrifices. Even when you sacrifice animals and different things like that, you're doing that because there's a certain ashe to every different thing that you consume, right? So it's
Well,
tied
we
in.
know what that is, man. We're Africans.
No,
We
you
know what
don't
those
know what
things
it
are.
is,
Elvis,
bro. You
you
believe
do
We
in
know what it
sacrifice
magic
every
is,
day
white
of your
bro. It's
man.
life.
witchcraft, bro. Stop the cap. We know
Witchcraft
what
is
it is.
something that you're
You
doing
can't repackage it,
that's
man.
no
Elvis, you
People
do
witchcraft
do
is doing
sacrifices
babalawos
every day
do
of
sacrifices.
your
human
life.
sacrifice, money ritual. They do all kinds of
Okay,
crazy shit, man.
name one. Which one?
Okay. I don't know what you mean. Name one.
Name
You
one.
think they're
Name one.
gonna go out there and broadcast it to you? You think it's
Okay,
not
then how do
secret?
you know? Then how do you know? You
Okay,
just making that
Mufasa. I
up?
mean, you don't be ridiculous, man. Don't act like a
I'm
kid.
not being ridiculous
Mufasa, don't
because
get
you don't
into
even
The
know
this
what a
guy shit.
Nigerians
sheshe
would tell
is.
you that people do
No,
money rituals in their
Nigerians that
country.
are idiots that don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, do
All
Nigerians
that
not do
stuff is
money rituals?
outruled.
Steve, have you heard about
Human
money
sacrifice is
rituals?
outruled in the Odu.
Yes, I heard about him.
Okay, right. So Mufasa is telling you it's not true.
No, but you
No
don't.
people,
Okay,
nobody do money ritual in Nigeria.
first of
I mean,
all,
this dude,
whoever
man.
you just asked that question
That's
Elvis,
why
to,
when
name
you
the
guys are
person
in
you
these
know that do the
okay,
money
occultic
but
ritual.
Elvis, can
organizations, you
somebody
try
else
to
talk?
come out and make
Okay, can
everything a
we talk?
secret.
Can I talk, bro? Can I
Go
say
ahead,
something?
man. Don't
Okay, so whoever
sell our
you just
intelligence.
asked, he never heard the word Isheshe until today. This is his first time ever hearing that. So, like, you don't even know what. There's different people. So somebody could do a human sacrifice that has nothing to do with a babalawo, nothing to do with anything. They could be in some cult that has nothing to do with anything that we're practicing, and you'll
Exactly.
say a babalawo did it, but you don't even know.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't even know
Babalawo,
what's going
yeah,
on.
Baba. The people that do human sacrifices, they could be herbalists, They could be babalawos that do the human
Dude, you even
sacrifice.
know
Okay,
a
have you met
babalawo
one?
is,
Have you met
is the
one? Have
old
you met
dude.
one that does? They did it. Have you
Yeah,
met
you know
one?
Yeah,
people
who?
who kill people and use their body for rituals. They're gonna
Elvis,
come.
have you met
No, they're
one?
gonna come on YouTube and say, "My name is Babalawo or
Okay,
Olatunji.
then
I
if you
did
don't,
this
if
human
you can't
sacrifice
name
for this
them,
guy." They're gonna do
no,
that, Mike. They're
you're
gonna do
bringing
that.
up people who is
It's
like
not secretive.
hosts.
It's open, right?
Elvis,
Are you
Elvis,
dumb?
Elvis, Elvis. Listen. Let me just say this: the reason why Africa will never advance is because too many millions of African reason like you. They're close-minded.
You guys are trying to package old witchcraft
I don't.
nonsense and think it's something
Elvis,
good
I'm
for
not
us.
interested in
That's what it
you agreeing me.
is. We
Elvis,
know this.
listen,
We're
listen. I'm
Africans.
not
We're not stupid. We know
Elvis,
what it is.
Elvis. Talk less and listen more. I'm
No,
not
no,
here
no.
to
I'm telling you, I'm calling you on your BS. You can't repackage
Elvis,
I mean,
witchcraft to
thank
you
me
you.
gotta
and
Thank
let
you
say
people
for
like it's
talk
calling me
good
though,
for
my
you.
Elvis.
BS.
You gotta let people
It's
talk.
Elvis,
witchcraft.
you're
That's why
not
Yorubas leave it and go follow Christianity.
Elvis.
More
Just let
Yorubas
people
speak
talk,
against this
man.
Ifa and Isheshe nonsense than
Thank
even other
you.
Bro,
Thank
you
you.
don't
Africans.
even
Thank
know
you.
anything
Thank
about
you.
it, bro.
Elvis,
Fine, fine, whatever you say.
I'm not
I
here to
don't want
convince
to.
you for
Why would I
any
want to
I
know
know
reason.
you
about it?
don't want to know about
Oh.
it, but you can't speak on what you don't know. So if you
You
I'm
can't
can't
telling you what
say
it
you
is,
don't want to know
Mufasa.
about it
It's
and then
witchcraft, bro.
speak on it
You
at the
twist it
same
up.
time.
You put a pig on you put a lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig.
Okay,
It's
Okay,
so
still
if I put
witchcraft.
lipstick on
Everything
a
you're
pig,
doing
what
is
does
leave
that
it at
witchcraft.
mean?
that.
Color.
Just say, hey,
I mean,
I don't want
Elvis.
to. I
You
don't
can't
want to understand
repackage
it,
it
so
and
don't
try to
speak
sell
on
it
it.
as something benevolent. It's
No,
not.
but
It's
just say, hey, I want to be a
I'm
But
not.
Christian.
not
I don't
running
want
Color.
to
away
learn.
from
Sorry,
I don't
fucking
want
Elvis.
to.
Who's
E5
sending anything to
I
you,
like this,
for
right?
no reason.
Everybody got their own religion. It's like it's not for me. I'm a Christian. I mean, but
Okay,
at the same time,
beautiful,
people can do
beautiful.
whatever they want, right?
Steve, you asked a good question. And they try to skirt around it because they think you're ignorant. Talk
What? I
about
mean, what's the
the
question?
sacrifice is the taboo. Nah, dude.
What's the
African
question?
goddess said in the thing, the sacrifice better be chicken or goat because she know it could be more than that. That's why she said better only be. We know what's
Okay,
going on here,
But
man.
when
You're
you
not
say you
talking
got to
fool.
sacrifice,
Me or
I'm
Mike
thinking like,
never
wait a
said.
minute.
Yeah, we
I'm
know what
sorry.
sacrifices are, Steve. We know what it
We
is.
never
But they trying
said
to
you
talk
weren't a
about no,
sacrifice,
it's just a taboo. You got to give up something. No, there's actual blood
bro. I
sacrifice. You have
don't
to
get.
spill
Okay, but
blood.
no. Okay,
Okay,
who said
Elvis,
that?
you win. You
Who said
win.
we don't sacrifice animals?
Okay,
Mufasa,
but why
Mufasa.
didn't you mention
Don't
that?
waste
Why do
your
you go to
time.
taboos?
I mean, bro,
Mufasa,
we can't do anything because every time we say two words, you cut us off.
No, because when you're
exactly,
lying, you're
exactly.
bullshit. I call
That's
you
why.
out because you're not
I
talking to
Elvis,
mean,
stupid
Elvis,
people on
fuck.
the panel.
I
Elvis,
never
you
got to
win.
finish
Elvis,
talking.
you win. You
Let
win.
me
You win. You
explain
win.
this. Let me explain.
Elvis, you won. You won. Mufasa, please don't argue with him anymore. Please,
No, I'm just
just
saying.
leave him alone. You can't. Mufasa, please trust me.
No, no,
I've
no, no,
done
no, no,
this.
no. It's all good. I'm just
Mufasa,
saying it's more people on
I've
the
done what
phone
you're
than him.
doing, and even my babas are telling me to stop doing it because
Hey,
I
hey,
try my
hey.
best to try to like convince my people, but I get attacked. I get like literally it's like a brick wall. Just let him win. Just let him win.
So
They so
African
close
goddess says
minded.
that Orisha
They
are not good or bad.
forget it. They're not. You
African
So
tell me.
goddess
according to
just
Yogi,
literally
that's not
said that
true.
a child was kidnapped in her area and killed and used as a human
Okay, okay,
sacrifice.
Elvis, you
That's not
win, you
Elvis.
win.
I'm just reading what a Yoruba
No,
woman
no, no, no.
said
I
that
mean,
lives in
then
Okay,
tell me
Nigeria.
which
thank
So
you.
Babalawo
don't
did
call
We
my
it.
name
agree
in it.
with you,
Which
Elvis. Now,
Babalawo did
man,
it? That's the question.
let's take it to a different
Yeah, because
dimension.
the Babalawo put their information out there, Mufasa, when they do human
No,
sacrifices. They go
if
out
you
there and
do a
tell you who they
crime,
Oh
you
are
should
my
get caught
and
before
where
you
they
gosh.
get
did it.
exposed.
Yeah,
Because
that
if you don't know of a Babalawo that did it, you should stop saying it until you find
Exactly.
out.
Thank you. But Elvis, he's not going to listen. Mufasa, he
Yeah,
doesn't care. He doesn't care.
really cool.
But
Hey,
Elvis,
just
let me
chill
ask you.
with
Let's
him,
take it
bro.
to a different dimension. Maybe this might help you convince you more about the universe. Mufasa trying to tell you
These
that
niggas,
there are some people that do rituals that has nothing to do with babalawos. There are some
goddamn
that in
right.
there are
Yoruba that
also
come in with
Babalawos who
Olusegun.
do human
Okay,
sacrifices. You have
Elvis,
to
let
admit
me
that
ask
too.
you a question about human sacrifice. When Donald Trump wanted to go attack Iran, he said, "Hey, there's going to be some United States soldiers. They're going to die. We're going to sacrifice them. So is that human sacrifice?
Oh
Wait, so
gosh, Mike. The human sacrifice they're doing it is not because of war. They go there,
let
they
me
do
ask
it
the
for money
question.
ritual. They take out a specific parts from the human being.
Okay,
They do certain,
so some people are doing
incantation. They do certain
Okay,
rituals with
is
it.
Donald Trump a babalao?
That's not what he was talking about. That's the point that I'm making,
He
Mike. What's wrong
sacrificed
with you,
human
man?
beings to get.
That's why I said when you guys are part of these occultic
Elvis, you're
organization,
stupid.
you
Elvis,
try to
just listen more and
rationalize it.
talk
You
less.
can't rationalize it.
Elvis, we're trying to educate you. Listen more and talk
You're
less.
not educating me. I see
something devilish from a mile
Elvis,
away and I call it out. You can't tell
anybody
me
that do
nothing
human
different.
sacrifice is here,
Hold
Babalawo.
on. Let me step in. See, you see, the problem of us many Africans is that we run with ESC or Dempsey. We don't have verified proof, nothing to back or facts to back anything up. See, what normally goes on in Nigeria, it's not like a money rituals or this thing. For example, in the West, they practice this thing whereby people naturally go to hospital and donate their organs. It's okay if I pass away, the hospitals can take some of my vital organs that are good. But in
Are you
Africa,
out of your mind? Are you
hold
don't?
on,
Bro,
Are you
can you let
crazy?
this
hold
man
on,
talk,
hold
man? What are
You
you
on,
think
doing?
these
Let him
young
finish.
healthy
hold
kids
on, hold
Tyler,
on,
can you
hold
mute
are
on.
yourself for this
donating
guy
their
talking, bro?
hearts and their
This is
private
the
parts to be
animal, is
used
the
for
African
rituals?
animal
Is
that
that
we
what you're
love
saying?
Let
worship.
him finish.
What
Vice
Let him
colonial
happens
finish.
and what
masters.
goes on
Let
in
him finish.
People
Nigeria
donate their
is
body. Are you
Elvis,
crazy,
Elvis,
bro?
you be so
hold
brainwashed
on,
that your
Let
brain
him
let
is
finish.
off the
hold on.
is
Let me
out of
land. You see
line,
the
man.
thing, you
You're
have
like an
Let
that
African
as a
Nigerian
human,
president.
yeah. Your
let
body is
Nigerian first
big
finish.
for you to speak.
Hey
For
son,
example,
I
what I'm
seen a
saying is that
bitch
what
kill
goes
a
on in
dude
Nigeria
over
that
a
you
fucking
see
1K
is
bread.
what you
You
call
can't tell me
organ.
shit.
It's what you call organ harvesting. It has nothing to do with money ritual. It's just people harvesting organ to give like to people who need it in the hospital,
This
like people
nigga
who have
glitching.
money who can purchase it. That's what they do. It has nothing to do with a money
UFC,
ritual.
do you know
Killing
UFC?
somebody will
Sorry,
not
let me
bring you
answer your
money.
point. UFC, do you know that Europeans, the scientists, they say that black people have the best organs, and they know there are a lot of people in the hospital that need organs, and they know that Africans have the best organs. So there's this thing they go into Africa where they pay some people, some merchants, to go harvest people's organs and donate to European and Asian
Not just
and the
European, there are
Arab.
Nigerians who need it also who have
Even some
money.
Nigerian need it. There was a Nigerian senator that needed an organ for his daughter. They had to go pick this guy from the street, this guy, to convince him to do this organ. So these things are going on. So whenever they arrest someone and they will make it about some spiritual thing, oh, Babalawo, some shit, like they just, there's something called science. People don't understand it. There's science. You understand? But
Yeah,
everything they attribute everything to spiritual thing and just like Mufasa trying to explain to Elvi. Mufasa came to study the Yoruba spirituality. And he understand it deep enough to understand that,
Mike, do people
oh, I
do money
get it.
rituals
And he's trying to
for
explain to
riches
Elvis
using
because
human body
Elvis,
parts?
just like many low
Do they
IQ
do do they do
Africans,
that?
You can live to know they
listen,
doing
Africa will
fucking
now
human
advance because
sacrifice and
we have too
shit.
many low
Do people
IQ
do money
population.
rituals using human body parts? Yes or no?
Do
please,
do people do
there's
what?
nothing like money rituals. If you
Money
don't invest,
rituals using human body parts.
if you don't invest, if invest money and create business, you don't get any money. Nobody will do money rituals and be richer than Dangote in Nigeria. So that idea of money ritual is already dead.
I'm
Money
asking you a
ritual,
question. Do people do it?
no, no, they don't. Yeah, people go out there to do charm on their boy. It doesn't mean it's money ritual. It's
Charm.
just
Okay. So
what
people do
people
charm.
don't
They don't
know.
do money
People
ritual,
go out
right?
there to
Listen,
spread
listen,
news
Elvis,
that
Elvis.
they cannot
Let
verify.
me
I mean,
explain something.
you're
No
not talking to
money
Steve.
ritual.
You're talking to a fellow African. Stop the
Elvis,
bullshit,
Yeah,
man.
I know
telling
the
you, there's
question you're asking, but let me answer
there's
your
nothing like
question.
money ritual. Money ritual doesn't exist. You have to
Money ritual
invest
doesn't
in create
exist.
business. You will not put human being head on the cupboard and it start vomiting money for you. That's just rubbish. As someone that went to school, you
That's
should
not
be
what I'm talking
teaching
about. I'm not talking about even that part. Money ritual can,
Elvis, Elvis,
the money can
Elvis,
come to you in many ways.
What happened
It
in
doesn't
that
have to be
city?
human
What
hair
happened with the
vomiting money.
city?
Elvis. Let me
Tell her
explain
that.
medical terms to you. Let me use white man science to you. Let me explain science to you. It's not white man science. See, the thing with black people. I'm sorry. Let me correct it before I move forward. The black people believe education belongs to white people. Education does not belong to white. Education is just education. It belongs to everyone. It's discovery, research, and you get discoveries. You do research and discover knowledge. And when it comes to pharmacology, European will not tell you that the people they learn when it comes to pharmacology, the Africans are the experts. Now, let me explain something to you. Now, medicine, every drugs you take come from plants, animal source, right? That's what they will tell you. Now, when they say plants and animal, right? They're telling you that they're taking sources from nature, right? So when you're talking about medicine or charms, there's some people that we call people that study charms and they study charms to
Herbalists. We
understand
know
charms in
herbalists.
nature. They study nature. In Africa, we call it the herbalist. Arba. You call it the Yoruba people call it Onishegun. White people call them herbalists. Abba, herbs. Herbs. It's like you
Herb,
going
herbalist.
you study the DNA and the what's the other word? The DNA and the anyone in medical field here can help me remember the other word. The DNA and the NHA whatever
RNA,
or
RNA.
The mitochondria.
RNA. Thank you of a plant, an animal, and even human beings that you can use to like put together and do some. I'm not a scientist. They do together to cure something or something like that, right? So white people do it, and in
Yeah,
Africa, hold on, wait, calm down,
they're
listen. In
spiritual
Africa,
priests and then they're herbalists.
Elvis
They're
just
different.
kill and let me educate you because you're so Eurocentric, and you think Africa.
Mike, you think Nigeria is
Your
the only African
education,
country?
you know nothing
I
about
come from my
African
African country.
knowledge,
All
and
of
I'm
these
trying to
things are in my
educate you, but
country,
you're not
Mike.
listening. In
You're not
Africa,
teaching me
we are.
anything, bro. Trust me, you can't teach
Oh,
me
okay,
anything. I'm
okay,
not.
okay.
I'm
Let
not
me
interested
teach
in
other
learning about
people.
Ifa.
Okay, thank
All
Elvis.
I'm
Let me
telling
teach
you is witchcraft.
Elvis.
It is what it
Let
looks
me
like.
teach other.
It's
Let me
nothing
teach
new under
other
the
people.
sun.
Okay, thank you. When white people are doing their scientific research, we call it scientists. When Africans are doing the same thing, we call it and what they call it witchcraft. That's the difference.
Why do they have
So
to go in the shrine? Why are they not in a lab doing their research? Why they got to be
whatever shrine
secretive?
they have is called a lab. Their shrine is
Yeah,
a
why they got to
lab.
be secretive? If it's the white
It's not
people, if it's
secret. If
equivalent
you
to the
go there,
white
they will
people thing
show
that they're
you.
doing.
No,
Why do you
because
have to go in a
listen,
grove
they
that
didn't
people
tell you it's
can't go?
secret.
Why is there got to be a white glove there that nobody can pass? Only
Elvis,
the babalawo and the person that's going in
Elvis.
there
You
can
sound
go
like
in
a
there.
monkey. Shut up
No,
and
no,
listen.
you just
I
mad,
think
bro.
Elvis,
You,
Elvis,
This is
do I
not
need
the
to be
same thing.
secretive? Can I just go to NASA right now tomorrow and just walk in their lab?
Elvis.
It's not
I'm
the
trying to
same thing.
tell
You know
you.
what NASA is? You can go there. People been on tours. My niece went on a tour to
Yeah, you
NASA.
could go to
Can
a
you
tour
can a
to a
child go on a
shrine. You
tour
could
to
go
a
to a
Babalawo
shrine.
shrine and go look around and go
Yeah,
in his
in
secret grove and go
Liberia.
look around?
In
Are you out of your
Liberia.
mind?
Do you want to come to my shrine? I'll invite you.
Oh boy.
Well, hey, well, you can
You're
come
not
to
even a
my
real
Elvis,
house too.
Babalawo, bro. You're in America. You gotta be on the ground.
Let's
Okay,
go
so
visit
you
the
know me
shrine, man. Let's
personally.
go
Don't know
visit.
whether I'm a real or
Oh,
not.
okay. So the Orisha are only in Africa.
Yeah.
Is that what you're
Bro, we
saying,
know we
Elvis?
know what it is, man. You can't convince anybody that is a good
You
thing.
speak
So
for
you can
yourself.
you can come
Speak for
in.
yourself.
Elvis is
Yeah.
brainwashed by his
Yeah, go
British
keep practicing it,
slave
Mike.
master.
But
Yeah.
IFA, the
Hey
West
man,
Africans, the
so
ones
so my
only supposed to
diaspora,
be
my
in
I
black
Africa.
know
Americans and
when you
Caribbean
stop when
people,
you stop appeasing them,
millions
Even
of
though those
Africans have been so
plans in
when you
South
stop
brainwashed.
when
America,
you stop appeasing those demons
even
and they
though it's
start
the
to torment
same.
you and you start going
The,
crazy, keep doing it, Mike.
the word demon was introduced to you by British people.
Yeah. We
Let
know
me
what they
ask
are,
Mike.
man.
Let's go back to what we was talking about originally, right? With black people, our time is going to be in the future, right? And we're gonna, you know, after the
Jesse
sacrifices and stuff.
Jackson
What's
ass
next?
nigga.
What's
Yeah,
what's
vote.
Every let the man talk, man.
Oh, that
Nah,
was
I
me, my
don't think
bad.
that wasn't Elvis that was talking. That's not Elvis.
My
But
Oh,
bad,
okay,
bro.
sorry. I thought it was Elvis.
yeah, but so like, what's after the sacrifices? What's next in line for black people?
Yes, they do. If black race want to take over the
Hmm.
world 2 years
Hmm.
from now, we can do it. I promise you.
Okay.
And I'm telling you this. If the black race want to take over the world, in fact, not even this year, we can do it. But we don't have the enough people that's willing to even hear the prescription, they're not willing. Example is Elvis tonight. You can't even say a sentence; they will kill you. Like if you go study philosophy, there's a man. You know the man that gave the white people worship today, called Socrates,
Hmm.
the greatest philosopher. Socrates, when he was giving the Greeks the prescription to their advancements, do you know what they do? Socrates, they executed him. They killed him. They killed him.
Oh wow.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that in Africa, the Africans,
Dude,
we have the Europeans come to us. Mufasa has been deep into his shit. White people, our number one clients with the Babalawo are Europeans, white people, non-blacks. And
Hmm.
these people understand, but our own people, they're so lost. They're lost. And when we're trying to say, look, in fact, they want to kill us. In Nigeria, they want to kill Babalawos. They want to kill
Mm.
us. Like we just leave them alone. people like me, I force myself to trying to, people want me, don't do it. My own people say don't do it. They want to, they would label you. They would trying to, but I say no, fuck it, man. If they want to keep me, fuck it. Because I come from like family where the misinformation destroyed, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna die one day anyway. Let me just try to educate my people and trying to get them, but they attack me, man. So the black race were stubborn. We're a race of people where we don't we're not open minded. We don't respect knowledge. We're egotistical people. When I get around white boys, if he was a bunch of white boys in his channel and I'm saying things they don't know, they will humble themselves and say, because they're so hungry for knowledge, they want to advance.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is saying something, I'm not sure. It may sound stupid, but out of every nonsense, there's sense. I may learn something from him. They humble themselves, be quiet. They'll say, I've been in a room with white people, and I mention something. They never heard it in their life, and they become quiet because they heard something they never heard before, and they will consume it. By next year, they're in Nigeria trying to dig, and trying to understand more, and more. But when I get in a room with Africans, the moment I mention Ifa, something they don't understand, they go into the movies they watch, they demonize it and start attacking me.
Yeah, they're gonna call
Like
it the
Elvis
devil.
is doing tonight.
Yeah.
Mufasa, my own, Mufasa, even within my own family. Mufasa, do you know that? My great grandfather's orishas were abandoned? I didn't know, and the orishas were angry, and they were causing problems within my family. And if I told me about it, and I
There you
went.
go, Steve. He just told you
Elvis,
exactly
Elvis,
what I've
Elvis.
been
I'm
telling
talking
you. The
Elvis.
moment
Calm
you
down.
stop appeasing these demons, they ruin your life. They
Oh,
become
brother.
generational curses upon your generations. Are these good things? You think that's a good thing? If you start
Okay,
appeasing
thank you. Thank you.
some demon,
I was
now
having a
they
conversation
ruin
with
your
my
entire
I
family.
mean,
family
look,
line. You think that's a good thing?
Elvis, you can have a generational curse without.
We know what it is, and that's what I'm telling you.
No,
So
but what I'm
nothing
saying
good
is,
can
what an
have a
African needs to
generational
go
curse
through
upon
right
your
now.
family line. If it's a good religion, it won't have generational, curse upon your line.
No, it's
So
just the
he
white
just
man is
admitted my point I was
teaching.
making to you,
He's
Stephen. Steve,
teaching.
you're in
He's
the church. You
teaching
know what I'm
you.
talking about.
He's teaching you a fallacy. He's
These people
teaching you.
initiate themselves into things that bother their generation. So when they stop appeasing their grandkids, their kids, their third generations, they start having issues.
What I'm saying, the reality is, if you walk outside and you look and you observe the reality in front of you, you know that everything has a cause and effect, right? Everything has reciprocity. You don't just get access to something for nothing. Only
Exactly. That's
that's
what
what
demons do.
Christianity.
That's what people talk
No,
about,
this is
making a
what
deal with the
Christianity
devil.
Okay.
teaches.
Let me
He'll give
ask
you
you a
God
what you
question,
love.
want,
Elvis.
but you must worship him. You must
Elvis,
give him. You must,
Elvis. Since you're a
Bro,
do
then
Christian,
certain
let me
things for
ask you a
him in
question.
return.
name me something that you could just get something out of and you put nothing into it. It doesn't exist. That's
Elvis,
not real.
Elvis, you're a Christian. Let me ask you a question. So
Oh
you're a
boy.
Christian. Elvis, you're a Christian, right? Okay. If you turn against God, what will happen to you?
What do you mean turn against God?
If you turn
Yeah,
against Jesus
if
Christ
you
and
go
God, what
to
will
a
happen to you?
reprobate,
You'll be punished
Okay,
if
thank
you
you.
if you
Thank
become a
you.
with
reprobate,
eternal hellfire. Yes.
No,
Okay, thank
no.
you.
When he said turn away, he's using the language, Steve. Say somebody falls away, right? Falls away and turn against
No,
are
no,
two
no. I didn't
different
say
words.
false away. No, 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 no. If you go
Okay, see
around
that's
the
the point that I'm
no,
making.
Elvis, let me
So
put
when
it
you
a
say,
different
hold
way.
on, let me answer your question. When you say turn against God, that means you're actively going against God instead of
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
just maybe not going to church or not worshiping and not praying and being close to the God. Those are two different things. That's what I'm trying to
Oh
understand.
no, oh no, 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 no. You
Okay,
stop
so
praying to.
so
Hold on. Let me make it
articulate
clear.
okay,
it
but
better.
that's what
Elvis,
he was saying his family is doing. What's
you
the
stop
difference?
praying to God, your European God, your European Jesus Christ, and you start condemning them. You start calling them demons. You start calling them bastard names. And according to your Christianity, what would the God and Jesus do to you?
Nothing. What you
Nothing
think
will.
God
Stop lying. Stop lying, man.
did our Bible say God is going to kill you and make your
Stop
life hell if you don't
lying.
worship Him? Is that
Stop
what it says?
lying. Yes, yes, the Bible said it.
Show me the Bible verse.
Are you kidding me?
I
Show me the
don't know
verse.
about that. Now you will be
Right?
punished
Yeah, because I don't
after
know what he's talking
the.
about.
There's
Now,
so many part of the Bible that say God
Show
will
me the Bible
punish you.
verse.
Are you fucking
now
kidding me?
you will be held accountable
Oh,
for your actions after you die. But
Yeah, but God is not going to put a curse on your family generation because you're not
okay, but
worshiping
you
Him.
you
If
will
you
Are
you
you
will
work
you
for
will
an
crazy?
you, you
eternity,
will be
that's not a
punished.
curse. Burning
What?
for eternity is not a curse.
It's not a curse upon your family generation. It's on your own action. If you heard the gospel of Christ and you reject it, that's on you. He's not telling you that he's going to
Okay,
punish
okay,
up to your
okay,
fifth
but
generation because you
okay.
turn against
Mike
him.
was telling a story about how he had Orisha in his family, and his family, he has family members that are going against those entities. What's the difference between that and going against God?
Because you can't go against God. God is all powerful. He's almighty. And even if
But
you do,
that that
he's not gonna punish your third generations.
Elvis, let me now make it more brilliant to you. Just like you have your own supreme God, we have our own supreme God. It's called Olodumare, right? Olodumare is one that created Orishas. The Orishas were our ancestors. They were the force that came and existed in Africa, and they gave birth to us. And Olodumare gave them the order to be our ancestors. Now, Olodumare did not give the order; they made them powerful in the spirit realm. They they administer our lives. You understand? We cannot function properly because we're human beings. We're not wise enough to the level of to be able to function properly as a people. So they have to guide us. So when we turn against them, and we also have to appease them and things like that. So there's a rule, there's an agreement that was made in the beginning of creation, according to our African knowledge, right? Your Yoruba knowledge or African knowledge. I don't know what it is in Liberia. I don't know where you guys originated from. So now, when we start going against that, we start having problems. And when we go in line with it, and by the way, when people say Europeans came to Africa and conquer Africa, let me tell you a story. Europeans have been trying to come to Africa for 1,000 years, and they always constantly fail. They always constantly failed until they discover they have to study Africans and understand their rules, their secrets. And they're like, oh, let's go attack their root base. Let's attack the center of gravity. Let's attack issue. Let's turn issue into devil. Turn their people against their own backbone. So they study you for a long time before they started coming to conquer you. And their conquest is a psychological conquest. If it's not a physical conquest, because if European, the day European figure out to physically conquer you, there's no black man that will be existing in this world today. I'm sorry. The same way in the United States, there's barely a Native American that exists. They wiped them all out because all they required was a physical conquest. But with the black race, they can physically, we're not physically conquered. The only conquest they've successfully achieved against us is psychological. And that's why the 2 weeks ago I don't know how long ago I was on the show with Carla, and I was trying to explain to Carla, stop consuming this media shit. This thing they put these movies and all this thing, because it's a psychological game they're playing with you. They want you to feel low about yourself, have a low self-esteem, feel very little about yourself. And that way, once you feel little about yourself, they can easily manipulate you. Now, when you feel little about yourself, and you start seeing them as above you, automatically you go to them for direction, and they start directing you to the wrong way, and and that's what they do to a lot of African American children in America. And I mentor a lot of African American children, like, look, come here. You can be greater than this white boy next to you. Trust me, this is the solution. Just read these books, read this, read it, and be confident. Forget what they think about you. Forget how they feel about you. Forget what they tell you. You you're not telling them how they feel about themselves. Why do you need them to tell you how you should feel about yourself? Start consuming this media. Don't let them play psychological game. There's the three elements: spirit, body, and mind. No one can conquer your spirit. They can conquer either your body or your mind. Once they can control your mind and your body, your spirit is weakened. And when your spirit is weakened, your spirit is your Ori, according to the Yorubas, right? The most powerful. But once you allow someone to penetrate your mind and your body, your spirit become very weak. So when somebody control your mind, tell you how to think about yourself, you feel about yourself, what you should know about yourself, your history. Someone else is educating you about yourself, telling you that your knowledge should come from the Bible. He's the one that wrote the Bible. Are you stupid?
It's true. Yeah, it's true. I
You
mean,
know
look
the
at
Bible
others.
is telling you that what you should believe should come from the Bible. You already dumb, nigga. Like this. Oh, the Quran say black man can never go
Yeah,
to
Steve,
heaven.
dumb nigga.
No, but think about it, bro. Think about it. I could go to a Yoruba person and they could tell me that it's witchcraft and this and this and that. So basically, they're saying that all of their ancestors ain't shit. This is what they're saying.
Mm.
They white man could use that Bible to make you say "fuck all my ancestors." They're all evil.
Exactly.
They're all damn
They
witches.
Mufasa, the Yoruba tell you that Ifa is witchcraft?
Yeah, I've
The
heard
one that
people
are
say that.
lost.
Okay, so you
The
heard
one
it
that
from
are
the.
already lost.
Hold on, 1 second, Mike. So you,
Ignorant
Mufasa, you're not a
people, yeah.
Yoruba, right? You're not from
No,
Elvis,
Nigeria,
the
right?
people that control
So
Nollywood.
the
no,
people
Elvis,
no.
who
Elvis,
live,
Elvis.
hold on, Mike, be quiet for a second. I
Okay,
was listening to
okay,
you.
talk.
The people who live amongst these people, who know them best, who are part of their culture, is telling you what it is, and you think you know
Only like
better
the
than them.
ignorant,
Elvis, these
only the
people you're
ignorant
talking
You
ones.
about
think
the
you know better
Nollywood
than them.
people, the
I like that.
Nollywood.
You know
No,
better
only
than
the
the people
ignorant.
who are part of it.
Only the ignorant people are saying this, bro.
Oh,
Not me.
okay. You know better than the
Who you
people
think's
that live
teaching me
amongst
about
them.
Ifa?
Sorry, Mufasa. Let me help
You
you.
know
Let me help
better
you
than the
answer the
people,
question.
Mufasa.
Elvis, Elvis, Elvis.
They're the people are the ones. Yorubas are the ones who are teaching me this stuff. The only ones that say that stuff is like the ignorant people like you
No,
who
there
are
are
just
also
dumb.
Yorubas who
Exactly.
live amongst them who are telling you. Mike just said that his family, they, are going against them. They didn't want to go there.
Yeah, but they
They're
don't
banned of the
understand
thing.
it. They're
Their
coming from a
specific
place of
Orisha that
ignorance.
their father was, appeasing. They're banning it,
Elvis, because
and
those
now
are
they
our
have some kind of,
ancestors. The Orishas
curse
are our
on
ancestors.
their family
Elvis, let me answer
lineage.
your question about the Yoruba people you're talking about. Those people in Nigeria, Nollywood, for example. In fact, Nollywood, when Nollywood was established, most of the funding was funded by Europeans. And they were pumping money into it and to create movies and all these crazy things to demonize African ways, African spirituality, African culture, African everything. That's not the way to brainwash so many Nigerians where we begin to look somewhere else for culture. That's why we started emulating Black Americans and Caribbean Jamaicans and everybody else.
That's not
That's
true,
why
Mike. I'm going to
no,
use a
it's
big.
true.
Hold on,
Do you
hold on.
know Nigeria more than I do?
I'm going to use a
The
big.
reason why
Hold on,
Whiskey,
Mike.
Burna Boy want to be
Hold
Jamaican and
on.
Black Americans.
Hold on, hold on.
Hold on. No, no,
I'm
no.
gonna use a
Elvis,
big
Elvis,
word here and I will explain it. It's
Elvis,
not
Elvis,
Europeans, it's phenomenological. And what that means is people have
Elvis,
come to the
Elvis.
logical conclusion based on their personal experience of what that
That's
religion
true.
is. And they tell you that what is witchcraft. We know what it is. We don't want
Elvis.
to practice it. We're
What's
no
the
You
longer
know
going to
what part
teach these
what's
I
the
agree
things.
with you?
definition of
They
witchcraft?
Elvis, you know
experienced
which
it
part?
and they knew exactly what it was.
Okay,
What's the
Elvis, you
definition
know
of
where I agree
witchcraft?
with you and I disagree with you? Let me explain to you. Where I agree with you is that our spirituality is very powerful, that it can be weaponized negatively.
Yeah, okay.
And it can also be weaponized positively. That's the same thing in nature. Everything in nature can be weaponized. Everything in nature is positive and
People
negative.
do the same thing with witches. They say there's a white witch and a
Elvis,
black
just
witch.
listen.
White witchcraft and black witchcraft.
Elvis, do you want to be educated tonight or you want to be a
Look, I'm
foolish?
not. I'm not
Or
interested
you want
in.
to walk out of here and
Yeah,
remain
I'm not interested
foolish?
in your file. I know what it is, so
I'm
you
not
can't tell
saying you
me
should be
anything to change
educated
my
in
mind
IFA,
about it.
but I'm
I don't want
giving
to be
you
educated on it.
science. I'm going
It's
to
not science. It's
science.
witchcraft. It's a
Okay, okay,
spiritual.
let me go. Okay,
It's a
okay, let me
spiritual
go. Okay,
system.
okay,
It's not
okay, okay,
science.
okay. Let me leave IFA alone. Let me go into science for a second. Just give me a second. Go into science. Electricity.
It's
When you
divination, brother. It's not. It's not
Elvis,
anything new
Elvis,
under the
I'm
sun. It's
leaving IFA for a
divination.
second. Going to science with you, white man science.
You're consulting a Romula to tell you
Elvis,
certain
Elvis,
things about
Elvis.
certain
I'm
things.
going into white man science for 1 second. Just give me a chance. When you go into electricity, they run two conductor, one black wire, one red wire. And they say one is negative, one is positive. The negative one run the conduct the you run the voltage. It go into the positive. So without one and the other, it can exist. There's a negative wire, there's a positive wire. In everything in nature, there's positive and negative. You understand what I'm saying? Everything in nature,
Steve, that's an
including
excellent definition you put in the chat.
calm
Great
down, calm
definition.
down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Let me learn, let me learn, let me learn.
AI.
White people take uranium, they use it to create electricity for everybody to enjoy. They can also take uranium.
Are they consulting with spirits?
Dude, leave that alone. I told you I'm
No,
not
no,
to
that's
white
what you're
man.
dealing with. You fire. You're consulting with spirits in a research.
Elvis, I just told you 2 seconds ago that I'm living spiritually alone.
So
I'm
what
not
does
to
that got
white
to do
man.
with science? And then this
I
conversation is
just
irrelevant.
Elvis, I just told you that I'm living that
What is
alone.
the
I'm not to white.
connection? We're having a conversation. What is the connection with the white man's
Elvis,
science and
I
the
didn't
fight
say
that we've
there's a
been talking about?
Elvis. I didn't say whether or not there's a connection. All I say is let me just go there first, and then I'll come back to our own. So that way you can get a bigger picture. Since you watch your white man so much,
Mm.
and I'm trying to explain science to you. In science, everything is positive and negative. They can take uranium, use it to create electricity for everybody to enjoy. They can take the same uranium, create nuclear bomb, and blow everybody to die, bomb everybody. And you can see US and Iran talking about, oh, uranium should be used for peaceful purpose or for not for nuclear bomb. You get that? You can take a knife, use it for positive reason to cook food and to help your life, or you can use it to go kill a human being. You can take fire, use it to do some great things like create some industrial, use it for industries or cook food and things like that. You can use the fire to go burn somebody's house.
Like the South African.
A human being, even a human being, Elvis, you can choose to be positive. Wake up in the morning and choose to be positive and go help your neighbor and save them or do good things and help them do good things, help them, do. And you can wake up in the next morning and say, okay, I want to be negative and go kill your neighbor. So positive and negative is part of nature. So our spirituality is so authentic that a person that go into it and begin to use it for negative or positive. Now, the way the supreme creator of this nature, which Yoruba people call Olodumare, design it is that if negative go against positive, the positive will always win. So if you go into our spirituality and go become negative force, and someone else go to become positive force, that positive person will defeat you. That's why Yoruba people say Iwa. My brother Mufasa understand what I mean by Iwa. Iwa Pele.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah,
Your
your
character
character.
with the time.
Yeah.
If me and Mufasa, we are into Isheshe. If I decide to be negative towards Mufasa, and Mufasa decide to be positive, and we go to war, the Orisha will back Mufasa against me because the positive force will always win. You understand? So in our spirituality, you have a choice. You can go negative, but the guy, as you say, uh, who comes with a clean hand, you understand? You say,
You know,
whoever comes
I'm.
with
Let
a
me. You spoke for a while. Let me give you 30 seconds, right? Hold on,
I'm trying
Mike.
to
Hold
explain to
on.
you that I'm
Be
trying to give you
ecumenical.
science.
Hold
Okay,
on. Let me
go
speak,
ahead.
bro. So, ab initio, from the start, right? Once you start using divination to get in touch with spiritual things, you know, it's already an abomination. So there's negative and
What do you
positive
mean?
things.
According to who?
Hold on. Let me make my point.
According to who?
Hold on. Let me make my point.
According to
People
white
tell
man.
you about black magic and white magic. It's
What
still
does that mean?
both magic are still. We're going to tell you the white magic is the good magic. You know, it's used for
What the fuck?
healing.
European
Hold
magic is
on,
good magic.
let me explain, bro. Relax. I'm giving my point. You know, people who practice, you know, quote unquote magic or witchcraft, they tell you, well, you know, there's white magic, which is a good part of it. You can use it to
European
heal
magic is a good
people.
one.
Oh boy, just hold on. You can use it to heal people. You can use it to do good things and for protection. And then there's black magic, which is the negative energy that's used to harm people and used for nefarious reasons. But they're both abominations. So just saying that one is light and one is good is for good intention and good purposes, and one is negative. They're both bad. So if you're trying to tell me that the person who has good character, you're already practicing divination, you're already getting in touch with spirits, you already have to appease them, you already have to do certain things for them. You already put yourself under their jurisdiction and you've already subjected your spirit to them. That's a bad thing.
So
There's no such thing
Who's
as
them?
positive and
Okay.
negative anything. It's a bad thing. You
Who's
can't
them? Who's
convince me
them?
otherwise.
Who's them according to who?
Who's them? What? What do you mean?
Okay, you said according to what you said just now. There's white magic and black magic, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Who's this black magic? Who's this white magic?
I just explained it to you. The magic force, the supernatural force that people tap into, whether they're going from a source, they're tapping into a source that's lending them a portion of their power so that it can manifest in the physical realm,
Yeah, we're
or
talking about Esau.
right.
Okay, okay, the white magic and the black magic, and you say we shouldn't go into neither of them, right?
No, I'm just telling you that when people say like the white magic is good and there's nothing wrong with it because it's used
No,
for
no,
quote
no,
unquote positive things, and the black magic is bad
no.
because it's used for
Who
negative
said
things.
that? Who said that? Who said that?
Oh, practicer, a practitioner of magic, they'll tell you, well,
Me?
I practice white magic.
Hold
I'm a
on.
good magician. I'm a good
Hold on.
sorcerer.
First of
I don't
all,
do negative things to harm people.
my conversation with you, I never mentioned white magic or black magic.
No, I'm using that to
I
draw a
say
parallel to what
positive
you
and
was talking about
negative.
positive and negative.
Hold on.
People
I
using
mentioned
things for
positive and
positive or
negative.
negative.
And hold on. I see where you're coming from. I mentioned positive energy and negative energy, and
Yeah.
automatically you went into white magic and black magic, and
I'm using it
you
as a
wait.
parallel.
Hold
Listen
on,
to
hold
what
on,
I'm
hold on.
saying.
And automatically you ascribe the positive energy to white magic and the negative energy to black magic.
You know
So
what I mean, man. What are you, a
you
child?
automatically say the white man
Oh
is a
my gosh,
positive, is a
this guy.
god, and
You
black man
must
is devil.
that liquor must be getting deeper and deeper into your brain. Stop acting like a child. It's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm just telling you,
Okay.
people who practice occultism will tell you that certain part of a
What is
certain element of it
occultism?
is good. What?
What is occultism?
It just means something that is hidden, right? Something that is not in the purview of the public. So
Okay.
a
So do you
regular
know about it?
a uninitiate can't go into a place and go watch it and go see how Ifa priest or Babalawo
Okay.
practices
Do you
his
know it?
religion.
Okay. Have you ever been initiated?
I mean, what does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
If you not being initiated, okay, you said something is
That's
secret,
why
right?
it's occultic because you have to get initiated
Okay.
into it.
Thank you. I
You can
get it.
walk into a church and not be initiated and worship with
Okay.
the people
Thank you.
there.
Bro, you could
That's
come to our temple without being initiated, bro. You could come and see us
I'm giving Mike
live.
a lesson here, right? So
You
my
give me a
point here
lesson.
is occultic. Occult
Okay.
means hidden, means
Hit
something
it.
that is
Okay.
out of the glare of the eye. It's
Okay.
hidden.
So Elvis, have you been exposed to any of this?
And of what?
The occult?
Look, Mike.
Yes or no? Just answer.
When you say exposed, be more specific. When you say exposed, what has that been
Have
in
you
any?
been initiated into
Okay,
anything?
okay, no, I haven't been initiated. No.
Okay, if you're not, so what the hell are you talking about? So you don't know nothing.
Oh, gee, there you go.
So you
There you
don't.
go.
Okay, oh, you mentioned
And
you
that's the
yourself
point
said
of it because
you say it's a secret.
that's why it's
So you know
occultic,
nothing
right?
about the secret, but
Because
you
they
here
say
to
you don't
educate
know
us about
anything
it.
because you're not in it, and if you're in it, you can't say anything about it.
No,
That's
it's
the
not about you
thing.
cannot
That's why
say.
it's devilish.
Hold on. African goddess made a good
If you're
point.
not into something, they don't know the facts about it. So if
She
you don't
said,
know the
Mike and
facts, so
Elvis, this is
why are
an
you?
argument that cannot be won. It's a matter of faith. I agree
Exactly.
100%.
You can't
Yeah.
convince me on it, Mike. It's
Matter of
not
faith, though. It's
Elvis,
not a matter of
Elvis,
faith when you don't know
so
what
what
it
I'm
is
trying to
that
tell you is
you're
you don't know what
talking
you're
about.
talking about. That's what I'm
fine.
saying.
I know one thing about it. I don't know every
You know
details
nothing.
about it, but
You
I know
only
it's
know what they
witchcraft.
present to you on the
It's
media.
divination. It's an abomination.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Abomination
he
according to
told you what he
your white
thought.
man's
So
Yeah.
knowledge.
I've already said my point, so you can argue and say
Then
everything else you
you're
want to say.
lost
Can we? I
cause,
want to ask
just like
Steve a
most
question.
Africans.
I want to
What,
ask Steve a question.
what's
If
up?
somebody, if he has a Bible that says it's an abomination, so no matter what we say or no matter what he sees, the Bible says it's an abomination. So
Hmm.
what is that logical or is that just following what your Bible says?
It's just following what our Bible says.
Just following the
That's what I'm
white
saying.
man's knowledge. That's
So
what
it's like
colonial
you
knowledge,
can't
colonial
you can't.
master.
Yeah, exactly.
Steve,
That's what I'm
let me
saying.
tell you this, right, Steve?
Hmm.
Africa, Mike is from a different country. I'm from a different country. So I speak of my
Right.
country in particular, right? There were missionaries who came into Africa, in to
And they're white
Liberia.
people, right?
Hold on, Mike. You know, I'll use that word again, phenomenological. The people in these villages, there were women, there were young boys and girls who were living and had lived the experience of the metaphysical abuse that was taking place against their people. So you had people who were having
as the people say in my village, right? They have witches who would come at night and kill their babies or to torment them,
Oh
trying to
God.
initiate their children into certain things. So when the Bible and when the Christians came when the missionary came with the Bible, and those people started to read the Bible and it was translated into their language and they understood it, they fled from their traditional practices and drove because they knew what it was. They experienced it. They knew that it was evil. It was bad. It was hurting them. It was
I
hurting
mean,
That's
them.
not
That's
true.
why they left it.
I
That's
seen that
not true.
same thing.
That's not true.
I
Yeah,
seen
okay.
certain stuff like that even in America. I was reading. I gotta find it. It was like some Black Americans how they was talking about those spiritual things and how
Well,
they prefer Christianity.
They prefer
well,
it, man. I mean, these guys are talking
And
about.
I'm
Well, hold on.
and
People know they
let me
live
help you.
amongst it.
But
Mufasa,
here's
you
the thing,
haven't
though.
you? I mean, I know you visited
Elvis.
Nigeria, but
Okay,
unless you live in a
Elvis.
village with no light, where people operate openly, and the chief priests and the zoes are operating openly. At certain times, they got what they call the zoe eat your baby. You got to carry your baby to the the bush.
When I go to Nigeria, I only spend time in villages, so I don't see any of this thing you're talking about.
Yeah,
But
because
anyway,
that's what I say. I'm talking about a different place.
hold
It
on. Let
happens
me
in
let me
Nigeria.
let
Well,
me
you want to
let
admit
me
it.
let me help you, Elvis. Elvis. Just try to learn from me tonight. Sorry,
I
please.
can't learn from you, bro.
Okay, but let other people learn. Sorry, if you not at
Okay,
least.
so speak.
Here's
I'm
the
not
deal.
stopping
Here's
you.
the deal.
Mike is yours.
Let me tell you one advantage Europeans had when they came to Africa. What they knew was that we need to become manufacturers and make some pretty things and bring it. Once we show it, people it become glamoring. People will gravitate towards it, and when people gravitate towards it, we cannot control them. If I warn us about it, you say, look, if I use a parable to warn the Yoruba people, like, look, this when you white man came to Yoruba land, people did divination. And if I told them, like, look, he gave them the parable, he said, look, when a fisherman wants to catch a fish, he's gonna take the hook and put a food on it and throw it in the river. The fishes, even though the food it's enough to um for them to consume is in the ocean, in the water, but they will go start chewing on the rubbish that the fisherman threw in the ocean. So what white people did was understand that in Europe we can make some good things. Just like today, Ferrari, just like the African leaders, they will sell the whole country for Ferrari, Mercedes, and all these crazy things. Just like they were selling black people for umbrella and mirror, those kind of things. So the missionaries, when they came, they will go to the villages and build a very nice building, put all the luxury things. And I mentioned earlier, and these things cost a lot of money, and European government were funding it. They spent billions of dollars building luxury schools and buildings in Africa, and they build schools. So the children run to those buildings. And then what they would do is not create a curriculum and then bring the children into it and begin to brainwash them against what their families were practicing. For example, in Yoruba land, they will tell us that Eshu is Satan in the Bible, even though Eshu was a deity that protect the roads, protect the entry, protect the roadways. You understand? Where the Europeans, when they come, for example, Nigerian Civil War, when the Igbo was trying to invade, the Biafran soldiers was trying to invade Yoruba land, till today they can't figure out what the hell stopped them. And today they hate Yoruba because they couldn't, that mission failed. And they don't understand why it failed because they invested all their sources to invade. Eshu was the deity that confused them. You understand? If- So the Europeans came and like, oh, if we take Eshu out of the way, these people, we can take them all. So when they built a missionary school in Yoruba land, they now translate Eshu as the devil in the Bible. And then they started educating the Yoruba children. A lot of Yoruba people told the children to go to the schools because the oracle told them not to. But some stubborn people send the children to the school because they know that when they go there and the white man say, if you come here and get this knowledge, we'll give you these things we bring from Europe, this mirror and all these umbrellas. They went there and they start consuming this information and getting brainwashed that the issue is Satan in the Bible. So what I'm trying to explain to you is be careful. Don't let someone else. control the information you consume. And unfortunately, that's where you are today, Elvis. Just like millions of Africans. And when the rest, a few of us are left with our sanity, trying to educate you, just attack us. You want to kill
Well,
us?
and the thing too, a second ago he was mentioning or Mike was mentioning how there's positive and negative. There's a duality to life. You know what I'm saying? Like one person can be positive and also have negative, right? And then you're like, oh yeah, well, they got black magic, white magic, whatever the case, right? And then they'll talk about how because you could do negative things with certain African spiritual systems, that makes them negative. But what they're not going to point out is that you could say that your God is all positive, but the people in the church be doing negative shit all the
Oh
time.
my God.
I
The
mean, they
act.
do.
Let
It's like
me
the
before I answer my
reality of
point here
life
was
doesn't change because you
the
They
different.
act
can't
of
live peacefully
getting
with little
hold on.
boys.
The act of getting initiated to access the white or the black magic, for example, right, is already an abomination. That's
I
the
mean,
point
that's
that I'm
according
making.
to the Bible, nigga. We don't give a fuck about your
Okay,
Bible,
there
bro.
you
That's
go.
just
So
you.
I'm telling you, the Africans know what it is. That's why they flee from it. That's why they
No, but
they
well,
they
we
taunt
trying to
these
put you up on where
babalawos
you.
and they attack them because they know that they're evil.
No,
That's what
bro.
Mike was
You
just
you
talking
you
about. That
think
people
white
will
people are
attack him.
good?
People didn't want him to get into it because his own people know.
Well, how can you
You
say
don't
the
know,
African know what Reddit
Mufasa. You
is?
don't
How
know
they
more about it than
the
the Yorubas
African
that live in
know what
Nigeria
Reddit
who
is
doesn't
for
support
thousands of years?
Ifa.
Elvis,
You don't know
Elvis,
more about
Elvis,
it than them. They
Elvis,
live amongst
Elvis,
these people. They know what they do. That's why
Elvis,
they turn
Elvis. For
against them
thousands of
and they
years, the
demonize
Africans
them
say,
because they know what they
Elvis,
represent.
Elvis, you sound foolish.
Okay.
For thousands of years, the Africans didn't see it wrong. All of a sudden, they saw it wrong when the Oyibo, Muzungu, the white man came in, got in mist and start put, you know, got in the mist, and then all of a sudden now they see it as wrong, and then you're telling me the African race see it as wrong, but
No, well,
they never
earlier
saw it
I
wrong
don't know
for
where.
they never saw it wrong for thousands of years. All of a sudden they saw it wrong,
That's what
and
I'm
then
saying.
you
But
agree that it's wrong.
no, but you weren't on earlier. He was saying that the white man is a net positive. He said they're helping out with the NGOs and all these different things. So he's still under their spell.
He's
That's
under
what
the
we're trying to
spell.
tell you, Elvis.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
Mike,
breaking it down for you
Mike,
how they
Mike.
get it.
Where's Mike right now? The Babalawo. Where is he living?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, all right. My point is answered.
Listen. Listen.
If
Here's
the
the
if the
reality.
white man was a
Even
net
okay.
negative to
It's
Mike
like
and the
asking a white
Yorubas,
man.
they won't be
Hold on.
coming to
It's like
America. They
asking a
will stay in their
missionary.
great land. You
Elvis,
understand?
The question you're asking right is like asking a white man when he came to Liberia that, oh, if you don't believe in this Liberian tradition and culture, why are you in Liberia?
Yeah, why are you here? All right.
He still got his brain, he still got his sanity, he still got his mind. So he can be there, he's there to take whatever he want to take from you. If I can go to you, I can go to all white society. I still get my fucking mind and my freaking
That's when I
no,
talk.
you get
When
what I'm
I
saying?
talk
So I
about
can go
when I
there
talk
and
about
go.
minds, Mike.
If I'm there, I go there for my interest. If
Okay.
America's in Iran for the interest, it doesn't mean they go there to go
Yeah,
convince
yeah,
to
yeah.
go
That's the
become
point. So if
Iranians.
something is
Listen, I can live in
negative and it's
America
not a
for 1,000
positive,
years.
you won't
I'm
want to
not
be
going to
there for your
become
interests. That's the
freaking
point I'm making.
go fall into that societal. It's if you got your mind and your spirit intact, you're good. There's no way you go in this war. You're good. But if you're fucking brainwashed and you're lost, you become more lost when you go somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
someone like, look, I live in the United, I live in Nigeria and the United States,
Okay.
and most people, white people, that come to me when they see me, they prostrate like, oh, this guy here, oh shit, it's not just an ordinary African on the streets. This guy is full of shit. He's full of freaking, not full of shit. I mean, full of
You're drunk, bro. You're
knowledge.
incoherent. You slurring your speech.
No, no,
Stop the
no, no.
drinking. Are you
I'm
trying
trying
to
to use
run away from those torments, from those orishas?
no,
Are you running
no,
away from
no.
the torment? So you got to be out of your mind all the time by being drunk? Is that what it is, Mike?
There we go. You wanna go there?
No, I'm
What I'm
serious
saying
because
is,
that's what happened with most of these people. They can't
okay,
sleep. They
it's
have
okay, it's
insomnia
okay. I
because when
get
they
it. I get it.
dream, they got
You
all these
can think.
spirits coming over them. So
There
they,
we
they
go.
stay
There we
drunk.
go.
They try to get out of their mind. That's why you see people falling drugs. These kids who think they're
uh,
Satanists, they try mixing
Elvis,
with
Elvis,
Satanism,
Elvis. That's the deal.
and then they start seeing some real shit, and they start getting into drugs because they're trying to escape from the
Elvis.
spiritual torment that they're
Whatever I'm
having.
discussing with you tonight is not for the benefit of you. It's for the benefit of other people that are listening. Trust me.
Yeah,
I really don't give a
the
shit about you,
ignorance. You
man.
can't tell me shit.
No,
I
no,
don't
that's
give a shit
okay.
Those,
about
But
you
yeah,
and your
there's
yeah,
other
likes.
those who are
people.
ignorant,
There's
who
other
don't
people
know,
listening.
you're
There's
trying
other
to
people
bring people
listening
to this
who.
Yeah,
nonsense.
I
Steve is smart
literally,
enough.
I
Steve grew up in the
literally
church, so
engage
you
you
can't
in this.
trust me. You can't convince Steve. He's a
If you
child of
would have
God. He's
ran
not
to
gonna
me
follow you.
personally,
No, Steve might. You don't know.
if
You
you would
can't
have ran
speak
to
for
me
Steve.
personally, I would
Steve,
dismiss you.
just tell him you're not never gonna be interested in EFI in no
I
way,
mean, you
shape, or
can't
form.
say never, bro. You can't. He
Steve,
don't even
tell
know
him
what
that
EFI is,
I
Steve
bro.
is
can
a
Like
child
we
of
say
God.
that
we
I
got
can
somebody in
say
our. Go ahead, bro.
I can say that yes, I'll never, get involved with that.
There you go.
You can't speak for tomorrow, but I'll say this:
Well, no, this is what they try
I
to do,
have
Steve. They
somebody in
try to
my
sweet
temple,
talk you
bro.
to go down the wrong
I
path.
don't care about, bro. We not like you. We don't have our thing is not built for us to be colonizers like you. The whole
Okay.
Christianity is built. I'm gonna tell you what they did. They use Christianity because they're gonna come to your culture and then get you to throw everything away in your culture and accept the Bible. So all they're really doing is erasing you as an individual and turning
Okay.
you into a Christian drone. It's a
Yeah.
tool that was used by the Romans to
These
for
these niggas
conquest.
always think they're special because they're practicing witchcraft. You think you're special, bro? Go ask the
I
millions
don't,
of the
dude. I
African on the
don't.
continent who's practicing.
Okay, that's
You
fine.
see these
But
girls,
the point I'm trying to
burning
make, the point I'm
sages
trying to
and doing
make,
crystals, all this nonsense. A couple
the
years
point I'm
later,
trying
they're
to make,
crazy on the
bro, is
street,
that we have
crazy
somebody.
out of their brains.
There's somebody in our temple
Who's
right
that chick
now
that
that's
just called up
been.
on the panel?
Bro,
You remember the crazy
Mufasa,
chick?
let me tell you what
No,
Elvis
I
gonna
was,
do.
but let me just say this really quick. There's somebody that in my temple. I have a Muslim that wears a burqa in my temple. There's somebody. She's currently in seminary school right now in my temple. So like every Christian is not against our tradition. That's what I'm saying. You can't speak for Steve because Steve doesn't have an understanding of what Isheshe
Steve is a child
is.
of God. He's not interested in
Okay, but
witchcraft,
that
bro.
does he don't
Uh,
understand. That don't mean he gonna interpret it like you.
He
Like
just told you it.
you don't listen. You said you know everything. You don't want to hear it
No, I don't know
anymore.
everything. I've spoken to Steve.
Okay,
He's a
you said there's
Christian.
nothing we can
Grew up
tell
in the
you. That's what
church.
you said.
He knows not to go
okay,
No,
wayward
but
let me
you
say this,
said
guys.
there's
into,
I'm about to
nothing we
leave.
can
I'm about
tell
to
you.
leave, but
occultism.
let me say this. Let me say this real quick. I'm about to leave because I gotta go. Mufasa, here's the deal. A lot of non practitioner people, they are seeking knowledge from us, right? So what they do is trying to poke us to get knowledge out of us, right? Which I already know. A lot of my fellow traditional people don't even engage them. They ignore them and everything. But me, I do it for the sake of because part of my what I did divination if I say is kind of thing I came to this world to do to kind of redeem people, which in my family, so many of my family member, I had to redeem many of them, So I do it not because I want to redeem Elvis, but I say just in case whoever want to be redeemed, redeem. But our tradition, there's no benefit unlike Christianity where they come to preach to you so you can come to the church and donate
Right,
offerings
right.
and things like that. They want you to come to the church. But me, I have nothing to benefit from Elvis understanding anything.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
know
know
the ways of the
Elvis. I
devil,
don't have
right?
his contact. Hold on,
Jesus
calm
bad,
down, calm down.
Lucifer good, right?
Elvis,
That's what
Elvis,
you want to tell
Elvis,
us.
Elvis. I don't have your contacts. I'm not interested in your contacts. In real life, I want to engage you.
Of course, Mike. What do we have to talk about? You're
I don't
Babalawo.
even
By
want
by
to.
that by
Yeah,
that very nature, we can never
hold
have
on,
any
calm down, calm
conversation.
down, calm down, calm down.
I don't watch. I don't politic
So me,
or even
me
converse
talking
with
to you
the
tonight. Hold on,
priests of
listen,
Baba of the Ifa. What am I doing with
listen
those
to you,
people?
listen to you. Me talking to you tonight is not me trying to recruit you or anything or getting you
You're
to
not talking
join.
to me. I know everything.
I'm not
I'm bombarding
interested
all the
in
nonsense
you
you're saying.
joining anything.
I'm
All
just
I'm doing
making
is just
Steve
having
aware because
conversation.
you
That's all
can't
it
catch him,
is.
and I'm sure Bantu Mandingo can't be catch into your web either. So you're
Okay,
not gonna
fine.
get no
You win.
recruits
That's
here
why I keep
tonight.
telling you, you win, you win, you win. Every time you come
Okay,
into engage me,
good.
you win. You're knowledge is superior, fine. But someone else that may take something
No,
wrong
no,
with
no,
it,
no.
fine.
It's
That's
my
just
duty to make sure that the sheep, none of the lost sheep, is taken wayward by
so.
some,
Why do you care
you
about
know.
someone else lordship
Of
going?
course,
Why
because
do
I'm a
you
Christian, I
care?
love my brothers, and I don't want them to go wayward. I'm not here to come preach people to go
Oh, so
to
they
go
can think
dabble
on
into witchcraft
themselves.
because it might be cool, and you're not being colonized by the white man. So come and join us
Oh,
to
by the
worship the
white man.
devil. Of
Talking
Oh,
about.
it's the white man that want to take him away from the lordship.
I was
Christ,
on
white
mute,
Christ.
man.
Dude, man,
You
Africa got a long way to go,
you want
I'm
to
man.
join
talking
Ifa,
about you and my
Benjamin
girlfriend. Kitty,
Dinka?
say hi. Say what's
Elvis, no
up to
one is telling
you
you
and
want
my
to join
brother.
Ifa, man. No one is
Man,
saying anything.
Tell him one more
Bantu got
time.
his
Like,
own religion. You got the
say
FBA
hi.
religion. You got the FBA religion. That's religion
Yeah.
he practice.
Say what's up, Bumba Clock.
Okay, Bentu.
Ooh, wait.
Oh, Benji, you got a kid?
Nah, this is my girl, Chibi Lola.
Oh, okay,
She's a
okay,
Yoruba.
okay.
Oh, okay. So she
Does she practice
original too.
Ifa? She try to get you into
No,
Ifa?
she don't believe in that shit, man.
Okay, good for her. The Lord, she's one of the Lord's sheep. Steve ain't falling for it. Bantu and his woman ain't falling for it. I ain't falling for it. Only
Hey,
Mufasa and the Babalawo are falling for that nonsense.
I'm rolling with the Baba Laos. Fuck y'all.
Hey, we got one. We got one.
We got one.
No, that's what. But I'm saying, but he doesn't understand that we don't have like some directive to go out and save souls and shit. Like whatever, bro.
We
You don't
don't
have
do
to.
none of that crap, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Of
That's what you
course.
mistaken. That's what they
You think the
mistaken. They
devil's
think they
gonna
come
send you
here
out
to
to save
save
souls? He
souls
don't
and
have the ability
crap.
to save souls. He's
Kala,
gonna get you to
sorry,
convince people
Elvis.
that you're
I
doing
keep calling
something
you
good
Kala because you
and
sound
they
like
need to
Kala.
go there.
Well,
It's
I'm
an
not here to save your
abomination to
soul,
even go
man.
to a
I don't give a
shrine to
shit
go
about your
get
soul.
consultation with some kind of babalawo or medicine man.
Elvis, I don't give a shit about your soul, man.
I mean, of
Ogun can
course you
kill
don't.
you all he wants. In fact, I can say Ogun to kill you.
Of
You
course.
understand?
What?
I don't
You
give a
said
shit
what?
about your
Hold
soul. All I'm doing is
on.
just giving
It's
education.
coming
That's
out
all.
now, Steve. I'm telling you. They can only
Whoa.
pretend for so long, man. Let it come out, Mike. Say it again, Mike. Repeat it for a second time.
Elvis. The world we live in is cold.
Say
It's
it again,
home.
Mike.
Here we go.
Listen. You guys are stuck in this Christian. They brainwash you
Say
to
it
be so
again,
soft
Mike.
and
You
everything.
what should happen to my soul? Say it again.
Listen,
Don't
the
quantify
crazy.
it now. We know what you are, bro. You can't come and rap put lipstick on a damn pig. You're a devil worshiper, bro. And it's in your heart and it's in your mind. The Babalawas are evil
I
people.
don't believe in devils, so I cannot be a devil
That's what it
worshiper.
is. Stevie, you heard it just now. It just slipped, and now you're trying to
Elvis,
cover it up. These are who these guys
Elvis,
are, man. You can't convince me.
The
Oh
white man.
shit.
Okay, hold on. The white man that you watch, do you go to work for every
I
day?
don't worship white men, bro.
You go to his work every day. You work for a white man, don't you? You
I
come
don't
to
worship a
United States.
white man.
You worship Jesus.
Elvis, you go to white man's country and
We,
you go to
whoa, whoa,
white
whoa,
people.
whoa, whoa. Do
They massacre
Do you know what
black
the
people
Bible
every
says,
day.
Mufasa?
we worship in spirit and
We
truth?
worship your God in truth and in
I don't
spirit.
know. I
We
just
don't
all
worship
the
no.
pictures.
That's because you don't know our Bible. You just
No,
think you
I
know it,
know.
but you
I know
don't.
the. I know the Bible.
Elvis.
Okay, then.
There's
So why
been
do you still
what?
worship a white man? We worship a spirit.
Revelations or whatever. I grew up as a Christian.
Yeah, we worship spirit.
Elvis.
We don't worship
Jesus is white.
no man.
Hold on. Let me give Elvis reality. Elvis, check
Jesus
this.
was a man.
Elvis, you want to check a reality house? Want to check reality? The same white man that told you that, oh, Jesus and God is all about being this completely soft and being this submissive man. The same white man is conquering the whole world. He's bombing everybody. Is in fact, he's still your ancestor. Look at the Trump bomb Iran like 23 in schools. So what I'm trying to tell you is they're conditioning your ass to think that's God is all about this being this weak ass submissive moron.
What is this guy talking
That's not what
about?
the universe is all about. The
What you
gods are
talking
only
about?
about listen. Our African gods are all about your character. You understand? And how
Okay.
you relate to them, your character and your destiny. Two things. Your character, your destiny. That's what they call Ori, Ode, and Orinu.
Okay.
Your Ori, Ode is your outside. Your Ori, Ode is your destiny, what you came to this world to fulfill, to achieve.
Mm,
And your
yeah.
Orinu is your character. How
Mm,
you behave, how noble you are as a person,
yeah.
right? That's what they're interested in. They're not
I
interested
mean,
in you
listen,
being.
man.
They're not interested in you being a coward. That
Yeah.
means if somebody wants to kill you, you have to defend yourself. You have to.
Yeah, I
You
guess
defend.
Christians don't believe in self defense. Okay.
Oh no, you no 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 no
I
no
mean,
no
what's wrong with
Kala.
this dude,
No
man?
no no no. Oh no 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 no. You
That
don't. You
liquor is
don't.
penetrating and permeating deeper
Yeah,
into
hey
his
man,
brain.
I have to say this, bro. It's a shout out to Kala. Shout out to Kala. The bottom line is this. You can't find. You could talk about the Orisha, whatever you want to say. There's nothing you can find from black people that has been done as worse as the people who gave you your religion, the white people. They've done far worse than any black people. So if we comparing traditions or religions, the Christians who gave you your religion by force have done far worse than any black people.
Where is this narrative that it came by
Yeah,
force?
Where did
It
a
came. It
Christian
came
give me
from.
my religion by force? What is his name?
No,
Shabbat.
I'm saying if you are
They
African
force your
American,
brain to
Oh,
believe.
they
yeah,
force
it
your
gave it to
brain.
you by
Okay, all
force.
right, Mike.
Yeah, they gave it
Because
to you by
every
force.
time I read up on it, our ancestors converted because they
Yeah,
wanted to.
they wanted to, bro.
Because
No,
they
not all
force
of
their
them. Not
brain.
all of
That's
them.
why.
Most of them came over here as Muslim. Like 30% came as Muslims.
Well, yeah,
Believe
some of
it.
Yeah,
the,
and they
some of them were
realized that
Muslims,
Christianity
right?
was better.
So no, they
What
got
is it?
forced into Christianity
Nah,
because
I read
you don't
that.
have the freedom. You don't
From
have the
what I
freedom
read,
to do other
some
religions.
people were complaining that a lot of the Negroes, and this during the plantation days, they were using these like African spiritual systems to try to harm each other with it.
of
And they
course,
said, and
Steve.
they said that they thank God that they got Christianity. That's
They
what
got
they said.
Christianity. You know how many people are fleeing from that
No,
nonsense? You think
no,
people
but
don't know
Elvis,
but
why do you
what's
have
going
problem
on?
with our tradition
you
having
can't say
power
that
to harm?
people. You can't say that people.
Elvis, why do you have problem with Elvis? Why do you have problem with our tradition having power to harm?
Oh, you want your tradition to have power to harm your people?
When the Haitian freed themselves from the French,
They
our
didn't, bro.
tradition.
They lost the war. They had to settle
No, no, no,
and
no, no,
pay
no, no.
hundreds of
How do you
millions
mean
of
they
dollars to
lost
the
the
French
war?
that
They
bankrupted them.
massacred the French.
Oh, Steve, you know the
They, they,
history of Haiti,
they,
right?
they,
You're a smart guy, Steve.
Hmm.
Tell them what the settlement was.
well, forget the settlement. We're
But
talking about the
I
battlefield.
thought
No,
I thought
no,
the
we're
people
talking
that
about the
did that were like the
battlefield.
biracials. They're
No,
the
the
ones that love the
battlefield.
French.
The
Yeah,
battlefield is what I'm talking about.
talking about the battlefield.
What about the
Elvis,
battlefield?
Elvis, Elvis. If you come against me in a battlefield, I swear to God, I will wipe out your family.
Oh man, why would you want to wipe out his
Steve,
family?
that's what I'm talking about. This is
Would
it.
you want to do that?
That's
It's
power. It's
the
called
it's
power.
the
The same reason.
demonic entity that he's been around that has
Okay, okay.
permeated
Would
his
you say
soul.
Donald Trump? Okay,
You can
Donald
only
Trump is
masquerade for so long, bro. You're an
Elvis,
evil
Elvis,
devil
Elvis,
worshiper,
Elvis.
man.
The United States is demonic for having the ability
That's
to
what you
wipe out.
are. That's why people stay away from you guys because that very thing you're
Why
talking
you
about,
not staying for the United
you're
States for
gonna
having power?
use it for
Yeah, I
negative.
mean, you
The
bro, you
Elvis,
moment you're
Elvis,
mad at
why you,
somebody,
Elvis?
the moment
Why you
God
not
sleep
have
with
staying?
your
killed
Why
way
wife,
you
more
not staying
you're
people.
away
gonna
from the
try to
United States
harm
for
him with
having the
this
power?
devilish powers that you think you have.
Elvis, why
That's
you not?
exactly what it is.
Elvis, why you not staying away from the United States for having the power to wipe
Did you
out
hear what I
another
said, Mike?
nation with
The
nuclear
moment
bombs?
somebody makes you angry or somebody did
I'm
something
not
that
angry.
offends you,
I'm
that devilish power that you tapped into and got initiated into, you're
Okay,
gonna want to
I
use it
really want to
against
hear
them.
you answer
Hey,
Elvis,
that
And that's
but
question.
Elvis,
exactly what you're
hold on,
saying.
Elvis, you ain't gotta worry
Elvis.
about that. It
Why
ain't
are
gonna
you
work
not
on
staying
you.
away from the
They ain't
United
gonna, I
States
know
for
it ain't gonna
having the
work on me,
power?
but
It ain't
just
gonna
you
work
just
on
Wipe
show
you.
your
out.
true
No, no,
self.
no. But what I'm saying is, I want him to answer the last question he asked. Why aren't you getting away from the United States and the white people that taught you Christianity?
And
They've
have
been
power
dropping
to wipe
nuclear
your
bombs.
country
They're
out.
bombing people all over the place. They've been
What
killing our
are you
people.
guys are saying? You think the white man is the reason that I'm a Christian? Are you crazy?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it
Yes.
is. Yes,
No,
it
Oh, okay.
is.
Yes.
All
no,
right.
Yes.
no.
Oh, okay.
If you never
Okay,
went to white man,
tell
you
me
would not
how
been
it's
a
not.
Christian.
Tell me how it's not.
Oh, okay.
How'd you get Christianity?
When I was a kid, right, in Liberia, the church
Okay.
I went to,
Mm-hmm.
it's a black church,
Mm-hmm.
right? The church I
Okay.
go to in Minnesota is the first black Liberian church ever built in the United
Mm-hmm.
States.
Okay. And how did they
So
get Christianity?
all of my pastors
Elvis
and
is a moron, man. This guy's dumb, man.
hold on,
This
hold
is
on,
stupid.
hold on. I'm
How
the
did they
white
get
man didn't.
Christianity? That's all I want to
Hold
know.
on, you said the white man, right?
Yes,
My
I'm asking.
grandfather, my mother's father, he was a
Mm-hmm.
Christian. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't,
Okay.
I
Okay.
didn't see
Just
no
keep
white
going.
people.
Keep
How did
going.
Listen,
they become Christian? Wasn't a white man that
yeah,
became a
my
Christian?
great grandfather
You
was a black
stupid, man.
man.
Shut the fuck up, man. You
I
dumb.
mean, Mike, that
You're
devilish
too
anger
stupid, like
is
millions
coming
of
out, bro.
Africans. That's why we
Relax.
Africans are the shithole.
Let me just speak,
Dude,
bro. I don't want
yeah,
to fight
you
with you, Mr.
dumb.
Devil Worshiper. It's coming out of you
Bro,
now more and more. My
your
point
ancestors
here
are
is,
devils because you
Mufasa,
now
no
become
white man
white
taught
man.
me Christianity. I read the
Who
Bible
taught you?
7 times from front to back.
Oh
I
Okay.
got
Lord have mercy.
converted as an adult. I didn't even become a true Christian because become a Christian, it has to have a
He was
true.
a
You
fake
have to have a
Christian.
true. Hold on. You have to have a true conversion. And that
Okay.
happened to me when I
You had
was
a fake
27
one.
years old. My true conversion came at that age.
You had a
Of
fake one
course, as a
before,
kid,
right?
I was in church. I went to church. I was in the youth, serving as the youth secretary in my church. I did all of those things. But a personal
Okay, but
relationship and a
you
spiritual
acknowledge that it
relationship,
came from Europe and it got to you in
you
your
said the
community.
Bible came from Europe.
Christianity came from Europe, and
Christianity came from
Europeans
Europe.
brought it to West Africa.
Where did it go to Ethiopia from? Did it go to Ethiopia from
Oh,
Europe?
I'm talking about West
Are
Africa.
you
Oh,
You're
okay.
a
Ethiopian? You
Liberian.
dummy?
All right.
You're a Liberian.
Yeah. Yeah, so
It was brought
Christianity
to you
didn't
by
go
West
to
Africa.
Africa from Europe.
No, it did. It did get to West Africa from Europe. It did.
Actually,
From
no.
Yabisha, Elvis.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Abisha, I don't know what that means.
Ethiopians call it
Habasha.
Abisha.
It's called Habasha.
Whatever. It's the same shit,
Okay.
man.
No, it's not. Habasha and
Go
Abisha
to
is just.
Ethiopia,
They
they'll tell
always try
you
to say
you're
that
Bantu.
Ethiopia thing, but I'm saying you're from West Africa. Europeans brought it to you at the same time as they were doing the slave trade, and you
You know, yeah, yeah. Let me tell you, thank the Europeans, right? It's one of
no,
the
you
tenets of
thank the Europeans.
Christianity. Listen. It's one of the tenets of Christianity. You have to evangelize the good word of God. That's one of the responsibility Christian have. Evangelism. You have to once you hear the word, you have to spread the word because you care about mankind. You want them to hear the good word.
Yeah,
Doesn't
they
mean they're
care
going to
enough
become
So what
Christian.
has the world
to
done for
put
you?
us
What
in a
has it done
chattel
for you?
slavery as
Listen,
fucking human
the
cattle.
white man did what the
Thanks to the
Bible
Bible.
instructed him to do. To
Yeah, I
go
know.
to go to the
He
four
instructed
corners
them
of
to
So
the
who
kill us
wrote the
earth
all.
Bible?
and
Who wrote the
spread
Bible,
the word of
Evans?
God. And they did it.
Who
And
wrote the
those who
Bible,
had the
Evans?
ears, they heard it
Okay,
and they got converted.
Why didn't the Bible stop the slave trade?
The God
Stop the
didn't
what?
promise you because you're Christian you won't suffer. Is that what he promised you?
Oh
No, but
god.
I'm just saying if the Christianity is so strong, why were these people
God,
so
yeah, the Bible doesn't protect you
They never,
from
they never,
suffering.
yeah, yeah, they
It
never, yeah.
doesn't protect you from
they gave
suffering.
you Christianity.
It's a spiritual religion. What are you talking about?
I know,
The
but I'm
spiritual
just saying
connection
they
with God.
gave you
It's not about
Christianity.
stopping you from suffering and having all the abundance of life. That's not what the Bible
Okay,
promises
but
you.
why? So you took their religion, and these are the most
Who is their
wicked people on
religion?
earth. White fucking people.
No,
How many
Evans.
times I gotta tell you?
Oh boy.
This is not
God
a, this
Jesus.
damn,
this
nigga.
religion is not